1, 2. Hi. How's everyone? Are we good? Good morning. Are we good? Okay, great. So we'll be starting exactly 1:30. So apologies for that slight delay. We're starting exactly 1:30. So if you didn't grab your coffee, get your coffee. If you still want to go to the bathrooms, if you go out on the left-hand side behind the house, the bathroom are there next to the. Okay, cool. Next to the. Because somebody's talking on the other side. Who's that? Okay, cool. Next to the. No, I forgot what I wanted to say. Cool. To the swimming pool. Next to the swimming pool. On this side is the ladies, and on the other side is the gents. So please do those last movements, and then when we start now, we'll run all the way. Thanks. Okay. This time I'm not sabotaged. Are we ready? Great. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to just welcome our guest speakers and our host and everybody as they come in. Let's just clap hands for them as they come inside. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Prof and the entourage yakhe lapha nabantu bakhe. There we go. Awesome. You can do better.
There we go. I said good morning, everybody. That's more like it. Good morning to our esteemed guest delegates, executive leaders, government officials, our esteemed panelists, and of course our beautiful audience, all protocols observed. My name is Ulitilo Mokhashwa, and I'm the head of business development within Old Mutual Corporate. I also chair the Old Mutual Women's Network, or OWN, as we affectionately call it. Now, before we start with our program, can I ask that we all please stand for the national anthem? Thank you very much. You may all take a seat. Now, today is a very special day. We're all gathered here for the EmpowaWomen in Energy Leadership Summit, in partnership with my English data bundles are low today, so you'll excuse me. In partnership with Unleashing Leadership Potential, or ULP. Now, as you all know, this platform is really not about talk shop, but this summit really endeavors to advance the women's participation within the energy sector by drawing on the experiences and insights of leading of leading energy sector players, sharing strategies of how women can really advance their career and shape their future. Now, we have a lineup of 4 powerful panel discussions, and I have the honor of being your program director for today. Now, that's the time where we get to really welcome a man that I have truly been secretly admiring for many years, dating 2017, Professor Radebe. I was introduced to Unleashing Leadership Potential by Musa Nyamanda. I see him in the audience there. So I used to sit right at the back or in the middle or in the front. And I really am drawn to this platform because it really, Professor Radebe has created an amazing platform where he gets to impart his knowledge as well as mentorship throughout the session. Now, in case you guys have been all living under a rock and you don't know who Ntate Radebe is, let me just give you some insights to who he is. So Professor Maurice Radebe is currently the head and director of Wits Business School. Previously, he served as the executive vice president of Sasol Energy Business globally. He was accountable for the successful marketing of all the energy business products, as well as managing the gas to liquids joint venture in Qatar and Nigeria, the gas to power venture in Mozambique. Maurice Radebe is the founder and chairman, of course, of Unleashing Potential Leadership Foundation in South Africa, and he has experienced energy industry executive. He is an experienced energy industry executive, having worked in the sector for over 30 years. Now, I must say that I didn't think you have 30 years under your belt. You look really, really good. During his 8 years at Shell, 7 years at Excel, and 16 years at Sasol, he has had profit and loss experience and responsibility, developed a deep understanding of the energy sector, both upstream and downstream, and has been involved in significant projects. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Ntate Radebe.
Thank you very much, Ulidile, our program director. Let's give her a round of applause. She's doing an amazing job. And also, I see a great panelist. I'm not going to introduce them, but they look so stunning. Why don't we give them a round of applause? And let me acknowledge our leadership. I see our special advisor to the Minister of Electricity, Ubaba Osiris Zim. I will introduce him soon. I just want to double check whether my pledge video is ready. If it is ready, let me just first, I'll tell you when to say. Welcome to the 7th Women in Energy taking place here, particularly with in partnership with EmpowaWomen. And I think last week or so, we were all at the, where's that place? In Princeton. And we said, when it comes to energy, we want to deep dive. We really want to get into the details. And particularly the aim of this program is not only just to have a talk shop that talks about all the nice theories about energy and what we're doing in energy, but it's about opportunities for women to lead, and let me use the word, must lead the low-carbon economy that is emerging now. Are you agreeing with me on that one? Yes. Yeah, I like that. It's a must. You know, I was speaking when we were preparing with the speakers here, and I said, you know, ladies, let me tell you, there's something called power. Power is never handed over on a plate, okay? Power, you take it. So this platform is about empowering you so that you can take over power in the energy business. And I believe that because if you wait, I promise you, women will take over. It's just in our nature to do it. So you have to make sure that you do that. And I just want to, the essence of what we're talking about, are you getting ready with the video? The essence of what we're talking about is in 2002, last year, by Ezekiel, I got in some of the leaders, that some of them are here, some are not yet here, to make a pledge. So it's the leaders that made it. Last time we were talking about the hydrogen energy, but I want you to make this pledge, all of us, after this, okay? You see, I like people making commitments because when you made a commitment, then you live up to it. All right, ready? Can it go? Hope the technology is not going to disappoint me. All over the world, in the hierarchy of humankind, people of African descent are in the lowest rank. And we, each one of us, need to make a commitment and a pledge in the area of your influence that you will change that trajectory. In your lifetime, maybe not in your lifetime, but you lay the right foundation. And that's a pledge I want us to make. That the hydrogen economy is going to be led by people of African descent and women in particular. Are you agreeing with me on that? Now come here. I don't know how the camera is going to work. I want everyone who's presented, panelists and everyone, and the leadership, and you Priscilla, you stand in front of you. Right, you lead them. I want us to say this pledge. I want the camera to catch it so that next time, and I've drafted it there, so that you see yourself having made that pledge. Hey, Kwesi, Zonke, the leadership. Tabo, you were there together. You stand here, and I'm going to say, you say this after me. It's a pledge. Take out your mask because I want the camera to catch you. It's a pledge. It's a historical moment. People 100 years from now will say there were men and women who stood and made the pledge. Just like in 1945 in Manchester. We celebrate. You go and Google Manchester 1945. And you see the Kwame Nkrumah, you see KK Kaunda. Eh? And there were few women. There was a big issue there that there were women in that conference, but their names were not mentioned. So there's a narrative that needs to be changed. Okay? All right. I'm going to say at the end, you say, help me, God. So it's very important. So be ready there. We, say after me, we gathered on the 30th October, 2021. Say it loud, man. Say it as if you believe it. At ULP House. Pledge ourselves that we will do everything in our power to ensure that women lead the hydrogen economy in South Africa, in Africa, all over the world. And it will empower people of African descent globally. So help me God. Thank you very much, love. Now I'm going to get all of you to join in that place. Stand up, come on. Because it's important. I'm doing historical things because at my age you impart generational messages. So are you together with me now? We gathered together at ULP House. Pledge ourselves that the low carbon economy will be led by women in Africa throughout the whole world. So help me God. Thank you. It's kept tight. We'll play it next time. That's the essence of what we are here for. That's really the essence of what we're here for. We're here to exactly that. Commit ourselves for the next generation. I've got grandchildren now, so I think generational. I want to, that's why I hate it when I hear people saying we'll have a failed state. We will not have a failed state. There is no way I can bequeath a failed state to my Morongwa and Mayanda. You can clap hands for that. These are the young people. There is just no way I can do that. And I want you to have that sense that there is no way we will bequeath a failed state to our generation. And energy is at the heart of either we become a failed state or not. Because it's at the heart of economic development, at the heart of everything that moves. And I'm talking energy in its broadest sense, not only electricity, I'm talking about liquid fuels, I'm talking about every aspect of it, renewables, hydrogen, wind, wave energy, hydro, We need that. And the second reason why I'm particularly passionate about that, and I repeat this all the time, and it pains me that 600 million people in this continent still do not have primary energy. And that is why I want you to take it at that level, deep in your heart, and say, what am I going to do about that? You're a leader in energy. And there's no way we can allow another little girl at the age of 10, instead of being at school, must go out in the forest, collect wood, just to make fire. By the time the fire is made and cooked, it's 1 o'clock. She's not gone to school. She's not going to be educated. And then she's going to be poor. And she's going to be vulnerable. She's going to be abused because she doesn't have the economic power to be able to survive. That's what drives me here. The rest of the clever people here are going to talk about all the different aspects, but I want you to catch the essence of what we're about here. So, on that note, thank you very much for making the pledge. I would like to, my right, introduce our leader from the Ministry of Electricity, Ubaba Silas. I know him very well. So, let's do that. Baba Silas, umzingeli kamalaka. You know what umzingeli means? It means a hunter. Yeah? Zim obtained a BE Engineering Honors degree in Electrical and Electronics Engineering. In 1991, he also holds an MEC in Management of Engineering. Silas has attended some of the highly recognized leadership programs and management programs, both nationally and internationally. Mr. Zim started his career in electricity industry when he joined Eskom in 1992, where he worked as an engineer in the generation group. Amongst the areas that he was involved is the normalization of Soweto. He was also appointed as a contract manager for key projects as Alusaf, Matimba Bulawayo. While still at Eskom, he was later appointed as a key customer relations manager looking after the mining industry. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Mr. Silas Zim.
Am I on? Yo, now that I'm looking at people, I feel scared. Yeah, it's a Saturday. Beautiful people. As been introduced, my name is Silas Zimu. As the prof was talking, I actually realized that, yeah, we are old. And old people must lead, must give direction. So when Tati gave me the topic, it started with positioning women. And I deliberately thought, hey, you know what, that's not for me. So I asked her, move the minister from 3:30 to morning so that he can be able to attend. Then, like the professor has said, you have to take the power. Nobody's going to give it to you. Okay? I did matric. I was born in a small place called Everton in the Val. That's my home. And did matric. 1984, unrest, we could not write. And with our good government, we were chased out of the system. So we didn't have matric. So we had to register privately. And then life was tough. I remember I had to do some funny, odd things. I was a taxi driver. Oh, yeah, this is for women. So, you know, my taxi was always clean. Ladies loved it. And one day, after washing it and playing some Teddy Pendergrass, you know, a young lady stopped, and I stopped, and I opened the front door for her, and, you know, hoping that she'll sit next to me, you know, lowered the sound, and as I was driving, she said, "Are you Silas?" I said, "Yes." She knows me. So I'm in, and I said, "How do you know my name?" She said, "No, at school, the teachers always tell us that if you don't study, you'll end up being like Silas driving taxis." Hey. So it was a long drive to town. You know, so ngamluza ke lo muntu. I hope I won't see her again, you know. So I then went into the mines. Before I went to the mines, I helped, there's a pastor in Soweto, Bishop Linkwe. He worked with our Tutu. His wife was a deputy principal in the local school that I studied at Jabulani Combined School. So she asked my late sister if I could help with maths and science. They were struggling. So I went, and every day, you know, it was not bad. 400 Rand a month, it was not bad. After tax, I mean, you know. This was 1985. So I then realized with Norman, hey, Lemali, it's not enough. So I went and worked underground as a miner. I drilled gold. And nobody gave me that power. I took it. I said, I'm going to hold a Temrock driller, put it on my chest, and take that core out. Before you qualify to work underground, there's an acclimatization process that you must go through. A room with no windows, very hot, stairs, 10, up, down, everybody naked. As young as I am, I was with many, many people that were the age of my dad. People were collapsing. But I stood up there and said, I'm not going to collapse, because if you collapse, they take you out, no job. I needed that job. It was a 3,400 Rand a month from my 400 Rand a month. And I qualified. Then they put a thick injection on your chest. That's why you could see us being fit, you know. So after a month, yeah, I had long hair, a comb here, a pen on my socks. Obviously, Afrikaners were my friends. And I worked there until one day in the evening, I had a knock at the hostel window, and I opened. Now, you know, at hostels, people kill one another. You don't just open the curtain, if it was a curtain. And I checked and I said, oh, this person is my uncle. So, uncle, what's wrong? No, I've been asked to come fetch you. You're needed urgently at home. And like, whoa, urgently at home. So the first thing I thought was, you know, when month end I go home, and this girlfriend of mine, yeah, we disappear into the park. I think she's pregnant. All the way from Orkney, uncle didn't tell me. He kept on saying, hey, I know you'll hear when you get home. This man is cruel. So we got home, and my late mom gave me a brown envelope. And I opened the envelope. I was offered a scholarship to go study in the UK. Yeah? I had a week to get a passport. I don't know how my late brother got a passport for me, but I got it. So Bishop Tutu and them actually started a program, Bishop Linkwe, to take South Africans out of the country to study in the UK. And I was one of the first 100 people to be included in that. Because I had helped Mrs. Linkwe at the combined school. Had I not done that, I would not have been known by people by Soweto. You know? So again, you take it. Nobody's going to give it to you. Coming back, I came back to visit home. I had done my BEng, and I got a scholarship from the British Airways to do aeronautical engineer masters. So I thought, let me visit home quickly. But, you know, that was the end of my studies, because my sister was so ill, I had to work at home. And I worked. So a friend of mine was working at Letabo Power Station. He literally filled in the forms and forged my signature and submitted an application to ESCOM. I was still radical. Never worked for ESCOM. While I was a comrade, I was tasked to destroy power lines. Why would I work there? On the 2nd of January 1992, I was employed by ESCOM, and I had to change. So it does not come easy, Sisintati. Okay, the presentation on. I've summarized this one. I'm not going to go through it again. Second slide. Oh, can I change them? Yeah. Oh, technology, yes. So this thing called electricity is not that old. Which one should I use? Okay. So if you look at from 1900, when we came up with technologies, I'm a fan, I'm a bulbs, Up to 2000, we had a crisis. 100 years late. Okay? And that crisis was called a blackout. Today we call it a load shedding. What came out as the solutions there was it demand-side management. We had to reduce what we're using at our homes in the factories. Are we the only people that has gone through load shedding? No, we're not. China went through that, but they managed to get out of it forever. Spain managed to get out of it. Tokyo managed to get out of it. Many other countries. But India, Lebanon, Pakistan, South Africa, it keeps coming back. So in South Africa, from 2008, I was the CEO of City Power then. And I remember being called, Alec Ewen was the Minister of Public Enterprise, I think, yes. Eskom College, not far from here, stop this load shedding. That day, we said to the Eskom guys and said, it can't be right that we have Kelvin Power Station, we are switching off geysers, and still you hit us with load shedding. Believe you me, Maurice, when we left Eskom College, there was no load shedding. Until today, I still don't know what we had done. But I said to all my colleagues of big metropolitans, let's do demand-side management. It's not easy to build a new power plant. Now remember, we're planning for the World Cup 2010. Midupi is announced. Kusile is announced. They're supposed to help us. And we're still talking about them today. After billions extra had been spent on them. I'm actually visiting them on Monday to check if we can stop load shedding, which I'll share with you. Definitely, it has to be stopped. Look at the world that we want to be like. Look at the world that we want to look like. In Paris, for example, it's not far from the city of Joburg. I'm told today the city of Joburg peaks at about 2,200 megawatts. But look at Tokyo. They peak at 64,000 megawatts. A city. In South Africa, we peak at 30,000 megawatts, a country, and we get load shed. And we still want to be like Japan. Okay? So instead of them complaining, they continue to build assets to cater for it. So I don't know if you can all see this, but it's saying electricity is no longer a luxury. It used to be a luxury. You know, we used to leave the lights on and go to work. Oh, by the way, I did my matric without electricity, man. Primer stove, coal stove. Yes, I was full of pimples. You know? The shack I was staying in was not ventilated enough. So this thing of coal getting people ill is serious. I've experienced it. My mom believed that I had TB, but it was not TB. It was this stove that I was sleeping next to. So it's no more a luxury, but we cannot divorce electricity from the population growth. The whole world population is growing. South Africa, 2010, we hosted the World Cup. We were 49 million, remember? Today, we are 62 million, I'm told. Everywhere I go, there's condoms for free. What made us to grow to 62 million if we were preventing enough? Now we can argue, no, there are Zimbabweans, there are Nigerians, they're not South Africans, they're from Lesotho. Electricity does not care. It sees a load. You know, every time I open the newspaper on 26, Zaga December, any Paragonath is celebrating new kids. I count them as loads. I say, oh no. That's Temba, that's Boris, that's Smongile. And I start calculating, how many power stations do we need now? But it's a reality. You can't divorce a population growth from electricity. So the demand globally is growing. And I'm sorry, maybe the demand globally is growing, but the energy production is not catching what the demand is doing. So, oh yeah, I'm not going to tell you what is the opportunity. In the mess I'm presenting to you, there are opportunities. Grab them. Ne? So there's a big difference between the demand any supply. We need to close it. We can't reduce the demand low enough to can match the supply. So as we reduce it, we need to increase the supply. And that's where the opportunities are lying. There's money for it. That money is growing every year. In South Africa, we have what we call the Trevor Manuel levy. Remember that 2-cent levy that Trevor Manuel, we didn't understand what he was doing? That's what we use for electrification, upgrade of infrastructure. 5% of what we pay to Eskom and municipalities goes into money. There's money that's available, besides the commercial banks and everybody promising us more money. This I have to open. Sorry, guys. I hope you can see it. So the key drivers in this changing world are, besides the power stations, which we have failed to get to work, we've got a great reliability. We've got regulations in South Africa which, if we had an ombudsman with electricity, many municipal managers, city managers, CEOs of electricity would have been dismissed or even gone to jail. There's two key ones. One is Regulation 047. It talks about the quality of service. The second is Regulation 048. It talks about the quality of supply. So when these two regulations are saying when there's a power outage, it must take Eskom at least 1 hour to bring back 30% of the people that are off. Load shedding, 1 hour? It's not. But that's an opportunity. We need to make a grid to be reliable. We need to digitize our grid. At the moment, when there's a fault, electricians go out in the buckets, the Eskom, and they're looking for a fault. And the fault is quiet and laughing at them. So, oh, they passed me. Then you call, how far can we take to restore the power? We don't know, we've not found the fault as yet. Whereas if you automate the grid, the whole grid, by the way, up to your house needs to be automated. We need to know where are we losing power, why, how much are we sending to each house, each factory. We don't have that. People who lie to you say South Africa is smart, they've got smart. We've got meters, we don't have smart technologies. So we're actually saying you've got a taxi, your petrol tank is leaking, your gauge is not working, which is typical of a taxi to Everton. And you've got 10 rand that can fix the leakage or fix the gauge. Where are you going to spend it? In South Africa, we're spending it on the gauge, on the meters. Yeah. The leakages we don't care about. And it's not only on electricity, even on water. I mean, I didn't pass any water leakages coming here, good to mid-rand. But go to the townships. Water is everywhere. It's just that electricity you can't see. But at night, when it's busy glowing, you can actually see. But there's something wrong. Whether it's illegal connections or something, which the next one, the technical side. As you start your car, and it gives you that vrpa, it's petrol wasted. The same with electricity. The transformers, the noise they make, it's a loss. You know? When you go underneath these high pylons, the noise they make is a loss. There's nothing you can do about it. Maybe Thabo, with their expertise, Siemens will come up with a technology that can reduce that. It's about 10% that we lose before we give you power. But there's also what is called the non-technical losses. Electricity theft, bypassed meters, copper cable theft, izinyoga-nyoga. It's a big industry. Some of those people are making more money than the municipalities themselves by stealing and selling electricity at half the price. I mean, this thing started in the Val. The cars they drive, the houses they stay in. But it's now all over South Africa. People are selling electricity. We call it ghost vending. But nobody's stopping it. So that's about 40% of the losses. And every year we keep hitting you with a higher tariff instead of stopping those illegal and non-technical losses. So Let me move a bit quicker. We still have people who are saying, President, Minister, we want jobs everywhere we go in South Africa. So the issue of inequality, poverty, and unemployment is still very, very high. And it needs to be sorted. It can't be right that we say people versus Soweto owe Eskom 20 billion. The Constitution says they shall be given access to electricity. Does not say how they're going to pay it. But maybe Thabo Mbeki was right when he said, let's give it for free and see how we can cross-subsidize. And the CFO said, no. They took the calculators out. They said, no, it's a loss. It's going to give us a loss. That loss, as long as you've got 28 million people on your grant, you can't do anything about it. Let's stop insulting our people and saying they don't want to pay. Why are we giving them 350? 350 rands per month. Why are we giving them? Because we are aware that they've got nothing. But their bill of electricity is 800 rand. Are we a caring government? As Sentin, we still connect new petrol stations, but not far. Orange Farm, people are crossing the N1 to get wood. Nobody tells us how many of them were bitten by snakes. They leave in the morning and come back in the afternoon. I've not said to Orange Farm, Gauteng. So if you can't get it right in Gauteng, with the head office in Megawatt Park, is in Sunning Hill, do you know these rural areas that we are always told about? If we don't know them, how can we imagine what they need? With the MMs of those places always in Sentin on a Friday until Monday. If I lose my job, so the whole world is at what I call a significant crossroad. All of these things must happen at the same time. We cannot get rid of our power stations. They are our assets. We must fix them. We must fix them. You go to the East Rand at Davidton, Gunama Vauxhall, Gunama Zeva, old cars. They are used as taxis. Somebody's fixing them and they are working. Yes, we need to bring in new technologies. We need to bring in renewables. We need to bring in energy storage, green hydrogen. But it must happen at the same time that we're keeping our lights on. We cannot do that in darkness. We are aware of the increasing environmental pressure. I mean, who would have thought what happened last night? Where did this happen? Hong Kong. Who would have thought Hong Kong would be underwater last night? Did you see it? Closed, shut, 3 meters high a month. It's all climate change. Who would have thought KZN would have gone through what they went through in storms? You know? Mdloti is new. It's disappeared into the sea. There's more than 250 people that we have not found as yet. KZN. Whether they are in the sea eaten by the sharks or they are underneath the mud, nobody knows. But there are people who are still hoping that they'll see them walking back. So climate change is here and we accept, but it does not mean shutting down our power stations. The issue of rates, tariffs is a major issue. Electricity doesn't care whether you are a pensioner or you work or you don't work. If you press that button, the meter goes. Whether you stay in Orange Farm or a Sentin, it's the same cents per kilowatt hour. So we need to do something on the social side to accommodate our 28 million people that are struggling. We're not the only ones with old age power stations. The whole of Europe is like that. By the way, they're still relying on coal. And it's going to go beyond 2030 after Ukraine. Germany has brought back all their old power stations, the coal ones. And they've got envoys that are coming to South Africa say, shut down, shut down. And somebody, while they were writing their book, they shut down. They were preparing their book, and they shut down, killing the economy of this country. So I tried to map what we found when we actually went into, Usputla was appointed towards the end of March. So I keep saying to him, we are in our 6th month now in September, but the expectations are that we are 16 years. You know, that's how unfair South Africans are. But if you look at it, we discovered that Eskom was shutting down power stations at a lightning speed. You know, lightning does not go, cut. And introducing renewables at a very, very snail speed. So somewhere, they had a policy called 2035. I don't know who came up with this policy, because Paris, as bad as Zuma you thought he was, he signed in 2050, not in 2030. America didn't even sign when we signed the Paris Agreement. But the Eskom then moved it to say, we want to do it quicker. 2035, all coal stations must be shut. So we were heading for a total blackout. And the minister kept saying, one day we're going to write a book in Lerona. Yeah, we must write a book and tell the truth. So what needs to be done, which is what we've now adopted, we went to Cabinet, Parliament, we're going to extend and delay the shutting down of coal stations and fast-track the introduction of renewables. Now, when you look at Sasol, ArcelorMittal, Cape Gate, CBI, they say, Minister, renewables cannot run our machines. We need base load. Don't shut down all the stations. Ask Thabo to repurpose them so that he can then change them from polluting to be less polluting. There are technologies like that. So as people tell you about renewables, 60 gigawatt, I was presenting to Pretoria University last month, and I said to them, lecturers, I'll never bring my son to study engineering in this university because you are pushing renewables, and you're literally saying engineering is lying. And people who are telling us to shut down our station have never even studied engineering. When we say we need to balance the grid, it's because there's factories. This South Africa is an industrialized country. There are tourist countries that can live on renewables only. So think of it, Germiston, Boksburg, Vereeniging, Van der Bijl, and parts of Pretoria East to be shut down because that's not base load. I think the base load is easy. We've got coal that we hijacked from port. We've got control of this coal. We can put it in the boiler as and when we want. But we can't do the same with wind and solar. Gods take them. We don't know where he takes them at night, but he takes them. So that balancing is very, very, very important. And I'm spending more time on it because if we continue the way Eskom was doing, we were going to destroy our economy. Factories were going to be shut. Actually, some of the factories are shut already. That's how bad it is. Okay, so one example is the Komati Power Station. And those that were watching the news, that's where, I think it's a Communist Party Youth League, where they called the minister yesterday to get a memo. It was commercially in commercial operation, 1966. Then 1990, mothballed, shut actually. Yes, shut. 2013, returned to service. When you return these things to service, you're not just going there and switching them on. It's billions that you spend on them. Okay? Then, meaning it was a rebirth of Komati in 2013. Today, Komati has been shut down. Komati is 900 megawatt, which is an equivalent of one stage of load shedding. It was shut down because it's coal. It was number 4 performer, top performer at Eskom. And it's going to be replaced with 150 of renewables. Solar panels, 200-meter high wind turbines, 200 meters. I did the first wind farm in South Africa, Cookhouse, for Old Mutual. They still owe me. You know, the one they advertised as big turbines. I stayed for 2 years in the field building that thing. They are 90 meters high, 200 meters from Mpumalanga. Part of the land that they want to put the wind turbines on are agricultural land, destroying agricultural wealth. There's a part of town that they want people to move houses because they want to put turbines. I mean, what nonsense is that? Just because it's the European Union that pays for these people to come and lie to us? Wake up, South Africa. The same Komati supplies water to Komati town. And we're saying shut it down. It's not shut down, by the way. It's still using electricity. A lot of it, instead of generating for the country. I believe that 2013 is actually fruitless expenditure. Some people must be disciplined for it. Yes, the Auditor General, I'm going to have a meeting with them. They need to discipline some people. So Komati, unfortunately, was shut. So from the end of March towards the 20th of April, we visited the stations. And we said, we need to know what's happening inside the stations instead of reading these consultants' reports. And that's when we actually faced the scary reality that some of the reports are not telling the truth. We stopped Anod. Anod was supposed to have been shut by now. Camden was supposed to have been shut by now. Camden is actually a very sad, nice story because the employees refused to leave until the minister addressed them. There were like 3,000 of them. And all they said was, we are told that by July we should shut down the station. Where are we going to go? And we said, we're not shutting it down. And that's when we went to Abu Siemens and said, Thabo, please help. There's things that you can re-engineer that can go back to these plants. So all these plants are working. Grootvlei is still working. Hendrina, another good story. Hendrina was going to shut a day after we were there. We spent more time there convincing people that it's not going to shut down. Now Megawatt Park said so. We said it's not going to shut down. It's now running 3 units. Imatla was going to shut down. It's still running. Itutuga is our story of this week, actually. Because Tutuka, with stage 6, is the one that got back and gave us 4 units running. It was shut down already. So if you look at these stations that were supposed to be shut down, it's more than 10,000 megawatts. 10 stages. Hence, some people were sitting, drawing what happened at load staging, stage 11. They had planned this thing. And they are angry that these stations are not shut. Now, on average, this station takes 1,000 full-time Eskom employees, plus 3,000 temporary local people. 4,000 people in each and every coal station. Think of those jobs. And you don't have to think of it. Just drive to Komati and see how dead the town is. It's dead. Just one station. So here's another opportunity. We are definitely firefighting at the moment. Whether Eskom, municipalities, it's all firefighting. So we need to change that curve to get to the proactive and preventative maintenance so that these things can run the way they are designed to. It's a big opportunity. It's a lot of money to be spent. It's billions and billions. So that's the opportunity I can tell for women. But you must dirty your hands. There's oil there. There's coal. There's dust. There's ash. Eyelashes. Red lips. White shirts. You will know. Some of you, they don't keep running shoes in the boot of your cars. It's protective shoes that you must keep. Because you'll never know when you get called to where the problem is. The opportunity is huge for the sub-Saharan. It's very huge. So we've got a super grid that we're supposed to have built. Look at the resources in our continent. So don't think of South Africa only. Everywhere we're going, the presidents are asking two things. Can South Africa help us with energy, mainly electricity, and airports? They're not asking for roads, and they can see us, we've got potholes already. So there's an opportunity to actually generate in South Africa and then have that super grid completed. The Tanzania one may take longer, but the DRC one, we can do it tap. That part we can tap on and get into the Inga River. And then get that cheap 4 cents per kilowatt hour energy down to South Africa. And connect everybody. Now, people, remember, people follow electricity. All the guys that are in Joburg now, when you ask them, where are you from? Whether they are KZN rural or Zimbabwe, where they come from, there's no electricity. You know, when I was at City Power, Mayor Masondo used to take us into a bus. Leave your nice cars, come into the bus. And he would take us where we don't know. One day he took us to the inner city, and people had hijacked the buildings. You've seen what happens to those buildings. Didn't start yesterday. So we were cleaning for the World Cup. And Mayor Masondo asked one guy, where are you from? This man said, KZN. I think he said Richards Bay Rurals. And then the mayor said, but there's a mayor there. Why are you here to give me that mayor's problems? And this guy said in Zulu, Mayor, there's nothing where I come from. You cannot live there. Here there's electricity, there's water, I smoke. And then when you think of it, you then realize we've got problems. People follow electricity. Nobody has gone from Zimbabwe to Pampurstad. Nobody. So why don't we give electricity to their countries? Let them be stable so that one day we can visit Angola for holidays, not Paris. Yeah? We can visit. How beautiful is Zimbabwe? Have you been to Zimbabwe? But it's painful to be followed by people who are begging and begging and begging. And then at the end they say, no. Don't give us a Zim dollar. We want a rent. They demand a rent. That left. So I'm going to try and rush quickly. I've seen the program. A lot of the things are covered or will be covered by experts. So this just energy transition, not just WIOPEL, and this definition comes from the unions, by the way. It's behaving according to what is morally fair. What we're doing now with our Pioneer jet is immoral, guys. We can't destroy the economy of Mpumalanga. You know, some people marched to the union building the other day, and I said, but, you know, I grew up in a shack, coal was causing me pimples, and this lady said, my granddad lived long in Mpumalanga. Nobody cared for us. Why are you caring for us now? Leave us. You can't decide for us. Yeah. So, we didn't destroy the ozone layer as Africa. Somebody destroyed it. I believe it's Europe and the US. Now, if we have to ban all our fossil fuels that we have, they're going to die. Because they can't withstand the heat that you and I can withstand. The storms will hit them to death. So instead of them giving us loans, it should be grants, because we're actually saving them. Now, you can tell I was once a politician. And that's why I say, are we saving the world or what? It was in 2016 when I was presenting at the European Union, and I told them, take your subsidies and give them to Africa. And they never did. Today they're bringing $8.5 billion. It's a loan. Now Treasury says, that loan is expensive. JSE companies can give it to us cheaper. But all we see in the news is that South Africa does not want to take money from Europe. It's a loan. You and I will have to pay for it. And I agree with Treasury. Let's not do that. I'm going to go past this as well. So on the energy efficiency side, all the industry, we've told them, draw down, pull down, use less, and a lot of them have done. All the automotive industries, they've got solar panels. They can't do more than what they've done. They still want this base load. You know? About nuclear, I hope Ikube could come right soon. So our energy mix is a lot of things. Just remember, electricity leads the economy. Think of any country that is not good, a country that you wish to visit. I don't know even how to pronounce it. They all have enough electricity. So there's something that I was working on last night, which is that relationship between the installed capacity and the population. And it's a long list of all countries. But I picked up a few. South Africa, there's 40 megawatts installed. By the way, it was installed by the Afrikaners. Pre-1994. So the Afrikaners had what I thought a vision. Their vision, think of it. They were less than 5 million. They did all these power stations for themselves. Turkeys were not in the agenda there. But today, when you go and say, we need to build 10 more stations, finance people will tell you, it's economically impossible. How did the Afrikaners get it right? Because they had a vision to build an economy, to build an industry. We would not have heard about ArcelorMittal if it was not visionary Afrikaners. So you can learn from your enemies as well. So look at France, 80 megawatts installed, 66 million people. Look at South Korea, 90 million installed, 52 million people. They're less than us. So how many megawatts should we have to get rid of load shedding, sustain jobs, and have our life being a good life, to attract investment, all of that? I don't have to tell you. But it has to be distributed generation, meaning we can't always rely on Mpumalanga, with all due respect to Mpumalanga. You cost us a load shedding. Okay? So every province now must have its own generation capacity, so that when you have a load shedding, it will only be Northwest instead of South Africa. It will only be Cape Town instead of South Africa. Imagine it's South Africa because of Mpumalanga alone. So as much as we're not killing that economy in Mpumalanga, the plan is now to have enough generation in each and every province, stimulate our own provinces economically. Hence, we're now investing that 200 billion on expansion of transmission lines. There's areas that needs to be interconnected still. We can't do anything now in the Northern Cape, Western Cape, Eastern Cape. It's full. I think we can only connect an extra 235 megawatts. But the Limpopo and Mpumalanga transmission lines are accessible, and we must build renewables in those areas. Clean coal. Clean coal is very, very important still. I remember I said we hijacked the coal from God. There's nobody else to give it to. So let's use it. But who is using the coal that is heading 700 trucks, double trailer to Richards Bay every day? Who's using that coal? And why are they using it? Europe. And it's the same people that are saying, shut your stations, your coal stations down. I'm sure Bazongpena after this presentation. But I've traveled. I don't need to travel anymore. Nuclear. The sad story is nuclear. Our Quebec is struggling. One unit that should have taken, the Chinese take 25 days to maintain it. It's now on 192 days as of yesterday. It's 900 megawatt. And the second unit was supposed to have gone out on maintenance already. So we'll try and bring the first unit on the 2nd of November and take out the second unit because it's nuclear. It has reached a stage where something has to be done on it. Otherwise, if it escapes and anything else, you'll be bored like me. It's nuclear. It's very radioactive. But we are saying the board of Eskom has to take some drastic action on what happened at Quebec. Something wrong happened at Quebec. The risk is next year, 24th July, the license, the 20-year license of Quebec is expiring. It needs to be extended. The nuclear regulator might not extend it, meaning 1,800 megawatts has to be shut. It's a collapse of Cape Town because they rely so much on it. So we are busy discussing how we can save that one. As we do this, don't forget where you are staying. Your green boxes, you call them green boxes, the pillar boxes are open, kids are touching, street lights are being cut, the poles are down, your meter is not working anymore, the Eskom offices are shut down, you talk to a call center, municipalities' offices are bent down. On the distribution side, it's a mess. But that mess is an opportunity because you can't stop it. That service, the electricity still must happen. Can we do it? Yes, we can. We just need to focus. No competition, work together. We've done it in the Soccer 2010. We worked as a unit. Nobody was pulling aside. Eskom, municipalities, original equipment manufacturers, everybody was working together. We can do it. And somebody that I've learned from is this guy. I hate him for the good work that he has done that should have been done by us as South Africans. You know? He says, always define your basics. Basics? You wake up, you bath, basics. Even in our industry, there's basics. And he says, just keep it simple. I don't like using the other word, professor. So keep it simple, sir. You know, this is a very simple business, electricity. When we complicate it, we really mess things up. Which town have you been where there's no Coca-Cola? It might be hot, not cold, but there is a Coca-Cola. This is the vision of this guy. I said, every part of the world must have a Coca-Cola. And all we are saying is that every part of South Africa must have electricity at an acceptable level, always available and affordable. And with those words, Professor, I would like to again appreciate the fact that people took away their weekend to come and look at what they can do, what value they can add. We don't issue tenders, but we do accept ideas. We're not the type of people that kill ideas. So if any idea comes out of this, please share it with us, because we're always learning. We are human beings. And with those, sorry for boring you, but I hope I've frustrated you enough to say this must end. There is light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ntate Silas, for that powerful presentation. Now, I've certainly made some interesting notes. Firstly, it's interesting to see your frustrations of how you see babies being born in December as power lords. And also, I promised to inform our group CEO to pay you back with 20 years of interest, but you can't quote me on that one, Ntate. And lastly, Ntate Khadebe, thank you for reminding us to take the powers in our hands. The future is truly female. And for Ntate Silas reminding us that we do need to get our hands dirty, so we need to leave the lashes and the red lips behind. But we are running out of time. Can I ask in this time that we get the chairs back in order? And now I will be introducing a powerhouse of a woman who will be leading the facilitation, the panel discussion, Nthato Munyiko, who is the Africa Government Affairs Head of Siemens Energy. Nthato, the stage is yours.
Good morning, everyone. I've got a roaming mic while they're fixing the stage here. Just want to welcome you all. I know you see the heels, you see them when I get up, but I actually have safety boots. I've got a hard hat, and I've got PPE in my boot because I am an energy sector person. I've come from ESCOM. I've come from the Presidential Infrastructure Commission. I'm now at Siemens Energy. I've worked at Shell. So I've really seen the complete value chain all the way from oil and gas to electricity to infrastructure, now to technology. While we set up, I want to introduce all the panelists while they're setting up the space behind me. We did start a bit late, so we're going to be running a bit late. What I'm going to do is I'll take cuts from the tea and from lunch and a little bit from Q&A, but I do want to let you know, I'm getting some feedback. I think we need to switch off this one. We will have an opportunity to engage on the floor. I know we've got a range of women here. We've got women who are academics, women who are entrepreneurs, women who are professionals. Are we set up? But we also have leaders here today. The people on the panel are also leaders. And so the conversation is both a leadership conversation, an entrepreneurial conversation, a professional conversation, and an academic conversation. The way we've structured today is to give you the broad, high-level overview of what's going on in the energy sector from the geopolitical conversations. Ntatezimu alluded to some of that, the global south, global north conversation, some of the contestations that's arising there, but that creates opportunities for all of us, not just to play, because one of the biggest challenges, and remember, we're coming out of Women's Month, where it's all about plugging women in. So it's not just about the plug. It's about how do we ensure that we structurally structure women in, right? So every piece of information here is for you to determine from my own skill set, from my own area of speciality, how do I structurally put myself in? Who do I need to make sure I'm connected and integrated with in order to create this ecosystem of women who are leading in decarbonization and the energy transition? Our first panel is going to be the head of the Wits Business School energy program, Tate Kubevana. He's actually got a video. He was unable to join us, but he's the director of the Africa Energy Leadership Center for Wits Business School. We then have, and I'm going to invite them to the stage, Mr. Keshlan Mudali, who is the principal at Boston Consulting Group, which is BCG. This is my chair. You can, anywhere you want to sit there. We also have Ms. Mandisa Mazibuko, who's an associate partner for McKinsey. Online, we also have Franche from Germany, who will be doing that presentation. Mandisa, I'm going to ask you to come and sit up because my understanding is you're going to double team with Franche. And we will kick off the first session. The first session really is about what are the high-level conversations, the high-level discussions happening, and then understanding us all to get to grips with just the nuances, the tensions, the dynamics at play around these energy transition from a local, regional, and global perspective. I'm going to ask the team to just start with Ntate Ngubevana's video. Did I leave out Rebecca? I left out Rebecca, sorry. I'm not sitting here with my program, apologies. We also have Rebecca from the Department of Science and Innovation. And Rebecca is quite critical in this conversation because Rebecca's been driving global partnerships for South Africa around innovation and capability building, specifically around the green hydrogen space. So we've got our two consultancies, we've got our Wits University, as well as the Department of Science and Technology. We'll start off with Ntate Ngubevana's video, and then we will then move to Keshlan, McKinsey, and then Department of Science Innovation. Is the video loaded, guys? Okay.
Hello, everyone. I'm very sorry I haven't been able to join you today, but I'm pretty certain that you are in very, very good hands. It really would have been lovely to be in the room together, but as things happen, events overtook me, and so I was unable to join you. Nonetheless, my conversation with you today is pretty simple. My job is really to just lay of the land for you in terms of geopolitical considerations when it comes to energy space, and also just to look at opportunities that are available in this space. Now, one cannot speak about energy geopolitics without speaking about Big Brother, America. I think is a starting point. I found it interesting a few days ago, literally a few days ago, at an Africa Climate Summit. America made it very, very clear that they do not buy into the idea of differentiated responsibility. What that means is they saying that they cannot be held accountable for their historical emissions and therefore feel no need to participate in ensuring what I see as restorative justice, really. Now, this is very, very curious in terms of the global space when it comes to energy, because this is the same America that up until maybe 2006 was a net importer of energy. And due to the activities and efforts in their shale gas sector, America turned it around. And they've now become a net energy exporter. And this is the very same America, of course, that is now benefiting a great deal from the unfortunate situation in the war in the Ukraine, because America's exports of LNG to Europe in particular have gone up by quite a great deal. So it is really, really a very curious scenario where parties are telling the continent or telling the Southern Hemisphere that we need to decarbonize, but at the same time, they are not to be held responsible for the climate damage that they've caused, but also that they continue to benefit from their oil and gas resources. So I find that very, very interesting. And another very important sort of context I would like to highlight when it comes to energy geopolitics is Europe. In terms of what Europe has done in the last year, what they've said, the unfortunate war in the Ukraine has changed things quite a great deal because Europe's started getting less gas from Russia. Nonetheless, some reports are actually showing that European gas imports from Russia have gone up. And I find that to be very, very curious. Also, Europe has taken great steps to ensure that they protect their energy security. You all know that between 2022 and 2023, European from South Africa have gone up more than tenfold, while in the same breath telling South Africa to not use her coal. European gas in multiple times, and these investments, of course, are strictly for gas export into the European continent. So this is the world that we're dealing with. We're dealing with the world. We're dealing with a world that is repositioning itself. And I think Africa needs to think really deeply about our role and what our positioning is going to be. And moving away a little bit, from Europe, I want to have a quick look at China. When you look at China, China is the world's biggest polluter, or at least in terms of CO2 emissions. They produce a huge amount of their energy, especially electricity, from coal power. I mean, China every year builds more than 50 gigawatts of new coal power. That's more than South Africa's entire capacity, and more than 80% of renewable energy technologies.
I'm going to ask the AV guys.
They are really positioning themselves to control their own destiny. And I think this is something Africa, in fact, act on to ensure that we protect our own energy security. You have a quick look at another big player, India. India has been very clear. For starters, they are net zero targets is not the same as everybody. They've moved it out to 2060. And the way I said, they are buying themselves time. They're going to continue investing in fossil fuels. And of course, this is a big impact. If you think of how big the Indian population is, this is a big impact in terms of global greenhouse gas emissions. And then one other very curious sort of event for me, if I can put it that way, is the case of Indonesia. Indonesia went and got from the JET IP funding something like $15 billion US dollars. Now, if you remember the famous $8.5 billion for South Africa, well, Indonesia's got something like $15 billion. But what has Indonesia done? Indonesia has gone and built coal power immediately after receiving this funding. Now you have to ask yourself, what is happening? Why is Africa stuck? In particular, South Africa. Why are we so stuck in following everybody else's lead instead of doing what's best for our nation? Now, I want to show you a few slides because I want to bring this, close to home, bring this close to Africa. I just want to show you a couple of slides, just to bring this whole energy geopolitics discussion a little bit closer to home. So if you look at energy access on the African continent, what you see in front of you is showing us really that Africa is in big trouble. We've got well over 600 million people on the continent without access to electricity, well over 900 million people without access to clean cooking technologies. Now, this is a situation that has to absolutely change. And I want you to think of this, like I said, in the context of what the rest of the globe is doing and how everybody is positioning themselves and how everyone is moving ahead. And then another quick one that speaks to energy consumption. And also, I think something very, very important that speaks to health. And it's very clear, we cannot speak about lack of access to energy and think that we can get away, with a healthy population. It is very, very clear our continent is in trouble, so we need to make, decisions and start thinking about where we're going. I did speak just very briefly on access to electricity. This is a situation that is clearly not acceptable, and the continent has to think and move differently. But I want to bring this even closer to home. Let's look at South Africa. South Africa, if you look at this picture here, and this is thanks to Dynamic Energy Consultants for allowing me to use this picture, what do you think is our biggest problem as a country? What you see in front of you is really just emissions, energy emissions, or emissions from energy production versus employment levels in each country, at least of these countries that have been highlighted here. Now, it's very, very clear. South Africa's biggest problem, in my view, is unemployment. It is not our CO2 emissions. Yes, we've got to do our part. Yes, we've got to transition. But I dare say that the emissions are not our biggest problem. Unemployment is. Now, with that grim picture in mind, the question is, what do we do? What do we do as a continent? What do we do as a country? And my take is that we've got a couple of decisions to make. For starters, I think South Africa in particular needs to think about our trading partners. We really need to evaluate the situation. Now, currently Europe is our biggest trading partner. And of course, Europe is now going to hit us with CBAM tariffs, which is going to make our products uncompetitive. It is going to make our trade with the continent untenable, quite frankly, if we do not transition to cleaner energy systems. We can continue with that and we take the punishment. But we also have a choice. You're all aware of the new BRICS coalition with 6 new partners. Now, that represents, 46% of the world population, give or take? And we're talking about 41% of global oil production is now sitting in an alliance that we're part of, and it's something like 30% of the world GDP. Now, I think that presents huge opportunity for business, huge opportunity for entrepreneurs, for us to reach and start trading within the BRICS community, within the African continent. But of course, there's a lot happening in the region as well, particularly in terms of the oil and gas sector. You're all aware, and I'm sure some of my colleagues will speak, in a lot more detail on, the exciting events happening in, for example, Namibia. Tanzania has got things going, oil and gas sector. Mozambique, of course, is an obvious one. Angola. So there's lots happening on the continent. And I speak about oil and gas specifically because, contrary to what is being enforced or forced upon us, Europe, very clear, you look at their green energy taxonomy, gas is part of that. South Africa has got very exciting news that have just come out of Mpumalanga, for example, in terms of potential for gas. Very exciting. We all know of all the other blocks that are sitting there and we're unable to touch them. Shale gas exploration, and it is my sincerest hope that South Africa very soon will lift the moratorium on shale gas exploration because in the Karoo, because I think it is absolutely necessary for our energy security, and it presents huge opportunities for our people. There's, of course, if you look at the African continent as a whole, not just South Africa, we are blessed with natural resources. Huge opportunities in the green energy space too. We've got minerals on this continent. We've got minerals in this country that are absolutely critical for a transitioning world, from copper to cobalt to platinum, and a whole lot of other critical minerals. And that will be part of this new green world. There's huge opportunity. But for us to be able to participate in those opportunities, we've got to be involved in the full value chain. And for us to be involved in the full value chain, we've got to make sure we build the skills for us to participate. There are huge opportunities in the hydrogen sector. There's obviously, like I said, opportunities, in the other green technologies from solar, wind, and so forth. But we've got to have the skills to be able to participate. That's over and above choosing our trading partners carefully and deciding which direction we're going. Now, where are the skills going to come from? TVETs. We have to make sure we show up the TVET sector. We've got to make sure that the sector starts producing the kinds of graduates who can participate in the sector. We've got to train our people through universities of technology and, of course, the university sector. And I want to close off really this conversation with just pointing out the opportunities that we have, or at least the part that we are trying to play in ensuring that there's sufficient skills in the country to develop entrepreneurs in the energy space, to make sure that we develop leaders in the energy space. So I'm really excited to announce that the African Energy Leadership Center has opportunities available. Some of you may know, but if you're not aware, the African Energy Leadership Center is based at the Wits Business School. Amongst the many things that we do, we provide postgraduate qualifications, postgraduate diploma, master's, and a PhD in energy leadership. Now, I want to make it clear, if you're not aware, we are not producing engineers. We are producing leaders for the energy space. And I'm very excited to announce that we've got bursaries available. So all you have to do is go to wbs.ac.za and you will find links to opportunities. We've got about 20 bursaries available for postgraduate diplomas, about 10 for masters. And I think at this point, we've got about 2 PhDs still available for the year 2023. And I hope, those of you in the audience who are interested will take this opportunity to explore this. But of course, closing dates are coming up very, very soon. I believe the first closing date is the 30th of September. And so you need to move very, very quickly. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we've now had the view from Dr. Ngubevana, who's the Director of Africa Energy Leadership Center at Wits Business School. We're going to move to the panel. I think because we've got so many presentations, we will have to just stay with this setup so that it doesn't keep getting ippy. I'm going to actually start with the input from the Chief Director, Hydrogen and Energy from Department of Science and Innovation, Ms. Rebecca Maseremule. Please go ahead with your presentation. We're keen to understand what the DSI is doing, what you're seeing in the global partnership space, and just some of the key messages that you want to impart to the women here. But we've actually got an overflow of about 30 women who are watching us as well.
No, thank you so much. So I'm wearing 2 hats today. Actually, I got a new hat a few months ago. I'm the Chief Science and Technology Representative at the Department of Science and Innovation. I'm working on issues of vaccines and manufacturing as well as hydrogen. And then also I recently took over as the chair of the International Partnership for Fuel Cells in the Hydrogen Economy. So over the last 20 years of the organization, I'm the 2nd female chair and the 1st chair. No, thank you so much. And the 2nd chair for, 1st chair on the African continent. And I think, I don't think they necessarily were doing us a favor. What they knew is that really, if you look at what's going on globally, the movement of the energy sector, especially around hydrogen, there's a lot of movement in Africa. And I think it was really almost an intervention to ensure that the African voice is heard in this discussion, and what better way than to make the chair coming from an African country. So I think I wanted to really I just got to start with a joke. And Daddy Silas, when you started out and you were talking about your age, I was like, how old is this guy?
And then you talking about your first paycheck was 400 rands a month. So that let me know
how old he was.
He was older than I thought. So you don't look your age, but getting 400 rands a month, yeah, it was an indication. I just had to start there. But I just really wanted to kind of go into just a bit of the background, but I'm going to go into a very specific case study around how I think women can play a role. So I think what's important is that we have formal and informal networks. And what I have found in my career that has spanned probably the last, I would say, 17, 18 years is that informal networks are just as important as the formal ones. And I think lastly, but not least, before I go into detail, when I received a call from Prof. Maurice and his team, he said, would you do this? And I said, of course. And I'll tell you why. They always say that people who are hurting, who help you when they're hurting, those are true heroes. So I remember at the height of COVID, Sasol was hemorrhaging money because of the Brent crude price was low. But they actually reached out to the government. This is Department of Defense, Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, Department of Mineral Resources and Energy, and Department of Science and Innovation. We actually had a field hospital powered by fuel cells for 2 years. And they actually gave us fuel for free while they were losing income. So whenever Sasol calls, of course I say, of course, because they always help, even when they are having so I want to go to my first slide. So I was doing some research around empowering women. Next slide. And what I learned is that if women were allowed to play an identical role to men, this would contribute to between 12 and 28 trillion to the global GDP, which is equivalent to the GDP of China and the US. So imagine the power of women if it was really allowed to go to its full potential. But also they say that boards that have very diverse boards and have women perform better with regards to the return on investment on sales and equity. And then last but not least, really what this says is that if you invest in women's empowerment, you're really going to see multiplicity of benefits from that. So this is a starting point. So we're not doing it because it's the right thing. We're doing it because it's the smart thing to do. Yeah. And I think if we can just put it that way, that no one's doing us a favor as women, we really are doing you a favor. I mean, that's the context and the orientation that I want to take this conversation in. So in terms of transformation solutions and how do we get there, really there are many barriers present. I think we were talking earlier about the boots and everything, but not understanding that sometimes even issues of family work-life balance is a critical aspect. Issues of ensuring that the pipeline of women are put in place, but just not the pipeline, but that you get them into the sector, you get them to do well in the sector, but also get promoted into decision-making power. So, we have quite a few executive VPs at Sasol, as well as, Anglo CEO, Natasha Vignon. So we do have, in the hydrogen space or energy space, women CEOs that are decision-makers. And I think the way you do this is, of course, through gender equality policies, quotas, which can be a good thing, recruitment policies. You have aspects around vocational training, and I believe Prof discussed vocational training, as well as women's associations. So with vocational training, a few months ago, actually during the height of COVID, we actually trained unemployed graduates from TVETs in the operation and maintenance of fuel cells, and actually more than half of our participants were females in South Africa. So we took unemployed graduates, and we found that at the end of the 6-week training, we reskilled them to run and operating fuel cells. It was real serious, guys, because the fuel cells were running a field hospital. And I think successfully 70% of those students were actually absorbed into private sector after that effect. So vocational and TVETs is a really great place for this to happen. And, through Energy Water CETA and the Cheetahs, they actually have ongoing training for women in clean energy technologies and hydrogen. And I think Energy Water CETA, which is led by a female CEO, they have the first hydrogen certification course ever that was launched a few months ago. Now, when it comes to women associations, and this is where we go global, what we need to understand is that this issue is not something that's just within South Africa. It's something that all countries are grappling with, no matter if you're in the global north or global south. And really what I've found is through global partnerships around innovation and skills building, we really are able to really bridge the gap, especially for the clean energy sector. And I'm going to talk to the hydrogen sector because that's where I have most of my experience. Next slide. So in terms of the International Partnership for Hydrogen and Fuel Cells in the Economy, the organization was established in 2003 to bring together governments to advance worldwide progress in hydrogen and fuel cell technologies. And today we have 24 partners from 23 countries and the European Union. And really what we do is we share information, help facilitate multinational research, development, and deployment activities that advance the introduction of hydrogen and fuel cells on a global scale. I think as of 2021-22, we had 33 million stationary fuel cells installed, at least a gigawatt of fuel cell power, over 30,000 fuel cell vehicles deployed globally, and over 470 refueling stations for hydrogen. So essentially, this is just the flags of each of the countries that are a member. So we have, of course, China, the largest producer of hydrogen globally, US, one of the largest I think the second largest producer. And then really, I think what's important is that all countries have their own national conditions and situations that affect how they make decisions. So if you go to the Global East, they'll tell you that their decarbonization is going to be at the speed that they feel comfortable. So they're not going to go as quickly as Europe. South Africa, like I said, we're Department of Science and Innovation. We've never pushed the fact that you should go green without the fact that the cost should be at parity with other options, and pushing that through research and innovation. But also you have a flavor from South America and so forth. So I think it's important that really it's in these informal networks that you learn how other countries are grappling with the same issues. One thing I would say for South Africa is that globally, there's a huge number of projects out there. So a lot of our talent will be lost if we're not able to put projects on the ground in South Africa. So over the last 15 years, through the Hydrogen South Africa program, we've actually graduated, we've actually graduated close to 200 masters and PhDs in South Africa through our university system. And of those masters and PhDs that we've graduated, I think over 30% are female, 70 to 80% are Black South Africans, so we do keep these transformation numbers. And quite a few of that talent is actually around the world. Some of our former students are heading fuel cell deployments and research at MIT. We have, we're punching above our weight from an innovation and skills point of view, not surprising. So I think it's important that really if we're going to really move into this economy, we need to produce probably 3 times more students than we need in South Africa, because they're going to be used across the world, and they are being used. Next slide. So I wanted to drill into really around our mission to accelerate the transition of clean and efficient energy and mobility solutions or systems using hydrogen and fuel cells. But really where the main work happens is through our working groups. And why this is important is because when it comes to international policy around clean energy technologies or even hydrogen, a lot of it happens at the grassroots level within these working groups. And this is an opportunity for women to participate. So South Africa is a member of the IPHE. And if you have an interest in participating in any of the working groups, be it education outreach, which has 2 initiatives, is a skills task force that South Africa is co-leading with Costa Rica, where we're actually grappling with what the skills and requirements are globally for hydrogen, as well as really how we're going to put in place the pipelines, the training, institutionalization of the training, so forth. So there's great opportunities for participation. And I think that we need an African voice around these things because we have our own circumstances that need to be addressed, and so forth. But also you learn from other countries, like Costa Rica has similar challenges to us. They're in a different part of the world, but you really start seeing where people have similar challenges and want to work together to solve those together. So, and then there's an early career chapter. I'll go into a little bit detail the next slide. But I think really this working group around regulations, codes, standards, and safeties is so important. International trade will be determined by these issues. And again, this is where we need informed people to participate in these working groups. They meet monthly, and actually these documents that they develop and publish under these task forces, it actually informs the ISO standards, it actually informs really a lot of the rules and regulations that come out of different countries in Europe. So this is where we talked about the CBAM, what really can inform those things early before it goes to the formal stage. So I'm asking for participation, but also I think a lot of these task forces is an opportunity to engage with people informally and possibly find your future employers in these task forces. So I think, again, it's very informal, but it's an opportunity. Everyone's invited and so forth. And if you get in touch with the DSI, we can get you involved and so forth. So I think I just want to say that a lot of getting an opportunity, it happens in informal networks. And I think you have to use the ones that we have. Next slide. So I want to go to the early career chapter. So this is an initiative to really increase general exposure to the hydrogen economy. We have a chapter which promotes awareness. We have peer-to-peer, peer-to-mentor networks. We actually have twice a year education outreach events that are held in the host countries where we have meetings. But really, I think that this is 350 members worldwide from across the 24 countries under the IPHE. We actually do have some countries, like in the African continent, that are not members, but we allow them to participate. And really, it's open to undergraduate, graduates, postdocs, and early career professionals. And again, this is really where we're creating a pipeline of professionals who are actually getting into the sector, having great careers, and actually being promoted to high-level positions. So this is actually, I think, really the purpose of why I'm here, is saying, you know, if you have an interest in getting into hydrogen sector globally in South Africa, join the Early Career Network. It really creates an opportunity to really speak to peers. And we're actually, in a few weeks from now, launching a mentorship program in partnership with Hydrogen Council, where we're actually going to partner with the largest employers of hydrogen technologies, production manufacturing in the world, and matching our members through 200 companies so they can actually get into the pipeline. So again, this is something where it's going to be online mentoring platform that we're putting in place. So no matter where you are in the world, you can have partnerships. And I think this career development for our members, connecting with other young professionals to talk about your challenges, and last but not least, really the networking with professionals in your fields is really important. Next slide. So in closing, I think the key message is that important that we integrate women at all levels in the value chain. But I really have focused mostly on the early career, because if you're at the higher level, like Priscilla and Dr. Malley, you already figured it out. The question is, can we get 10 Priscillas or 20 Dr. Malleys, not just one? And really, I wanted to focus on how do we get those young people into the system and through, and it's really through informal networks, through LinkedIn and so forth. That's really important for you. And bearing in mind that IPHE is one of many organizations in the clean energy sector. It's hydrogen, but there's those for solar, wind, and so forth. Sawia, you have Subviva, and so forth. So get involved and see how their networks can help you as well. I think it's important that we create environments for women to have engagements. This is important. And actually, I will say that access to knowledge and finance and resources does happen. It has for me. I mean, I told you my story, how Sasol made sure we had free fuel and other things. But these networks actually helped us to provide the things we needed to happen. Role models and mentors are really important. And then I think, granted, I'm talking about individual scale, so I talked about 350 students. It's not a small number if you think about it. We're looking to escalate and grow that over time. But really, we need to have further research and investment to attract and retain women, particularly in the energy sector. So hopefully I've made the case for why women should be involved. To just an example of a mechanism that's really at very close to all of us, that you can, as an early career professionals, participate in, as well as entrepreneurs. And last but not least, that hopefully men and women together can work towards this. So I hope I tried to do the KISS that Dr. Salas, I tried to keep it simple. I think it was something else, not sir, but I'm going to leave it there. But I'm trying to keep it very simple and hopefully give you a very practical example of where early career network can be involved. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you, Rebecca. We'll now move to Keshlan. He's the principal at BCG in South Africa, and I think we're going to get a good consultancy view. I'm going to ask Keshlan that where we've covered some of these issues already, either from the perspective of Silas or from the perspective of Dr. Ngubevana, that we don't touch on them again. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Can you hear me okay, by the way? Yeah? Perfect. Yeah? Okay. Just checking that this works. Great. Okay. Hi, everyone. So it's great to be here. My name is Kesh, as Nthato said. I think, first of all, I'd just like to say it's a pleasure and an honor to be on stage with such esteemed women in energy that are making such an amazing impact. I mean, I also do quite a lot of work in hydrogen, and I think the work that DSI and Rebecca are doing is a great example of sort of how women can make a difference in the energy space. I think with that as a sort of backdrop, I mean, I've been asked to talk about complexity with regards to the energy transition and then kind of link it to the topic of gender diversity in energy. Yeah? So what I'll do is I'll try to give a very quick overview of the global context. I'll bring that down to then what it means for South Africa and kind of end with sort of the perspective around how gender diversity can help enable this transition. Yeah? So maybe it's a very simple chart that you see on the screen. It applies to the world. Yeah? And it has greenhouse gases on the y-axis and sort of the progression of greenhouse gas over time. What you see in the different colors on the graphs is effectively what our trajectory is globally. Now, what our current policies are versus where we need to be for what is termed a 1.5 degree path is very, very different. Yeah? I think it's very difficult to say where we're going to end up. The key thing when managing such a complex transition is to look at it in terms of uncertainty and scenarios. And I think these are the range of scenarios that plays out. I think the key message I wanted to leave here is we're very far away from where we need to be in terms of getting to that 1.5 degree path. And the question is, where in the middle do we end up landing and how quickly does this transition play out? And I think if you take an African perspective in particular, it is quite shocking to see the contribution of CO2 to emissions today. So that's on the left-hand side of the chart. And you'll see Africa is sort of mostly green. Yeah? We have a very, very low contribution towards CO2 emissions. But on the right-hand side, if you look at the vulnerability to climate change, the physical risk of climate change, Africa as a continent is massively affected. Yeah? And the situation looks bad just by looking at a sort of instantaneous snapshot in time, which is the left-hand side of this page. But if you take a cumulative outlook and you go back to the industrial ages, actually Africa's only contributed between 3 and 4% of cumulative emissions today. Yet we are disproportionately affected by climate change. So we have, for every 2 degree of temperature rise we see globally, we'll see about a 4 degree temperature rise locally in South Africa. And that has massive impacts. I mean, Mr. Silas talked earlier about the impact that we've seen in KZN, the impacts that we've seen in the rest of the parts of the world. I mean, that's just going to get worse for Africa as we go along. And so the dilemma that we face as Africa as a continent is that, you know, I think it was mentioned earlier, we don't necessarily have a decarbonization problem. We have an energy security and an economic growth problem. And the question is, how do we balance this dilemma of balancing economic growth with also dealing with this crisis of climate change? Yeah? And I think particularly the element of risk that I mentioned earlier, the fact that we are so vulnerable to climate change, the fact that we do need to reinforce our infrastructure, we do need to bring more and more people into the economy in order to protect against all of these physical effects of climate change as it transitions over time. And I think getting this balance right is really the critical trade-off that Africa as a whole needs to look at it. But I think the key thing is that Africa is a continent and not a country, and every country moves at different paces. It has different contexts that it needs to deal with. And that's an important perspective to put in mind, or to keep in mind. At the same time, to make this transition happen, financing is going to be required. It was mentioned earlier, sort of the scope of finance that was made to South Africa, the $8.5 billion. And it's not just the quantum of finance that's needed, it's the terms at which those finance come at, right? So I think being able to take that finance and use it and actually deploy it into the economy is just as important as saying, you know, we've got X amount that's available. Because at the moment, that's a bit where the disconnect lies. And I think the problem is much more sophisticated than just we need 100 and we've got 50. It needs to be a much more specific conversation around what terms are we willing to accept and how can we sustainably use that finance. And across the board, if you look at sort of sustainable finance for green technologies, sustainable finance for gray technologies, and sustainable financing for brown technologies, there is a supply gap with regards to demand, particularly if you look at the global south. And this transition can't really happen if you can't bridge that gap. And so more innovation around finance is going to be critical to make this work. Yeah. This is now moving down into sort of the South Africa level. And if you look at our starting point today, it is massively challenged. We have a huge population. We're the 13th largest emitter globally. We get a lot of our power from coal. If you take our sort of economy and look at it on a per GDP per capita basis, how many tons of CO2 we emit, we are 2 times more than the G20 average. So quite a coal emissions intense economy. At the same time, we are socioeconomically challenged here. High levels of unemployment, exports at risk, and re-looking at trade balances and trade partners. It was mentioned earlier, so I'm not going to cover that. But also the Gini coefficient, massive disparity in wealth. And one of the levers that one of the dimensions that need to be addressed as we transition needs to be around making sure you move away from this concentrated form of ownership in the economy to something more fragmented, something more distributive. And I think that's a key element of getting the balance right here. Ultimately, as the economy moves, I'm not going to spend too much time on this, I think this was covered before, is that you will see a fundamental shift in the energy mix. Yeah? And that will drive a shift in value pools, it will drive a shift in where innovation is required, it will drive a shift in where opportunity exists. I think the key thing is, if we look at how that transition to new value pools happen, is it's not as simple as saying, well, we need to create more jobs than we had before, or we need to minimize the risk of losing jobs in a particular sector of the economy. I think that is critical, that is the foundation of it, but it needs to be much more broader than that. There's this concept of procedural justice, involving people who are most affected by the transition in making decisions for their future. It can't be made centrally and then said, well, you should go into this part of the economy, you should be reskilled into this. People who are affected need to be involved in the decision-making process that allows them to transition. I think that's key. I think the point about distributive justice is also just as important. Again, it's not just about job creation and creating more jobs than we've lost, but it's making sure, as Rebecca mentioned, we've got the training and capacitation needed to competitively anchor local industrial value chains, to bring more entrants into the economy, that we've got a competitive sort of infrastructure rollout plan that is in sequence with how much skill and labor we've got available in the country so that we can do that quickly. And I think critical to South Africa is managing the geographic and cultural dislocation that may happen, as changes in the economy play out. People are currently located, very concentrated around the northeast of the country. And if we do move to a more distributed economy, the labor migration or the migration of people that come with that are just as important as all the other issues that we've talked about before. And then on the last part about restorative justice, I think it's key when we talk about things like ownership. It was mentioned the importance of bringing people into the economy, getting them to own small businesses and be part of the manufacturing journey that lies ahead of us. And I think particularly for the concept of this conversation, this notion of economic inclusion and participation when it comes to marginalized groups is just as important. And I think women and gender diversity fall into that bucket. So I think it's important to keep all of these dimensions in mind in trying to understand the complexities of a transition. It's not one-dimensional, it's not certain, there's lots of scenarios, and trying to figure out what's the most resilient plan in the midst of all of that uncertainty is going to be critical. That's the way you deal with complexity. Yeah? And I think bringing it to the sort of gender angle, I just want to reinforce, I think, some of the stats that Rebecca had mentioned earlier. This was done by a global study, that basically looks at gender equality. And so one representing total gender equality, right? So you've got a one-to-one relationship between women and men across a couple of different dimensions. One is economic participation in the economy. Two is educational attainment, so skills, right? Health and survival, very important, yeah? And political empowerment. So if you look at all of those dimensions, we are nowhere near where we need to be in terms of gender equality, yeah? And actually what is found that as we transition, if you look at the current state of these new green economic opportunities, they are actually still more skewed. Not in all areas, like I think Rebecca had mentioned in hydrogen, for example, but not in most areas, it is skewed towards a male-dominated workforce. And so if we don't fix this right, as the economy transitions, you effectively make the picture worse. Yeah? And I think that's a very important thing to get right as part of this transition to become more competitive. And I think, again, to Rebecca's point, this is not just it is fundamentally a human rights issue, right? But gender equality generates huge economic value. The number I have actually is, I think by 2025, if you are able to get to parity on gender equality, it can unlock something like $5.3 trillion in global GDP, if you get that right. Yeah? Companies with better diversity perform better. It's statistically proven if you look at listed companies globally. Startups that are run by women actually generate better returns. And I think in Africa, an important stat that we need to keep in mind is that African women are some of the least risky debt holders across the continent, yet are the most underfunded. They can't access funding. So I think these are massive opportunities to get right. And there is only upside here. There is no downside. So I think that's a critical thing to keep in mind as we go along. But how do we get there? And I think the point is, it's a multifaceted approach. There are lots of roadblocks around the way. You have to kind of look at all of these things in entirety. Access to education and training, access to the job market, access to employment and entrepreneurship, and also advancements of the quality of work. It's not just about a job, it's about the quality of that job as well, which I think is super important. And bringing this all together, again, is a very complex picture. But I would then, at this point, appeal then to the men in the room. I think as much as we say, women have to take the opportunity, which I fully agree with, I think we have a massive role to also enable this to come to bear. I think there are a lot of biases that exist, unconscious biases. I experience it as well, right? I mean, just the nature of the corporate environment where if you've got more males at the top, there is more ability to find common ground, right? So it's a vicious cycle of then more men getting, even if you have employment targets, if you look at the evolution of females through the corporate ladder, it doesn't stick because the biases are still there. And I think as men, we need to be much more conscious about those things and make an active effort to try and be more inclusive in the workplace and more inclusive in the way we build culture in the workplace. So I think, lost my pointer. I think just as a final message, I think the key thing, and linking it back to complexity, is that there are a lot of different roadblocks ahead, right? If you look at all of the solutions that are required, there are multiple roadblocks. They're all interdependent. You can't do one thing without having an effect in the other part of the economy. Equally, they almost all is equally as critical for different people, depending on who you ask as well. And I think the key thing goes back to what are the critical 2 or 3 levers that are fit for purpose for a country, for Africa, for your company, for your organization, that's going to make a start. You can't start at everything at once, but you need to find those 2 or 3 things that are fundamentally going to make a difference and start somewhere. And I think that's the biggest way we can address complexity and also enable this energy transition and using gender equality as a big lever for achieving that equitably. Yeah.
Thanks, Ketan. Thanks for that, Kesh. We've got Franca, who's dialed in from Germany for McKinsey, but she's also joined on the stage by Mandisa Mazibuko. I just want to check, Franca, are you there? Can you hear us?
Hearing you loud and clear. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can. Brilliant. Okay. So you're on the screen. And please go ahead with the presentation. Mandisa's on the stage to support also locally on site.
Fantastic. First of all, thanks a lot for having me with you today. You may think, what is this Dutch woman doing there in this Women in Energy forum in South Africa? But even though I may look Dutch from the outside, I'm a South African from the inside. And I'm very, very pleased to see many friends. Silas, I remember you from some work I've been doing with the DOE and DMR. Natato, I remember you. Rebecca, I remember you. Maurice, while we were preparing, we were actually, I was actually telling you, I remember you, but I was like a junior somewhere. Maybe you remember me as well, obviously Priscilla. So it's very, very exciting to be here today with you in this great, with this great group of people. And a little bit about me, and then I let Mandisa introduce herself. So I'm a senior partner at McKinsey. I joined actually I started my career at a utility and at a power company back in the Netherlands. And then after a few years, I joined McKinsey, and I spent most of my McKinsey time in South Africa. Not only helping in the energy transition, that's my field of expertise, but also helping with energy access. And I worked a lot across the African continent, not only in South Africa, but also in Ethiopia, Zimbabwe, Namibia, Mozambique, really ensuring sort of energy security, energy access, and having the privilege to work with many, many great companies and institutions across the continent. I'm leading for McKinsey our global work on energy transition and risk. Most of my time I spent on advising CEOs and CFOs and CXOs around how to now actually drive this energy transition, but also make sure there is profitability and energy security and a great place to work for the individuals that work there. Maybe over to you, Mandisa.
Sure. Morning, everyone. Afternoon, rather, if you can hear me. My name is Mandisa Mazibuko. I'm a junior partner with McKinsey & Company. My background is actually a structural engineer, so I feel very much at home with other female engineers in the room, so really excited to be reconnected. I focus a lot of my work at McKinsey on strategy. So having worked with consumer-facing industries primarily in South Africa for a couple of years, then moved to the US to do the same, and then came back recently after COVID, working primarily with telecoms and banks, but with Francia as a mentor and sponsor has pulled me into the energy space. So recently worked with Priscilla on a few commercial-related initiatives with Sasol. So very excited to be here with you today. Back to you, Francia.
Fantastic, thank you. And what we have done, we've prepared a few pages and actually linking the energy transition and women in energy. So on the first page, I will skip the first page, but I'm starting actually with a very positive message. And the positive message is that the energy transition is there and only further accelerating. As you can see on the PowerPoint, the cost of all the energy technologies, renewable energy technologies, is rapidly decreasing. And this is something that you're well aware of. And is a clear trend also going forward. Because if you go to the next page, what you will see there is that this is the annual investments that we are expecting going forward. There is a massive growth in these new technologies going forward as well. So this is nothing new. But what is exciting about this is that this area has a great opportunity for us as women to work in, and it's a growing, very exciting sort of area of business. Yet, there is a slight problem in that sense. If we go to the next page, what we see is that female representation in the formal sector is still low. And it's even worse in the oil and gas and sort of energy and chemical sector. So what we see, women are working all the time, but if we look at the share of women working in the formal sector, it's actually quite sort of small. Then if you then look at the percentage of women actually sort of then moving up into the ranks, it only gets smaller over time. So despite sort of 43% of the women having a tertiary education, only then 28% goes into sort of a formal job in this formal sector. And if you look sort of to the top leadership positions, it's getting only smaller. If we go to the next page, we have some specific numbers here for the oil and gas sector. And these are US numbers, but we don't have the detailed research for South Africa alone. But if you look at the energy sector, and we also looked at it across Africa, the energy sector is actually even worse than those numbers that I just showed you. So the women participation in the C-suite is actually quite low, and we see that. I mean, it's fantastic, Priscilla. You're one of the hosts. I mean, I see many amazing women here in this room, knowing that you're driving sort of the course, not only sort of in the energy transition and the energy security equation, but also as women leaders. But this seriously needs a big step up. And on the right-hand side of the slide, there are some South Africa specific numbers. What we see, for example, if you look at hiring specifically in South Africa, there's only 70% of those 20% of women that get hired in the oil and gas industry. Only 70% of those actually then go to middle management and senior leadership. And on the bottom, we've written there something down is it's not only that we want to have more women, and as Rebecca and Kash were already saying, I mean, there's not only because we like that, there's also a really a business case for it. What we actually often find, though, is that women that are there, especially if they're the only women, and it's even more so if it's not a woman, but also women of color, women experience much more sort of microaggressions. And I bet that many of you actually have experienced this. So you're sitting there, you're often sort of then the only women, or there's only a few of us or a few of you, and then we tend to be often overtalked, more often challenged on our capabilities. We feel often, and it's actually true, our research shows that, we need to prove ourselves often harder. So this is something that we as women really need to sort of often fight on, but also we need to sort of together with our male colleagues actually make a difference too. And I in the pre-conversation with Maurice, he shared something. He said, you know what, Fransje, what I often see is that women don't take the power. They just sit and wait and don't realize that they actually also sort of need to be assertive. And this was, if we go to the last page, this was some realization that Mandisa and I were also sort of then debating on, sort of why is it also not in McKinsey that we have those women coming in? Because I believe in McKinsey, we have like solved the attraction and the hiring problem. I mean, 50% of our women, if we go to the page on the page 8, 50% of our women are actually, or 50% of our hires are women. But what we see, we still have too little women in our senior positions. And one of the conversations I often have with Mandisa is around sort of the power, the politics, what it actually requires sort of to navigate. And that is one of my big learnings, sort of to be successful sort of yourself, but also to help others to be successful, to think through how does the world actually work? How do you take this power without sort of being seen as aggressive or without sort of being seen as selfish? And how do you do this sort of elegantly? So again, I mean, these 4 areas, sort of making sure the women are there. We can actually sort of, they actually go to the universities and schools. They actually apply for formal jobs. Secondly, making sure that they're getting hired in. The third thing, then really making sure that we also sort of promote the women and then actually really sort of enforce sort of the culture to sustain that. That are sort of the 4 big sort of areas that I personally, together with Mandisa, together also with great clients that we're working on to really sort of make a dent. And then to close off, and Mandisa, I would love to also for you to comment a bit from the South African perspective and from your personal perspectives. There's like these micro practices, and I want to also really make it concrete. Sort of what can we do tomorrow in our companies ourselves to actually change these micro practices to really then latch on that great opportunity that the energy transition gives us, because there is this massive opportunity. This is now our moment. I mean, we can go and we need to help each other. And all the men around us need to help us to actually sort of really grow and actually get the equation right. But maybe over to you, Mandisa, and I would love for you also to share a bit of your sort of your recommendations for all of us sort of on those 4 micro practices and what you have seen working really, really well.
Sure, I think a lot of what I wanted to say has been covered, and given time, I'll try and be very brief. What I wanted to say, there's been a lot of conversation about taking power, and I'm going to be controversial for a bit and say that women own a lot of power. I think the conversation is about tapping into power. They call us Imbogodo for a reason. Women already do very hard, very powerful things. And I think the mindset shift for all of us walking out of this with the transition and the opportunities. I love how when Mr. Silas was speaking, in the midst of all the challenges, was pointing out the opportunities. And I think we ought to just change that lens and say, in this shift that's happening in our industry, what is the actual opportunity that we see, and how is it that we're actually going to grab it? And for me, my personal story and learning in my career is, you know, where it all falls apart, I believe, as women, is we think that our work will speak for itself. And that's not the case. And the higher up you go in that funnel that Francia was showing, getting to senior management, that's where it's really about mentorship and sponsorship. And I'll challenge everyone here to do an exercise. And being an engineer is great because you're very structured in your thinking. I remember getting a bit more senior at the firm, and I wanted to introspect and say to myself, what are the gaps that I have to make me a successful leader? So that self-awareness is very important, and I wrote them down. And the second thing I did was say, find those men, make them the ones that sponsor you, align them to the gaps that you need filled in your career to be successful, and tap into that power.
Thanks so much for that, Mandisa. I'm going to just automatically go to the floor. We have time for about 1 question each for each panelist. So let's just take about 4 questions. I have my questions in case the floor is not ready. So I thought I'd start with you and give an opportunity. We've got amazing high-level panelists here. So let's use the opportunity to drill deep, and even if it means challenging what we've heard today, because we've all been in this sector, we've all been in this industry, we've walked the path, we know the pains and the highlights. So this is the opportunity. I see a hand over there. Roaming mic, please. There you go. You can just stand up. Take the space.
Thank you.
And please introduce yourself as well.
Am I on now?
Yes, yeah. Perfect.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation that you've given us, and actually the insight. It helps a lot. My name is Zinhle Tupana. I'm from CEF in the space of corporate services with a background of risk management, obviously. I just wanted to perhaps ask and maybe challenge all of us here in the room, particularly women. And with the gaps that I think the numbers, they speak for itself. There are gaps, and we lack women, and there are opportunities, but they're not being tapped in. And mentorship, as we correctly said, it's very critical to be able to get to that level. But my question is it not maybe the mechanism and the approach that is currently there, whereby we only start to look and think and identify the women that needs to be in the energy space when they are finished with their matric. Don't we think that it is time that we start the girls earlier? Because when we start them earlier in the journey, we're already building that culture of women that really are having that mindset and the ability of saying that when I finish my matric, I am very clear what path I need to take. Then I will be able to tap in those opportunities. Because when we do that, I honestly believe that we will be able to deal with the issues of teenage pregnancy. Because one of the critical things that is happening in our society, it's teenage pregnancy. But which platform are they that really groom these young girls as early as high school, so that when they get into, because we all know, once you are in tertiary, you need to be very clear. If you have missed it in your high school, unfortunately, you're not going to make it there. And when we don't make it there, then we don't have enough pipeline. So I really want to challenge those that have the platforms and the initiatives to say, perhaps let's relook. Let's not start at tertiary level, but let's start at high school level to start grooming those kids so that we create enough platform. Thank you.
Thanks, Mandisa. I think that's more of an input and a comment. And I think when we have the CEO of the Water and Energy Sector, Mpo, coming on later, we can just get a sense of the sort of pipelining they're doing and at what levels. We've got another front row. Second, yeah? Oh, okay, sorry. We'll take that as the third question, but there's a lady standing at the back.
Okay. Testing. I hope you all hear me. I'm Dima Katso in oil and gas as well. Can you hear me? Okay. So I just have a question, and I'm going to direct it to Dr. Rebecca. I think all good and well in the stats, but one important stat that was mentioned was when women participate in economy, you can see that they contribute about 12 to 28 trillion in terms of their contribution. The World Economic Forum tells us that it's going to take 132 years before gender equity becomes a reality. How do we close the gap? And just as your input and insights and your research, how do we close that gap that women are starting to take part? Thank you.
And then we'll take the third. There's a question right up front here. Or comment.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ricky Minuku, and I'm from an organization called Womaniko Transformation Spaces. I'm not from the energy sector. I'm here because I'm trying to learn a little bit more about the energy sector. Those are my peers over there. I'm from the DEI sector, and we focus on gender equality and how to achieve gender transformation. Yesterday, I was doing some research because I'm preparing for a DEI summit at the end of the month. And I was looking at the numbers of what is actually happening based on the Employment Equity Commission reports. I was looking at the numbers of how we have made progress in terms of getting women into the workplace. And the numbers show a dismal growth of about 12% since we set up the Employment Equity Commission. We're barely making a 1% improvement per year. And what I'd like to challenge the panel with is, as a practitioner who does the work, the big issue is we're not focusing on that inclusive culture. We can get them in through hiring processes by compliance, but when the managers don't want them, they're not going to stay. We keep asking women to lean into workplaces where they face so many problems and they face pain. And so, yeah, they choose themselves and they choose their life. Why should they lean in for the good of the world when they also have lives that they have to lead? So the reality is, if we want to achieve the benefits that were talked about, that improvement in development, we really need to be focusing on inclusion in the workplace. But I want to say more about how we do inclusion. How we do inclusion is we're pulling people into half-day workshops or one-day workshops, and it's not enough to really deal with why I don't trust women, why I don't believe that women are capable. So businesses need to do the real return on investment and invest in long-term programs and processes to ensure that people are really examining and changing mindsets. You can't get someone to hire or work with a woman if they don't believe in a woman, no matter how much a woman leans in. I come from a week of working in the mining sector with leadership in a big JSE company. And that leadership would sit in a room and say, no, women can't do this or this. It's not possible. And as long as they believe that, that's why our stats don't move. So we have to do the work that focuses on what people believe and help leaders, help decision makers to really understand that I have to make the change because the impacts for our society are greater.
So that's Ausriki. That's actually my big sister who just stood up. Literally, my mother's child. My mother's firstborn who just spoke. But also why I'm here today. Because as women, we have these networks and we have a sisterhood either by blood or professionally or by career that mentors us and guides us through these informal networks that you spoke about. So I just wanted to put you on the spot. There was another point here, and then we'll, yeah.
Hello everyone, my name is Priscilla Brandt. I'm a candidate attorney at one of the top 5 law firms in South Africa. And so my question is just related. Obviously, I speak from my own experience. I am a young legal practitioner on the rise. And so for me, previously I had completed my master's in the UK in international oil and gas foreign policy, but my focus with respect to my dissertation was on hydrogen. So while I've been at Cliff Dicker, I've obviously been exposed to working in the oil and gas sector, and now I'm in the finance and banking sector. And obviously both those two sectors there's been like low margins of representation of young black women, obviously at the cusp of accelerating their space and rather cementing themselves. So from an early career perspective, and this is a question obviously now directed towards Dr. Rebecca as well and anyone else on the floor. So as a young, practitioner, legal practitioner to say, what are some of the things or what are the gaps that you've realized that young women in corporate, and this obviously, includes all the fraternities, not just the legal fraternity. And so what are some of the things that we need to take into consideration? How do we actually take charge? How do we ensure that, when we start, and what are some of the fundamental basics that we need to ensure that as we move along into our careers, that we are mindful of, and how do we position ourselves in spaces where there aren't many people who look like you, who have the same, experiences as you. And so for me, I've also found that a bit of a challenge, having to navigate this space where, as you had mentioned earlier, there are microaggressions that we face. And so I've been very, I think, militant in being assertive to a point where HR told me, I'm overconfident, I'm overzealous, whereas my white counterparts within the space are boisterous and arrogant, and nothing is said. So as a black woman, how we navigate the space or how we cement ourselves and how we move and enter a room and sort of also just move with authority is also one of the things that poses as a problem for us. And so it's trying to navigate the space and also, like the other lady said, not being overzealous. And so what do? You can't dim yourself down and be timid, and then you're then told, be more confident. But then when you are confident and you are taking up space, you're being problematic.
So what I'm going to ask the panel, because I think we have to pull together these extremes. You've had very high-level input from the panel, almost on the strategy policy side, and you're framing the ecosystem globally, regionally, locally, and then when we get to the women in the room, because the women in the room they're in the industry, they're professionals in the industry, they're entrepreneurs, they're here already. They're saying, okay, that's all well and good, but I'm facing hurdles to leapfrogging and pivoting myself as a leader in this industry. So I'm going to actually challenge the panel in your closing remarks to speak to how does the rubber hit the road? So what do you think needs to be done to close the gap between this huge monumental issue that we need to resolve in terms of energy transition, energy access, energy security, mainstreaming women in that, but also speaking to that in a way that we deal with the everyday reality that the women are already here. The numbers spoke for themselves. The education's happening, the skills are happening, the pipeline is there, the throughput can't happen. It's the throughput that's the issue. So what are your views on what are the key fundamental things that anyone in this room must take home and say, okay, maybe this will shift the needle or move the needle for how I can move differently, operate differently, and progress in this space. I actually want to bring it home because that throughput is shocking. And no one has 100 years. No one has 100 years. My grandmother's 97. And I'm not going to be her age when I join C-suites. I forget it. That must happen sooner rather than later. So if we could just try to pull this together and say, okay, in your space, in your experience, how do you navigate all the way from this high-level political, economic challenge to this big issue of exclusion of women down to the behaviors of why they're excluded, but what is it that's going to move the needle so that we can get to that $1 trillion big GDP leapfrog that everybody knows, but nothing has happened to actually stimulate it so far. So I'll start with you, Rebecca. I know that it's a, or maybe we can be unfair and go straight to Francia. Are you there, Francia? Let's start with you, and then we will move to the people in the room.
So, 3 things. First of all, you have, as a woman, you have to get up. Each of us, I mean, there's no one who's sort of somewhere in a career ladder who has encountered a lot of adversity and adverse reactions. So the first one is you have to get up. When I came back from my second maternity leave back to McKinsey in Johannesburg, the managing partner of our office actually, instead of me, I was looking for sort of new work and sort of set hello. His recommendation for me was like, maybe you need to look outside. And I was like really surprised because I was just coming back from maternity leave and his idea was that I would leave McKinsey and I was never planning to. So these things happen to all of us all the time. And of course I was shocked and I thought, oh, should I leave now? Because this is a very senior person saying it. But first of all, you have to get up. These things happen all the time, but the only thing you can do is like, go on. The second thing is you have to have a few friends and laugh about it now and then, because these things happen to all of us. And at least for me, it helps so much if we can just sort of, excuse my language, but sometimes bitch and moan a bit and complain about it and actually share. And then finding out that you're not the only one who's experiencing this, at least it helped me a lot. So finding a few friends, this is why I actually spend my Saturday morning with you guys, because this is so important. I want to be with people like myself or who share some of the similar experience to share experiences. And the third thing is we have to help each other. I have had the privilege, and maybe it's also by design, that I have some great women clients I work for. I know they look out for them, and I hope they also know or they look out for me, and I hope they also know I look out for them. But similar with colleagues, we have to help each other because this is the only way. So if there's any opportunity, anything you can do to make each other shine, I think that's extremely important. And never, or I have a little rule, I never speak negative about any of my colleagues, any of my clients in sort of fora. If I need to say something that is a bit negative to one of my colleagues, I say it in private. But in the arena where we are with male colleagues, I always make sure I radiate. And I think we should do this, all of us, all together, all the time.
Thanks, Francia. Rebecca, can I come to you?
Can you hear me? Okay. No, thanks for the questions and queries. I'm going to I think this lamentations of saying is 100 years is 100 years. At least you're in the journey. And I think as an individual, you have to start with your sphere of influence. Now, I'll tell you the story when Minister Pandor, when she was a Minister of Science and Technology, there was an issue where our research chairs, South African research chairs, I think we didn't have parity with, or equity with the numbers of leads who were women. So with one swap of a pen, she signed a document where I think it went from like 10% of the research chairs women to 50%. Because they did the numbers, they had some engineers like Silas on the team that said, if you sign in like maybe 60, and then the total number is 120, at this one decision, you can move to 50. So with one motion, she made it happen within her sphere of influence. So we all have our spheres of influence, and let's make it happen where we have control. So as an IPHE chair, one of the things, like I said, one of my legacies, I believe, will be this program around diversity, equity, inclusion, accessibility. And so 10 years from now, I can look back and say, hey, this is what I pushed for the hydrogen sector. And then in terms of, we call it sometimes WhatsApp groups, advisors. I mean, I keep in touch with my college roommate, and I graduated over a quarter century ago. So we were just on WhatsApp the other day. And some of the things I learned when my friends, we were saying, when we take leave, we explain ourselves and say, I'm taking 2 days off. I'm going to take my son for his, doctor's appointment, and I'm going to go buy a red jacket and so forth. And she said, I don't explain myself. I'm out. And I was like, wow, that was so freeing for me. So I stopped explaining myself. But, there are some people that who are bold, who are wild. Those are the ones that you keep close, and, you can learn a little bit in those WhatsApp groups. But, and this is like very private, almost Chatham rules when you have those conversations is so important. Also, they always say this thing about taking rest. I just got back from 2 weeks of leave. I was home at my sister's wedding. And when I came back to work, my mind was just thinking so clearly. So you're going to get tired, right? So taking rest is actually an important part of the time away to come back and reflect and then come back to the fight. If you take a rest, it's so important. I also believe in vibrations. So I try to resonate at a very positive vibration. And I'm hoping that if you're negative to me, you'll come in and my vibration will push you out of my sphere, and so forth. So if it's not working, you got to go. If my spirit says you're just, you're not helping me move things to the next level. So I'm very cautious. I protect my time, my attention, and my space. Otherwise, I can't make things happen. And then I think this thing about helping others and reaching back. And Priscilla, actually, Brandt, I think it's so important. Like, when I called her the other day and I said, hey, I'm going to this thing, would you go with me? And, I was just like so nervous. And I was like, will she say yes? Will she say no? Because I hadn't spoken to her in quite some time. And then when she said, yes, I'll be there, you really made my day. And I just saying that I couldn't pay her for the amount of great gratitude I had that you're willing to come along. So I think reaching back, it pays you more as a mentor than it pays them. I always believe that. And I think, and I think if you do that, you have those conversations, you learn so much from your mentees and your mentors. I mean, they should be paying, we should be paying them, not the other way around. So I think with that mentorship, the allyship, showing up and playing that role where you have some influence, that's how we move things forward. So that's just my few points.
Thank you. Kesh?
Yeah, thanks, Dato. Look, I don't think I'm going to articulate it as clearly as well as Francha and Rebecca have just done, right? I think those are fantastic points. I mean, the perspective that I could probably take is just to say, as energy sector, we also have a massive responsibility to take on our own as individuals here, right? I mean, you looked at the stats. The representation of female leaders high up in organizations is very, very low today, right? And that's not going to change just by changing employment stats. It's just not enough. You don't get the progression that you need. So I think it needs to start with the individual male leaders actually create that culture, or to at least enable the culture where women feel comfortable in the workforce, and there is a sense of common ground and there's a sense of mentorship that's authentic, that is as authentic with a male colleague that it is with a female colleague. I think that's critical to sort of lift and make sure that women get that progression through the workplace over time. And it's going to be very difficult, right? It's not going to be things that are blatantly obvious. It probably is going to feel very uncomfortable. You know, something as simple as talking about golf instead of talking about something that doesn't exclude, you know, the women in the conversation from that. It's just not something that is relevant to them. And it may seem arbitrary, but it's small things like that that I think are easy to ignore, but like fundamentally affect the culture that you drive at the workplace. So I think we need to be much more conscious about that and just take ownership of the role that we can play in that regard, yeah.
Yeah, please do.
Hello? Okay. Here we are. I'll say, for me, it's three things. I think one is just us as women being realistic about the situation in which we find ourselves, which is really a male-dominated world. I think it's good to just be like, yeah, this is where I am. Great. When you go into any new place that is not where you're used to, you go and ask for directions and you look at how people do things. And so with that, I'm also saying, let's learn from men and how it is that they've been successful. What are some of the traits that they exhibit that we can copy and paste or adopt in as authentic a way as possible to us? And secondly, you know, men have been in this game much longer than we have. They know what it takes to be successful. Let's find the ones who are supportive of women, like the Dr. Maurice's, and let's make them our allies in our journeys, right? So I think that first one is just around about being realistic, that we're in a male-dominated space, and figuring out how we can learn from and leverage men to be successful. I think second is, for me, as women, having a lot more strategic conversations when we meet about how it is that people have been successful, and actually sharing ideas, because that 13% that is ending at the end of the funnel has figured it out. So, you know, this can be done. So how is it that you have done it? And let's learn from each other. And I challenge even the likes of, you know, Francia and Priscilla, who are women leaders, to codify their experiences, because there aren't enough of them to go around and mentor all of us. But let them share their experiences for us to pick up and learn from. And then the last one is holding leaders accountable, and it's around the question that you were asking on culture. I think we're great at setting quotas for getting women into the workplace, but we're not good at setting quotas related to culture. And I think holding men or leaders accountable is probably related to saying, how many women are you mentoring, and how is that linked to your own success? And I think there's a shift that we need to make there that is not only about getting representation, but, you know, some of those lessons that we've learned from representation and carrying them over now to culture when women are in the workplace.
Thank you. So just in wrap up, I want to just pull this all together. We had Silas actually, Silas, you wanted to say your closing remarks? I'm part of the panel. Can you see how he just took the space and he just took it? That's exactly what they're speaking about. Like that.
So, it's taking too long. There's sad things I'm hearing here, which I would have changed my presentation if that was still the case, if I knew. So in 1998, I think, Tulan Kabashe started a women program. 40 women brought in, and we were identified. You can't leave them with just anybody. Okay? But if you know your leaders, you take, I was given 5 of them. One of them is actually the spokesperson of ESCOM as you speak. And they were going with me wherever I was going. A month would not go by without me knowing what they've done. Okay? So when I was at City Power, having learned from Mutulani, I started a program here, golf. Every year we used to raise 2 million. Because the board would say, you're not going to take money for your women program. 2 million rands for my women program and building creches. I left City Power 2010, and women are still not empowered. Leaders must take decisions. I had an instance where a female engineer that I'd put through UJ is now qualified. I pair her with a person who's experienced, a male guy, to show her around. Now, driving in these bakkies and going into these substations, some are remote, guys. We don't see them. And this guy tried to do something to this woman. And nobody told us. So I usually do my walkabouts and I want to know how's the depot doing. And there's this person who was trying to raise their hand and somebody was pulling them down. And I said, no, let her speak. And she started by crying. I mean, this guy nearly raped her on duty. But what do? I've got girls at home. What do? I dismissed the guy right away without following a process. He was a shop steward, they fought, and at the end of the day, he was out of the system because I had to protect the woman. But unfortunately, the family felt that the place is not safe and she had to resign. Did she have to go through that? So it's about us. And what we need now is a program or maybe an event where we have to say, how are we accepting women? It can't be right to hear that there's still these things happening. People are sidelined, you get told from maternity leave, or you must maybe join another company. What the hell is that? Yeah? So that was from myself. I'm very hurt. But yeah, you guys must be strong.
So Silas's last words is just be strong. JBS.
And
yeah. I want to pull this all together because I think we've had a conversation now at various levels. What was critical about what Silas shared with us is he's given us not just the history and the ecosystem of the electricity challenge that we need to solve for South Africa. He's given us a few pearls about where we need to be finding ourselves as women in this that are not necessarily obvious. He's saying there's spaces for women in getting to EAF performance. We all know what EAF is. Eskom has been doing these their press statements. He's saying that there's a role to be played in the distribution. If criminals have hijacked parts of the distribution system, then there's solutions. What solutions can women come up there to bring back these 40% of load losses? So in his presentation, there were pearls, and all of these are going to be available to us to not just listen at a high level, but to also understand, hang on, there's problems here that we need solved in South Africa, and as women, we can help solve this problem. I then go to Ndate Ngubevana, and the doctor outlaid the geopolitical terrain for us. So essentially, he said, everyone else is doing whatever they want. And here we are, following all the rules. And so you could arguably say South Africa is a metaphor for women in the global geopolitical debate about energy transition. South Africa's following the rules. South Africa's just doing what everybody says it must do in order to be compliant. And when it raises its head above the parapet, as Ndate Khadebu will know, then there's backlash. There's backlash. You have one lecture at Wits with Gwere Mantashe, and then there's backlash. So you can see the South Africa energy transition, the geopolitical conversation, almost as a metaphor for some of these tensions that the women are raising in this room, to say, we're here, we're having these multiple challenges, but these tensions are just difficult to navigate, and how can we do this? So there's a real challenge here about just occupy the space, just take the space. Silas stood up, he said, hey, you didn't see my hand, he took the mic and he just occupied the space. How do we do that in our respective spaces where we have scope for influence? I then want to bring it down to Rebecca. One of the nuggets Rebecca shared with us is, hang on a minute, these working groups and technical committees, there's power in there, if you listen to it carefully. It's voluntary, but you're globally networked. You're helping design these regulatory systems, codes, rules, instruments that are being formulated globally around around some of these decisions that need to be made about the clean energy transition. And she actually said, guys, I'm welcoming you. I've got a couple of these work streams here and technical teams. reach out to me if you want to participate from the green hydrogen and fuel cell perspective. So there is something to be said for not just sitting in the room together, but actually take your time, invest your time and energy in being part of the technical teams, the working groups, as a volunteer expert, and then that expands the network and your scope of influence. We then go to just some highlights from Kesh, and I think the big thing is he brought to bear for us really that even though there seems to be relatively high levels of educational attainment, there's a complete disjuncture with the economic participation. So the numbers don't add up. I don't think there's a problem developing women to get into the energy sector. I don't even think there's a problem entry level getting into the sector. We're all here. We're all in the energy sector. There's not a problem for us to be here. The problem then becomes, how do we get the sponsorship and the that is intentional and create environments in our workplaces or in the companies where either we operate that are enabling for us to grow into positions of leadership. Francia speaks about, I think I actually just want to pull on, Francia's points that she raised at the end about the journeys and these challenges are very similar across all women. Everyone's going to face some sort of career challenge when they try to come back into the workplace after they've had children. That's for sure. And they'll either face a career backlash or step back in that regards. Every woman's going to face biases in the boardroom, be spoken over. We all know the experience of saying something, then there's a silence in the room, and then the guy repeats it, and then it was like, aha moments. Everyone has these experiences, but similar to what Silas said, she just said, just be strong, keep it moving forward, find your sisterhood and your brotherhood. So find your mentors and your sponsors amongst the women and the men who are going to create safe spaces for you to deal with some of these difficult tensions, but also to help drive your career for you. In the same way, I think what was critical about what Francia said is she actually said something very important, because I think as women, we don't check ourselves on this about our behaviors towards each other. Francia said, when I don't like what another sister's saying, I don't check her in public. I take her into the back room, and then we put on our Vaseline and fisticuff from there. That's essentially what she said. But as women, we must also understand that this is not just about what everyone must do for us. What are the attitudes and behaviors that we're bringing into our spaces that undermine our own positions, that undermine the culture, that force other women out and create unsustainable spaces for each other? And then, of course, just input from Mandisa. Thank you so much. I think it was critical when, Mandisa spoke about the importance of codifying the experiences of women who have reached the pinnacle, right? And so it is important that the Frances and the Priscillas, we've got here the CEO of Sabia, when you get there, when you reach the mountain, when you reach the top of the mountain, please come back down with the 12 commandments, 10 commandments, right? Come back with the tablets. Because if it's possible to get there, then it must be possible to share how to get there. So that needs to be codified, that needs to be, those stories need to be told, and we need to figure out how do we mainstream them, because that few percent can't mentor and sponsor everybody. Okay, we've reached the end of session 1 and panel 1. I want to thank the panelists. I want to thank the comments and questions from the floor. I know we're running a bit late with the program, so we have to be agile, and we're going to have to adjust things up again. My suggestion at this point is we've actually got Priscilla on the line, and as the panelists make their way off the stage, that we just dial in Priscilla. Priscilla wasn't able to kick off the meeting because she had just landed in the UK, but she's here, she's settled, and she can actually share her provocations, and I think her framing with us as the driver of this ULP Women in Energy Network. Priscilla, can you hear us?
Hi, Chacha. Yes.
Please go ahead, Priscilla.
Good morning or afternoon. I'm in the UK. First of all, my 16-year-old niece will be saying it's FOMO, which I've now learned the new language. I'm missing out, I can see that, but I had a fortunate opportunity to dial in from when an old friend, Silas, was speaking from the car to the hotel. But also just the speakers, thank you for your infectious energy and the insights you've shared. You probably touched on some of the few things I was going to talk about, but in any way, I'll set context on that. So today, as I was thinking about where do I start, I took an opportunity to go back to an old book I've read, written by Saul Sanders, which is referred to as Honda, The Man and His Machines. And this book was quite provocative for me because it explains how Saichiro Honda, which is one of the most celebrated innovator in Japan, discovered that an uninvited external perturbation or crisis focuses attention. So it's uninvited, it's a crisis, it focuses attention. And it actually used to improve outcomes through forcing creativity and improvement or innovation. And it's just, so that's the main important thing here. So this was a crisis back then in the early years and where there was a still shortage, and his team was forced to be innovative. That go and start thinking about how do they think about surviving the crisis they were facing. And during that time, they discovered that actually aluminium made lighter engine blocks, but it also dissipated much easier in heat. And that started a new production method using aluminium, and which became more disruptive going forward. So this again talks to where we find ourselves in the world, which is an unabated pace, most of it uninvited, pace of change, which is becoming a norm. And that is also exacerbated by the energy crisis, which has been covered. So we can either sit back or we can be Saichiro Honda, do the same thing as Saichiro Honda did back then to say, how do we take this opportunity, realizing that we have two crises in our generation. One is the issues of climate imperative coupled with the economic and socioeconomic challenges we're faced with. But both those challenges affect women more than it affects anyone else in this. We know more in Africa that we still have a lot of women who are still going to the woods to fetch, to the fell to fetch wood. There are many women who are unemployed. The social impact is affecting women as well. So the issues of energy security, climate change combined affects us more significantly. The speakers earlier on spoke about the challenges that we still face decades later about inclusivity of women in the productive systems of the economy. All of these things coupled together gives us an opportunity to be disruptive. And that disruption starts with us as women first. And then we can partner with our men to help us. But if we don't want to lead by example and disrupt ourselves to be able to open up, this is going to be a challenge. So effectively, I want to share 3 dimensions for me. The first one is let's start to be purposeful with the end in mind. We do know that the transition is going to take longer. We need to participate in terms of that. So let's continuously identify opportunities to be able to. But equally, let's recognize that we have a huge catch up. These men have been in the energy sector for longer than us, the petrochemicals for longer than us. But the transition requires new leadership skills, requires new technical capabilities that can fast track our growth as well. So how do we then ensure that we start with that end in mind to say, South Africa is blessed with this endowment. How do we make sure that we use those endowments to create a social upliftment for all women, and probably including a girl child, but equally a boy child as well, because our youth are also impacted by some of the social abnormalities. So that's one part that I want to challenge us when we sit here to say, How do we make sure that we don't disrupt the foundations, we build on them, but disrupt the way we look at the future and take a leadership in terms of that and participate more to broaden that? Because in that regard, the playing fields are leveled. So that's one opportunity that I want to bring in, because if we don't do that, we continue to look at history. We're going to be looking at steel instead of aluminium. So this change, we might not like it, it's happening. It provides us with those opportunities to pivot from steel, consciously so, to aluminium. And the women of the future will play a bigger role in that aluminium space. The second dimension I want to bring in is, how do we lift as we rise? My mentor and coach, I also call him as a brother, Bonam Hali, in his book, talks about this a lot. And in our women network, I spoke about it because it really resonates with who I am. Again, going back to that purpose. And a lot of speakers have spoken about that. But when we are in the boardrooms, the salaries and the packages are important. But what is the legacy that we want to leave? When you're a junior manager in any organization or a supervisor, what is the legacy that you want to leave? Because it's not only in the C-suits that at times we get passionate about, it's around, and to be honest, it's actually a pyramid. Not everyone is going to get there. But how do we make sure that we create that conducive environment to unlock the best out of the women that we fortunately are blessed with leading? How do we inspire them? How do we pull them out of the rags to riches? Because that's our job as women first, and then we need to challenge our male colleagues to do that. And I do that all the time. We've created Women Network in Sasol. I see it in Mozambique. It's even become more infectious, that the society is benefiting. They're going to make sure they're actually engaging with our fenceland communities with their own personal investments, time and resources, to make sure that they're uplifting the society. We're doing that in Qatar. Who thought we could find amazing, talented women in Qatar? When I sit in the boardroom, my voice is all of inclusivity, and I feel confident about it, and I'm not embarrassed about it, because that's my role, that's my purpose. I have to leave that sustainable legacy so that those who come up to me can have better fruits than I ever had. The third point that I want to leave you with is own it and embrace it. We're unique, and our uniqueness is what sharpens our minds, and that's what's going to create that aluminium multiplier effect. We must stop thinking, acting, and wanting to feel that we have to act like men to belong. We are who we are. A lot of us have been raised by grandparents who are predominantly our grandmothers, our communities, and lots of role models play that in our lives. But yet, when we look at who do we want to role model, we look up. At some point, it's good to look down. Where are the values that you want to embrace and espouse? Where do they come from? It could just be a driver that takes you from one point to the next point, that inspires you to be a better person. It could be a peer. So those networks that we spoke about are so important, so that we can actually be authentic in who we are. Because it's only when we are our best and our authentic leaders or people that we get the best out of us. So that's one area that I think as women we need to embrace more and more, and ensure that we build and invest in each other to bring that uniqueness. And it only doesn't mean that if we're women, we're all the same, but it's the diversity and the uniqueness that we need to bring in. It's the ability to be able to talk about the most complex issues with my female colleague, but also the nice things about handbags, about earrings, and my 50th birthday coming, and what am I gonna wear? Because that's that part that completes who I am, or my spirituality. That's what makes me Priscilla, and my uniqueness, and be able to unlock that for the benefit of others. So those are the three dimensions that I just wanted to bring in to say, let's embrace this crisis of energy crisis, make it human-centered, but drive the change of inclusivity, the innovation in identifying opportunities where women can participate, whether it's in the formal sector, where we work, or professional, or is it entrepreneurship. And I was really encouraged a couple of months ago, I keep on telling the story. I went to Orange Farm, and I think Mpo's gonna talk, would be there. I met this young, talented youth who are in the recycling economy, but need sponsorship, support. And my question to my team is, what are we gonna do? How do we make sure that all of these new standards that they need to adhere to, that they need to be able to scale up, how can we help them? Is it our time? How do we think about issues when we talk about empowerment, Black economic empowerment? We report about that in our sustainability reports. We brag about it, but can we go and tangibly measure? Can we give it names? And this is where our uniqueness as mothers and as women comes into play. And with that, I hope you really have a beautiful, great day. I'm missing out, but I'll be on the line enjoying these sessions as well and continuing to learn. And I thank you all.
Thanks, Priscilla. Thanks, Priscilla. So we have to be a bit agile with the program because I want us to finish exactly on time. So what I'm going to ask is everybody stands up, grabs their water, and then can I ask Dumisani, Rita Bile, and Tabo to come to the stage? But just shake it off a bit because the blood must flow. It must flow all the way from your fontanelle down to the bottom of your feet. Please. Also, can you please meet the person next to you? Why don't you meet the person next to you? I'm going to actually reach out at some point because I work with Tabo. So I'm the government affairs head for Africa, Siemens Energy. So I, especially on that get After this, we are going to break for lunch, so can I ask everybody when they come back, if they can please keep the volume levels low because we'll already be in session. We just needed to stretch our legs a bit. I think we've had quite a long first session. So I want to introduce our next panel and let you know that we're now moving from the high-level space of what's going on at the global level, the strategy, the tensions, the geopolitical tensions, and some of the dynamics that are playing out around women's participation from a high-level statistical perspective into the energy mix. And what Silas did in his presentation is he actually presented that there's a lot of technologies that need to come to bear in the energy access, energy security, and energy transition conversation. For the purposes of today, what we've done is we've brought a panel that can speak across the majority of them. Mr. Dumisani Ngala, who's the Senior Vice President for Low Carbon Energy Solutions at Sasol. We have Dr. Ritabile Melamu, who is the CEO of the South African Photovoltaic Industry Association. And then we have Thabo Mlekwa, who also just happens to be my boss, who's the MD of Siemens Energy. You see, if you know me, I'm going to out you. Who happens to be the MD of Siemens Energy Southern Africa. What we'll do is every speaker is going to provide some of their input. Again, we're drawing this back into what's the critical information around the value chain, around these technologies, where do we see women playing, how can they play, and the different speakers will take their own take on that. We'll start with Dumisani. Please, can we load his presentation? Dumisani, do you have the remote? No, I don't have. Can we have the remote up here, please, as well? Okay.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dumisani, and I will put my presentation in context because it's going to be a bit dry from the other presentations that you have seen, but also it's not going to touch on some of the critical areas such as the women participation. My boss, who just spoke now, she covered that well, and I think the rest of the speakers covered it well. And also, it's not going to talk significantly about just transition, energy just transition. Silas, as well as Dr. Ramuhoba, actually leading the hydrogen space. So you heard him speak passionately about how South Africa needs to balance between the transition and as well as the need for energy security. So he covered it well, so I'm not going to touch on that. And Dr. Ramuhoba was recently appointed as the Green Hydrogen Chair for Africa. So we well covered in that respect. And then on the commercialization, also I'm not going to talk significantly about it. Rebecca is with her team have been leading the commercialization of hydrogen in South Africa. So that has been covered. So if you want more information, she can share with you on the hydrogen roadmap. And we also, as South Africa, we're developing the commercialization strategy for the country. So what I'm going to share with you are the opportunities in this space, specifically looking at hydrogen. But we don't look at hydrogen in isolation. We look at hydrogen as an energy source. An energy source that is specifically looking to close the gap between where you can fully decarbonize with renewable energy, wind and solar, but also in terms of hydro as well as an opportunity. There is this gap that is called hard-to-abate industries, where we believe hydrogen will play a significant role. And these are the opportunities companies like Sasol, ArcelorMittal are looking at, but these are the opportunities that also create a great opportunity for people that want to play a role in the industry. So those are the areas that I'm going to cover. But I'm speaking, although I'm talking from a Sasol perspective, two things. One is look at it from an industry's perspective. These are mostly industries are looking at the same, are facing the same challenges, but are also looking at the same opportunity. The second part, how fast this transition is going to happen and how deep it's going to happen is really continuously being informed by various signposts, such as the policies the government are putting in place, such as the technology, how quickly the electrolyzer technology is going to come down, and Tawa is working on that, and how quickly South Africa is going to localize the production of solar and wind, and I think we will cover that as well. And those will inform how quickly the transition that I'm going to speak about is going to happen. And the other element is that although I work for Sasol, please don't use this information to invest on Sasol shares, because they could it could turn out different because of these signposts that I've just mentioned. So the key areas that, as I mentioned, people always talk about, but why would you need hydrogen when I can use renewable energy? It's an expensive way to move to use renewable energy. Hydrogen is going to be used primarily in areas where you can't use direct electricity. So some of the areas that we're already working on in South Africa include the production of ammonia. Ammonia is important for fertilizer, as you know, for mining explosives, and as well as it's going to be the primary way to transport energy in the future. So you'll see some of the industry that are going to be actually using ammonia as an energy source. Japan is already doing coal firing of ammonia into the coal fire stations. So when we talk about earlier on about clean coal and how do we retain our existing infrastructure and at the same time be able to decarbonize. Ammonia is going to play that part in terms of if we can produce it in a sustainable way. But then there's other areas, I'm not going to touch on all of them, but some of the critical ones that we have as a country, and you'll see, I think Celeste did speak to about the CBAM. CBAM, what Europe is essentially saying is that they're going to decarbonize their industries. So anybody bringing a product from any other country will now have to pay a carbon tax. And if you read the latest market information, South Africa is actually going to be the most affected by CBAM globally, not just in Africa, particularly our steel industry. But then if you add the agriculture, if you add the export of the minerals, the impact is going to be significant on the country. As much as we can look east, the challenge is that how do we, at the same time, retain the current market that we have? As they say, a bird in hand is worth more than two, so we need to find a way of retaining that, but retain it in a way that we can be competitive. The other one that I'm just going to touch on quickly is on the heavy-duty mobility. And the heavy-duty mobility is the one that, through the DSI, we've really been driving hard because we believe we can produce hydrogen and power the transport industry. This will help primarily the heavy trucks instead of using, because they'll struggle to carry battery and still have enough payload to transport product across the regions. The other part is we also, in areas where the trains cannot be electrified, the hydrogen can play that role. But what then it creates on the right-hand side, it creates the opportunity, some of the industries that already were female players in them, and that is fuel cell. The production of fuel cell is actually one of the key areas that we believe South Africa can become a major player. And because we have the minerals and we have the technology. University of Northwest, for instance, is a leader in this space. Some of you might have seen it. They were last week, they were running a symposium on international conference on electrolysis. And it brought everybody, like most industries that Rebecca referred to, from across the world, and to discuss this opportunity. So when it comes to the technology and the skills participation, we're already there. It's really about how do we implement, how do we monetize the opportunities. Maybe the last one, to be selfish, that I want to mention is the aviation industry. Aviation industry is going to struggle to decarbonize, even to use hydrogen, because when you use hydrogen as an energy source, you need to put a different technology which actually generate the power, and that's the fuel cell that I just mentioned. So the alternative to that is to decarbonize how you produce the fuel of today. And that's where Sasol's opportunity comes in. Our technology that we use in Sasolburg and Secunda, for those that know those places, actually can use any source of carbon and can use any source of hydrogen to produce the same fuels. So what we're looking to do is to get green hydrogen, get sustainable carbon source carbon source, whether it's capturing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere or getting it from biomass or industry source, and then be able to produce the current petrol, the current diesel, current aviation fuel, and in a sustainable way. And that allows us to keep those facilities going, but also to decarbonize the industries. And this is one of the opportunities that South Africa, between Petro SA and Sasol, we could be a world leader, because it's very difficult. Professor will tell you, we struggled to get some of these projects in Uzbekistan, trying to get this technology deployed there. It has been successful, deployed at the technology provided by Sasol. So it's Professor's a baby now in Uzbekistan. That advantage in South Africa, other countries still have to come to this level. It was a case in the past in terms of, because of its emission intensity, but now it's an opportunity for South Africa to leapfrog just about most of the countries, because to build a Secunda or a Sasolburg takes a significant amount of technology and the risk. Maybe the last point to make on the opportunity is the volumes that we're talking about. So just to give you an idea, Sasol currently is the world's biggest producer of hydrogen. But the hydrogen we produce is gray, and we produce 2 million tons, more than 2.5 million tons of that gray hydrogen. To convert that whole gray hydrogen we produce in Secunda and Sasolburg to green hydrogen, you will need the amount of electricity that currently the country generates. So you need over 50 gigawatts to convert Sasol into green hydrogen and produce sustainable source. So when you see these numbers, which says, and that's for 2 million, when you see the opportunity for South Africa, that is 7 million, essentially it gives you an idea how much electricity deployment needs to happen. So between the technology providers and the policymakers, this is the North Star that we're shooting towards. And this will include opportunity to become a major exporter, global player of the opportunity. Maybe I'm going to move a bit quicker. And the reason why we're very confident why South Africa can become the major player is that we have all the makings of it. We have the land and wind. So there's about 4 regions that really are very competitive in this space. One is in South America, particularly Chile. Then you have North Africa. Then you have Australia. And then one of the regions that matches these regions is Southern Africa. So Southern Africa, between South Africa and Namibia, then if you add DRC with hydro and Mozambique with hydro, then we could become one of the, essentially the future energy maker like OPEC was in the past, by harnessing our collaboration across the region. As we saw on the power pool, we could actually do the same for hydrogen in terms of how we develop it. But in addition, because of our location and our geopolitics, we have a good relations across the world, so we can export to most of the region. The last part is really the fact that we actually have the world's biggest deposit of PGMs, which are the key inputs into the development of of one of the technologies, which is the electrolysis and the fuel cell. And I think if some of you might have seen the Anglo truck that was recently announced, that's really what it brings everything together. It brings the technology, it brings the fuel cell, which is made of the PGM, it brings the decarbonization of that industry, and it highlights some of the end uses of hydrogen. And then maybe from a Sasol perspective, to be quick, we have prioritized a number of use cases. Not that these are the only ones, but there could be so many of them. So it's for companies and industry players and people that want to participate in this industry, you could actually choose which one of those you have the inclination of to play in. But in addition to that, there's supporting industry. Like I said, when you need the amount of renewable energy that you will need to build, like we spoke about, skills, you need to build infrastructure and so forth. So for Sasol, these are the industries. So we're prioritizing decarbonization of already existing infrastructure, but also, as I mentioned, South Africa being a major exporter of sustainable aviation fuel. This is an extract from the current work that is happening in terms of this space, and it highlights some of the areas where, when we talk about the SMMEs, where they could play, and we're not talking about them in the sense of being if I can use that word, being a small player. These are the areas that people can come and and build significant business out of by looking at the entire value chain and choosing a specific area to focus on, whether it's the manufacturing of technology, whether it's providing service, including education, training, but also in terms of some of the opportunities, in terms of other areas where it's around the agriculture, where if you can produce your product from South Africa, it will be first organic. Secondly, it will be sustainable because you'll have used sustainable fertilizer. So you could actually, that could be an opportunity that is almost auxiliary to the direct hydrogen or sustainable low carbon, but it will be a huge beneficiary of it because you will be able to go across the world and say, I'm the only one who produced organic wine that is sustainably produced. And this is an opportunity that when you look at the way although we talk as if we're decarbonizing energy, we actually could play anywhere in the value chain. Maybe the last thing, to the policymakers and the financiers, the bankers and the legal people and everybody else, it's going to require a lot of policy development. It's going to require significant funding to get this industry going. It's still a very, very new industry, so there's less development in the industry. But what will be key, we heard about the 8.5 billion. It has created so much noise, and it also comes with a bit of negative press because people are like, oh, South Africa is not taking the 8.5 billion. But what they don't tell you is why it's not taking the 8.5 billion. But we need, as we said, one of the things that we have been arguing from a industry perspective is that actually we don't need so much the grant than the access to market, because the access to market will make a difference for us. Europe particularly is putting a lot of regulations on what they consider sustainable from their perspective, which could make us, even if we decarbonize, still not be able to access those markets. So the policymakers, and we're working very closely with Dr. Mohoba and the Green Hydrogen Council in terms of trying to get that into that industry. And the last one that I want to mention is just about partnership and collaboration across industries. And I think that is what will make us even more successful in order to bring new industries, but to bring everybody else along with it. Thank you so much.
Jimisani. We now have our input from the CEO of the South Africa Photovoltaic Industry Association, Dr. Rita Bile.
Thank you very much. Am I on? Yes, thank you very much, Program Director. Prof, thank you for inviting me, or me and Sabvia. It really is an honor. I'm always excited when I see men-led initiatives. Always tell a story that I'm privileged to have been born of a very assertive woman who owns her spaces, but also of a father who made me believe, or us, the girls, believe that we can do anything. And from the very early stage, from the very early age, I've always had it in mind that I can do anything I put my mind to it, to a point where when we get into these C-suite spaces, if men, apologies gentlemen, misbehave in any way, I see them more as a character flaw as opposed to trying to get at women. And I think the message that I'm trying to convey is that male counterparts, fathers, invest in your girls because you change their world. And that's what my father did for me. So maybe I don't have a presentation moderator, but I will outline the opportunities. But before I do, Ndatenkala has already done it for me. He's already told you that Eskom alone needs about 50 gigawatt of renewable energy, and that is probably a mixture of solar and PV. But I'd like to make 2 points before I go into where the opportunities are in the solar space. The first one is that the solar sector in South Africa is one of the fastest growing sectors. I'm going to share the figures shortly, but I think if there is one takeaway from this session is that if I have a business, if I have a skill to deploy, that's a sector that I want to look out for. Not just PV, but also wind energy. The second point is that these opportunities are not available to women alone. They're available to everybody. Men, women, young people, the elderly. And two things need to happen for us to access those opportunities. The first one is that as women, we need to show up. We need to do research for ourselves. We need to do what's in our power to make sure that we position ourselves for these opportunities. Then those that are in places of leadership, it is your responsibility to create a conducive environment for women to access these opportunities. I mean, in most of these conversations, I think we talk about where these opportunities are, and it's good for people to understand where they are. But increasingly, Prof, would like to hear what other peoples have done so that leaders can copy. What are the practical instruments that have been implemented that have enabled women to access their opportunities? Because then we can replicate the great models that are available. So it will take initiative from women, but it will also take leadership. And I'm glad there are lots of leaders in the room. Leaders to make sure that policies, procurement policies, how many women do you procure services from? And not just on paper. We don't want paper. And when you report on them, don't throw figures around 5 billion. What is the 5 billion based on? 5 billion of what? So that we know exactly what the procurement spend is going towards. So I'm using that as a mere example. I want to go into the actual opportunities. So in order for me to map out where these opportunities are, I did indicate that I would go into a bit of statistics about the growth of the sector. And I'm going to use solar modules as just one example. And just to give you a sense of how much we've been importing as a country to deal with our energy security challenges. In 2020, just solar PV modules alone, I'm not talking inverters, I'm not talking batteries. We in 2020, we imported about 1 billion rands worth of solar modules. 1 billion. In 2022, after COVID, that value rose to 5.6 billion. Right? This is in 2022 alone, fivefold. In 2023, the first 2 quarters of 2023, we are sitting at 11 billion worth of it. And as I say, I'm just using this to drive a point. It is a growing sector. It's growing rapidly. And there are opportunities to be exploited across the value chain. And the opportunities reside in manufacturing. And when you talk about manufacturing, yes, we need to look at value chain. We need to consider modules. But sometimes our government is so fixated on modules that they miss out on 60% of balance of plant that makes up a solar plant. There are cables. There are companies in South Africa that are manufacturing cables. World standard, those can be expanded, right? Women can plug in there and make businesses and expand businesses. It's a relatively low barrier sector to go into compared to the modules, which are dominated by the big companies in China, right? So balance of steel works. So the opportunities are there. And just for information, Sabvia commissioned a study last year that maps out localization potential and opportunities along the value chain. So if you're a partner of ours and you haven't had access to that study, or if you are a member, and I don't think the 2 gentlemen are a member yet, you need that study. You need that study. You need to see where the opportunities are. But that's why we're able to say, hang on, why are we so fixated on modules? Yes, we need to localize that to some extent, but there are capabilities and capacity that exists already. Why don't we take and exploit those opportunities already? So, yeah, that's the one indicator for how fast the sector is growing. The second a point that I want to bring across is that the private market, so the utility market, so the utility, and I know most of you are aware what the utility scale projects are, but those are the big farms in the Northern Cape, in the Western Cape, in the Eastern Cape. The development of projects has largely been dominated by the REAP, the government-led procurement program. That has since changed. Because of the regulatory reforms that government introduced, the Schedule 2 of the Electricity Regulation Act, the ERA, to a point where the private sector utility market is growing so fast that whilst these projects no longer need a license, they need to be registered with a regulator. And the regulator does have his own spreadsheet there that he posts on his platform once in a while. But it's really not intelligible. It's very difficult to follow. So what SAVIA has done is to package that information, and that is available to members and non-members. You can find it on our website. But what we observed is that at the beginning of the year, only 2 gigawatts of projects were registered with the national regulator. At the end of July, we had 5.18 gigawatts of projects registered with the regulator. And these are projects that are being developed by the private sector. So a mine would buy electricity that's generated in the Northern Cape and wheel it through the infrastructure and use it wherever they are across the country. Lastly, to just show you how fast-paced our sector is growing, is that for the first time last year in 2022, we estimate that we saw 1 gigawatt of installed capacity at residential, commercial, and industrial alone, because there was no project, a utility-scale project that came online in 2022. We are just finalizing, again, a study that uses GIS and artificial intelligence to zoom into what the actual installed capacity is. If you go to municipalities, they don't know. If you go to Eskom, they actually don't know what the installed capacity is. The import data isn't clear. It's helpful, but not clear. But just to give you a sneak peek, Gauteng alone, I'm not going to say the exact figure, has installed capacity of more than 1 gig. Gauteng alone. And that is at residential and CI market alone. So this is a growing sector. This is a sector that women need to familiarize themselves around the opportunities. Maybe let me get to the opportunities just to close my input, moderator. The way we look at opportunities is through the market segmentation lens. So you have the utility scale, which I've already referred to, which has for the longest time been driven by the government program, the REAP, and then there is now a growing private market sector. Then there's a CNI market, and then there's a residential market. Very quickly, I'm going to outline where the opportunities are in the utility scale. So from the utility scale point of view, you have opportunities for business, people who want to open their own business from a development point of view, as well as people that are looking to diversify into different markets, professionals. So in the development of these projects, for instance, you need legal expertise. Are you a legal person who wants to get into the renewable energy space? There is space for you. Accountants, environmentalists, environmental scientists. There are lots of, in the wind more than solar, because you even need bird specialists, people who understand the dynamics around the bird movements. So there are a lot of opportunities for people that are looking to develop their careers there. If you want to start a business, it's a very resource-intensive space to work in. Approximately, you need about 10 million to prepare one project. If you consider it and you want to bid, put it through a bid window, if you are targeting a public procurement program. If you bid for three, you have 5 to 10 million times 3. Right, that is really intensive, and most women don't have access to those resources. That's why it's a big guy's game. What kind of interventions are required? And as women need access to funding. So IDC says there is money. Women knock at the IDC's office. The requirements
the requirements themselves are prohibitive. They can't access any of those resources that DBSA and IDC claims to have. So that's where we're talking about leadership. That's where leadership is required. How do you, at a switch of a pen, I think Dr. Rebecca made reference of Minister Pando, who decided that I'm going to ensure that 50% of the head of these centers of competencies are women. Where is the leadership in that? Until then, you will leave crumbs for women. The guys who are making big money are the ones that are in the development. Yes, you can make careers in there. The same goes for when you work in the IPP, you are an asset owner. And the IPPs, do you know where the IPPs, most IPPs are from? It's because they have deep pockets. They have deep pockets. And there are good examples of women that are now getting into the space. I think the Lindas, and our friend whose name I forget, I'll remember. But we can't be counting 2-3 women. 10 years into the REAP program, counting 12% of the women who benefited from the REAP program, and we want transformation. So that's why I'm saying, on the one hand, it's about initiative. On the second hand, it's about, on the second point that I want to make across, it's about strategic leadership. On the engineering procurement, so now you develop the project, you're an asset owner, now you want to construct it. That is also very competitive. You can get employment opportunities as a procurement specialist, as an engineer, as a legal person, as a construction specialist. You can. There's an opportunity to work for EPCs. But if you want to own an EPC, it's a problem. Right. So maybe just that maps out where the opportunities are. I know I'm identifying where the challenges are and where hurdles and barriers need to be unlocked. But I thought I should, whilst I'm mapping out where the opportunities reside, I should also share what, in my view, is critical and is required to unlock those opportunities. And lastly, because the CNI and the utility markets are similar, they may have nuances. But residential market, sure. As I indicated that we saw about 1 gigawatt, and Gauteng alone, we estimate that it has about close to 50,000 of installations, and these are growing. Especially when we are at stage 6 load shedding, we see a spike in the number of demands for system for our members, from our members. So the opportunities there really is for electricians. Women electricians, look out for opportunity to upskill yourself so that you can operate in the installation space. And what I know has been prohibitive in that space is the cost of the training. That's why we appreciate the support that we got from EWCETA, from CEO, who was able to lend a hand and help train 20 electricians. I should tell you that the application date was yesterday, and for 20 people, we got about 350 applications of people, mainly women. So private sector, do partner with industry association to avail those opportunities for women who want to play in this way. Even if you say, I'm going for 50 women installers, electricians that are upskilled, that are able to operate in that space, I think that will make a dent. So I think I will stop it here, moderator, and take questions. Yeah.
Thanks, Dr. Rebecca. Okay, we'll now move to our last speaker before we move to Q&A. Thabo from Siemens Energy.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone and all protocols observed. It's a pleasure to be here, and also some very insightful comments from my panel members. I actually have a video as part of my my intro remarks, and then I'll close after that. But I think the assertion I want to make is that it's been shown that a combination of technology and talent, is associated with good economic growth and development. And that's at the heart of what I want to show here. And in this video, I want to start showing, but we've kind of internally in Siemens Energy spent some time to try and imagine what the future would look like, because when you talk about opportunities in the value chain and so on, is perhaps let's sketch out what the future should look like, what we think will look like, some of the technologies that are involved and so on, and then thereby you are able to see where you can fit in and how. And then later on I'll talk about the talent bit.
Imagine a world with zero CO2 emissions. Imagine that all power is generated from renewable sources and used in all sectors of public life. But how can we get there? The answer is simple. Step by step. Join us on the road to decarbonization. Let's start with something simple that lowers CO2 emissions immediately. Let's start by increasing efficiency in power generation. Coal-fired plants can produce the same power output with less fuel when old steam turbines are upgraded or replaced with new high-efficiency turbines. Or take a bold step and convert coal plants into highly efficient gas-fired combined cycle plants. And then there's still more to do. We could upgrade the gas turbines or replace them with new, more efficient models. Data-driven digital tools are another way to optimize a plant's performance and increase efficiency even more. With renewables coming into play, we need to increase flexibility and think about storage solutions. For example, let's look at flex power solutions. Fast starts and stops allow for greater flexibility and lower fuel consumption. And think about short-term storage solutions. Batteries add black start capability and balance load differences resulting from fluctuating renewable infeed. Imagine providing efficient heating and cooling from thermal plants with combined heat and power. By adding industrial-scale heat pumps, even renewable sources could be tied in. The further we walk down the road towards decarbonization, the larger the share of renewables in the mix. This brings new challenges, and we need to further improve flexibility and grid stability. Grid stability measures like implementing a synchronous condenser is one way to compensate power fluctuations. Renewables, battery storage and heat pumps will enable the development of more and more CO2-neutral decentralized hybrid solutions. A backup from conventional sources will still be needed when battery reserves are low and the wind doesn't blow or the sun doesn't shine. Now add electrolyzers into the equation. They turn excess power from renewables into hydrogen that can be stored in large quantities. This creates entirely new options. Gas turbines can now be co-fired with hydrogen and natural gas to further reduce CO2 emissions. Today, some smaller gas turbines are already capable of burning 100% hydrogen, and in the future, more models will be able to do the same. They would enable the design of CO2-free decentral solutions fully powered by renewable sources. This can be done by combining electrolyzers and storage solutions with re-electrification in small hydrogen-fired combined heat and power plants. With renewables at the heart of our energy systems, storage systems become essential. Short-term storage solutions like batteries need to be supplemented. That's where mid-term thermal storage solutions using heat pumps and long-term storage solutions like green hydrogen come into play. Imagine the scalability. Add in more sectors. Mobility, industry, agriculture. Imagine capturing CO2 from industrial processes or directly from the air. Combine it with hydrogen to make e-fuels that can power transportation on land, on water, and in the air. Now we've reached the point where we're generating all our electrical energy from renewable sources and transforming the excess power into chemical energy sources like green hydrogen, which can then be transferred to other sectors. Imagine a world with zero CO2 emissions. Let's make sustainable, affordable, and reliable energy a reality for all of our tomorrows. Imagine that.
So I thought this video will be quite useful because it sketches the journey we have to traverse. And the core takeaway for me is technology, that's not the issue actually. I think for me it's the secondary part of the talent aspect, because if you look at the value chain of opportunities, Tabula spoke well around, there's what I call the traditional ones, there's jobs, technical, non-technical, you could look at, there's different businesses that could be started. But also there's a social element that could come in, social roles that are important and that's brought about by some of these opportunities. But the ones that we don't often also talk about are the new and the unknown, the innovative jobs that tend to come through. And those are either brought by digitalization, so talk about 3D manufacturing, 3D printing and so on. Some of our turbines already we're starting to print some of the vanes using 3D, 4IR as part of those. Drone technology is also starting to be one of those, and if we get a chance, I'll show you a video of something that could be quite useful for us. And then also one thing that I've noticed are innovative business models as opportunities. So for instance, there's legislative changes that are coming through that could bring about different business models. So there's an interesting business in Namibia that they do a renewable energy trading platform that they've put together where they're putting large power users, financiers, and so on, and they are able to trade on that platform. It takes away the issue of bankability, from signing your offtake agreements and so on. That business was never there. That model would never have existed. But because of the opportunities and the legislative changes that are there, they are able to do that. And more we're now seeing the pay-per-use or subscription-type businesses coming across, and those are some of the opportunities. Doesn't have to be always in the traditional sense. And then I think with all these huge opportunities, I think that the essence is that we must prepare, and whether the question is, are we preparing enough? There's a nice, last night I was thinking of there's a story of a man who was fishing, and as he was fishing, he would catch a fish and put it next to a ruler, and then if it's above a certain size, he throws it back. If it's within a size, he puts it in his bucket, and so he carries on. So this other one is watching him, and he says, Sorry, I've been watching you for some time in the morning. So you take the bigger fishes, you throw them back into the water, but the ones that are within a certain size, you keep them. You know, is there something philosophical about this approach? And the young man who was fishing said, actually, no, there's nothing philosophical about it. I have a pen at home, and the pen is exactly the same diameter as this ruler. And therefore, I don't need the big fish. I just need only this fish that I need in my pen. And I think we don't realize how much we have to expand our pens. We don't realize how much you have to expand your capabilities. Because a lot of these opportunities, you won't get them with limited capabilities. You expand your capabilities so that you are able to receive this. And I think that will be my closing introductions around developing your capabilities.
So, yes. We need bigger pans. Yeah, bigger pans, a bigger kitchen. Quite a lot from the technology perspective, and I think we wanted everybody in the room, everybody in the overflow, to really get a deep dive into the value chains, because there's so much in there. I think what's coming out of this panel clearly is the professional, the technical diversification is probably the easiest part. If you're already a professional, if you're already a lawyer, an accountant, if you're already in certain industries, you can leapfrog into this industry. Where it gets more difficult is when you start getting into the more challenging spaces where you have higher hurdles for entry, such as manufacturing, being developers, IPPs, EPCs, where the so-called big boys play. So we are going to take a round of questions, and I'm going to ask you again, be provocative, because we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to have the guy who's leading clean, new energies and driving Sasol's transition into a completely new business model. We've got the CEO of Sabia on the table, and we've got Siemens Energy's MD for Southern Africa here. So any questions? We'll take them from the floor. I have mine, and I'm just going to reserve them in case nothing comes from the floor. We've got a hand in the front. There's one in the middle, and there's two more in the front here. We'll take a round of three, and then we will answer those and then go back to the floor. Please stand up and let us know who you are and where you're from.
Thank you. My name is Musa Nyamande. I'm a co-founder at Chronology, which is a software development company creating solutions for different industries. So my first question is regarding vertical integration of these value chains, particularly from a local perspective. So my question is to the panel, to what extent of local research and development is there into creating components and equipment for this new energy mix, and also steering it towards local manufacturing, distribution, installation, and even servicing, also going towards the training and the skills development for this equipment, which ultimately would have been developed here locally. And again, to put it into context, we have Siemens is a German company which works in this space, and it's a multinational company which will likely supply the equipment and components, likely do the engineering works to install it, service it, maintain it, upgrade it, etc. So to what extent also can we collaborate with an organization like Siemens to then create a local sector and a local economy for this equipment and these components, which will be a very integral part of this new energy mix. So I'll just put that to the panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Next hand was up. Okay. There were two more hands here, and then there was one at the back behind you. Yeah.
Tanya Swanepoel, Old Mutual Alternative Investments. Just a question for you, Dumisani. You sketched out, 2050. What would 2030 look like briefly?
Thank you. I'm Nyasha Movirimi from Fin Energy Advisory Services.
So my question is on the grid infrastructure. In the last program or bid windows, there haven't been allocations in certain provinces because of lack of grid capacity. So I would like to channel this question to Thabo, I think, and maybe Silas, if he has appetite for it. What would you tell a lady who wants to get into the grid infrastructure, as in you want to increase capacity and be part of that new build in transmission infrastructure? Thank you.
Okay, we've had our first 3 questions. Let's respond to those. In the meantime, ushers, please identify the next 3. We'll come to you, Dimesani. What does 2030 look like? You showed us 2050.
Am I audible?
You're audible.
Yes. Can I just touch on the local component manufacturing, which talks to my point about 2030, right? Is that what I was painting about what Sasol needs and what South Africa needs is essentially quite multiple times what the world needs. So what that means is that access to things like electrolyzer, panels, windmill is going to be very difficult. So the ability to produce some of these equipment locally is going to make all the difference how quickly you can scale up. So from a ability to execute the projects, which essentially then allows you to decarbonize, is really going to be dependent at the end of the day about how your supply chains work. And a part of it also is going to be the reason why you also want to manufacture locally is that it then lowers your cost of production. Currently, the green hydrogen we're talking about sits at around $5 to $6 a kg. The gray hydrogen alternative sits at $1 per kg. As much as companies are ambitious to decarbonize, the difference in cost is so significant that they have to moderate the pace at which they can decarbonize. So, but I think Rebecca could talk even better on this specific point about creating the supply chains, particularly locally, to allow the faster scaling up. And then from a Sasol perspective, is that these signposts that we're referring to, around one is the legislation, which the government has been very effective in terms of putting some of the framework which enable the industry. I'm talking more primarily on the green hydrogen. So that industry, from a Sasol perspective, we're starting with the catalytic projects to enable us to get to that industry. And the easiest part is to repurpose the existing assets. So we already have a couple of projects that are looking to do that. In Sasolburg, we have started producing green hydrogen by repurposing an existing electrolyzer, but we can repurpose a lot of those assets. So our 2030 view is going to be, we need to do the catalytic projects because they allow us to learn and bring down the cost. But most of the decarbonization and reduction on emissions is going to be really about making the plants efficient, bringing in renewable energy where you can put it in directly, and we out in the market for renewable energy. We looking to procure up to 1.2 gigawatts. That is relatively easy as long as we can get the grid system, because then it's a direct application. But once you move beyond that, where we need the biggest volume, which is as a feedstock, hydrogen as a feedstock, that's where the challenge for 2030 lies, where how quickly can we decarbonize? And also because we use so much coal, is to reduce the coal and bring in more gas in the meantime. That allows us to lower the emissions. But the rest of the stuff is really about getting started, but how quickly scale up is going to happen is really going to be dependent on a lot of enabling policies and infrastructure to really scale up quicker. So, but what is important, just to add one point, is that most people now, I think same to Tanya, are no longer interested in hearing your 2050 strategy. Because what the problem with that is that then people let it slide until 2040, then they start started talking. So most companies, Sasso, like most companies, we really, when we're having a lot of conversation, it's just that I didn't have enough time for this specific discussion. I could have shown this slide about 2030. Is that we believe by 2030, you need to have real tangible projects and opportunities that you have driving. And most of the markets that we're targeting for export are really not interested in talking to you if you are talking post-2030. They're all interested to hear what your 2030 product pipeline looks like, and if they're getting into a conversation of an off-take with you, it cannot be post-2030. It has to be pre-2030. So that's really my point on that specific issue. It's a signpost, but we're also starting with catalytic projects. On hydrogen mobility, there's a Rainbow Consortium that we're already looking to start moving hydrogen cars in the country. Thank you.
I want to come to you, Rebecca, around this localization conversation, because you already raised some of the value chain. Rita Bile, I'm this person, my apologies. You already raised some of the value chain opportunities, but also some of the issues. Do you want to just deep dive a bit in the localization opportunities?
Yeah, maybe also to respond to the gentleman's question on the R&D opportunities. I think the Department of Science and Innovation is spearheading most of R&D work. And I mean, the HISA program was visionary. When the world was not talking about hydrogen, in South Africa had HISA in 2007. And through that program, it built capabilities, right? So I think sometimes there are opportunities to really commercialize some of the innovations that have come out of the centers of competence. From the solar PV perspective, most of the innovations in our observation is they take place within the companies themselves because they have the resources that are that much more advanced. And so most of it happens there as opposed to at R&D facilities across the country, although there are pockets of excellence. What we may want to start thinking about as a country, and I think Thabo triggered that and jogged my memory around the secondary market, industries that we haven't even thought about as yet. Our studies show that the modules that will come off the farms or the utility projects will still be able to produce at 85% efficiency. And there's an opportunity to create a secondary market and research around, the extent to which innovative business models can be deployed to maximize that opportunity needs to be explored. So in a way, when we tend to talk about innovation from a technology innovation point of view, and again, I think Thabo alluded to the fact that we need to design and come up with innovative business models. So perhaps the research is required around what kind of innovative business models does a country need to get to this future that we are envisaging. But yeah, I would also like perhaps to comment on the grid and get the Master Silas to maybe also comment on it. It is indeed true that most of the projects were not allocated or were not awarded preferred bidder status in bid window 6. In fact, all the wind projects weren't able to come through because they overcommitted capacity. There's no longer capacity in the Capes regions, all the provinces with the Cape. So there are interim solutions that can deal with that, whether it's curtailment. That's why there was also a storage bid window to deal with that challenge of the grid challenge. However, the mandate for expansion of the grid sits with Eskom transmission. And one of the things that is being considered, or at least being spoken about, not officially, is to explore whether the country could implement a similar transmission program to the REAP program, generation transmission, because that is also very resource intensive. So I don't know whether they are official yet, but that is on the transmission side of things. The elephant in the room is the distribution network, and that resides with municipalities. maybe thoughts and plans need to be taken into that. I actually don't know who's doing anything in the distribution space. I know ESCOM does have own about 50%, 40 to 50% of the distribution infrastructure, but 40% is owned by the municipality. So there are interim measures to deal with the transmission challenges. Distribution challenges will be the next big hurdle for the country to deal with, especially when you are now dealing with a spike of renewables where you would need to balance the system or manage the system very carefully. So short term, in the long term, the Northern Cape will need to build a transmission network for another 10 years, and there will be no capacity. And interestingly enough, the Free State is also quickly running out of capacity. The next will be Limpopo. So there's a need to be really creative around that, and it won't take government alone to resolve that problem, because it's a huge challenge that puts the energy security at risk in the country. So we need everybody, the private sector and the public sector, to work together to resolve that challenge. Yeah, those are my thoughts on the grid, but colleagues can chip in on that specific matter.
So the local manufacturer one, right? So there's a couple of things. I think perhaps we need to put the word sustainable, because there's often I mean, we get it as a German headquartered organization, where someone walks in and say, you know, how do we localize these windmills, and, you know, that you make, and then you look at it and you say, it's a monumental conversation that you're trying to get to, because it's not just one thing. There's a multiplicity of stakeholders that you have to put in the room to even get to an agreement. So I think the reason I say sustainable is that perhaps maybe the model should be, and this is my personal view, I think it could work better. Have a look at all these renewables, they're in for 20 years, 25 years, right? Why don't we start with making sure that locals are the ones that maintain them? Start there. Because then that's 20 years, 25 years of activity, 20 years and 25 years of opportunity to then re-engineer. So from there you start looking at what can be re-engineered locally, what is it that can integrate other SMMEs in maintaining these things. And then R&D can come in, therefore then you have a sustainable sector that could, so that's my view. But I think also what we're doing, we certainly do look at partnerships, where others come and say, I have a specific technology, can we work together? We see where there's synergies and so on. But it always comes back to two things. One is you are asking to compete, and there's no coverage. It's a global competition. So if you come with a technology and say, listen, can we talk about fuel cells? It's not a South African fuel cell. It's a fuel cell. You know, now with Teams, we could conversate with people around the world. They compare you on the same platform. So there's no coverage. And I think that's one element. The other element is the capacity one that I spoke about. The minute you come with the technology, you say, this is what I can do, let's partner. We look at whether there's capacity or not. If there isn't, there's a lot now that needs to be plowed into it and so on. So I hope that sketches a picture. The other one from, I think it was Nyasha, right, about the grid. I spent about a decade in maintenance. And you know, maintenance is not a sexy job. It's unlike when you build new projects and stuff. You cut ribbons, and maintenance is not sexy. And I think for me, the grid one, the effort we need to place is on the grid maintenance. I think, you know, most people worry about generation and EAF and so on. I worry about the grid, and I think Silas can add on. But I think I'm more concerned around. Yes, the expansion of the grid to integrate new renewables is important, but I think as a country, we've forgotten how to maintain. And it's not just the grid. If you look at, there's potholes, there's water, And I just think maybe let's stick to putting more people into maintaining this infrastructure, because it costs a lot, and it, you know the example. So, but I think a practical one, opportunity where you can get in. I think Silas did allude to it. The direction is very clear. It's a digital grid. That's where we're going. So opportunities on the grid front, you have to look at technology. How do you put 4IR or whatever related to the grid and so on? I would say that's the direction. And I mean, if we had a chance, I would show. There's one video which I really like around how we could be also inspecting transmission lines using drones as an example, and perhaps we could have caught the Tswane one that collapsed the other day. Can you please play the video? It's about 1 minute or so. These are the ideas that I'm thinking more people need to go into this. It's not it's quite new, it's quite recent. There's a lot of legislation that needs to be there, but it's something that we need. It's something that I think could be of beneficial.
I think Silas, you wanted to just respond to transmission, I think, in some of the other questions?
No, thank you. I think I'll be doing the minister injustice if I don't tell Sasol, you are supporting the Green Hydrogen Summit, eh? Okay. So South Africa will be hosting the Green Hydrogen Summit. It's a big one in Cape Town, October? 16, 17 October. Yes, so be there if you can. I'm told that it's already fully booked, but force your way in. Industry is paying for it, you don't have to pay. From next year, we'll start charging. I think on the Sabvia side, she's right. When I went into the game and people were telling me if I'm at 10 million, wanting to have my assets as guarantees, it's not small monies. Hence, we only have majority European companies through their pension funds. Maybe our own pension fund, EPIC, has to come on board here and help people. It's still a space not to leave to others. There's still enough space in there. So what we did, we forced them to do community trusts. DBSA paid for the trust. We're hearing some negative noises on there, but some communities are happy. They are multimillionaires. I mean, they own 10%, 20% of those projects. But the biggest one that will be coming, and if you listen to the minister talking, he talks about solar rooftops. The commercial ones that she's talking about in industry, I mean, ArcelorMittal is doing their own. Mall of Africa, somebody's doing it for them. Other companies are starting their own companies. So people are closing that space for themselves, and it's a big space. But the biggest one for me is the residential one. Because we are saying, I hinted a bit, 28 million people on grant, they can't afford electricity. We give them free basic electricity anyway every month, paid by Treasury. If we can invest once CAPEX on solar panels for those houses, including the RDP houses, will go a long way in solving the issue of unemployment. Because we're also working on the feed-in tariff, whereby we're saying, when you don't use that energy, feed it into the grid and let the grid pay you. I bet you they'll make more than the 350 we give them as government. So that one is coming, definitely. The Siemens, I'm sure you can take a few women companies and empower them for all these green hydrogen, renewables, repurposing of power stations. Ne? I'll motivate the letter to Germany, Tabo. Then, I mean, you are doing it already, but you know me, I'm not going to stop. Do more. they've answered on the grid. I think the main thing is Eskom capable of building 14,000 kilometers of new grid? While we're talking Gusile and others, while Thabo is saying they should maintain the existing one. So we believe that there is a new way that could be leading to the independent power producers. We're calling it what? Independent Transmission Procurement Office. We are so skeptical. We're even not sure if it should be done by the IPP office itself, because it has failed some of the programs of Bid 5. So it could be something new. The good news is on the 21st this month, JSE is hosting a big financial conference at JSE, about 200 investors, people with money from all over, but led by South African JSE. There is about 200 billion that we can raise internally for that. The biggest question is, if all of that work has to be done, remember, grid includes the substations. Will Siemens be able to supply us with the number of transformers we're going to need? No. So it's back to your question, what is the opportunity? When we did the Soccer 2010 World Cup, we imported so many transformers from all over the world. So we're heading to that challenge again where, especially on the biggest ones, you know, the mini substations, the small transformers, these guys can do overnight. But we definitely need new players in that space. The pylons that are carrying the overhead conductors, the steel for that, I think there's only 2 companies in South Africa. We need about 6 extra. So there are opportunities there, but they're going to take a lot of investments for whoever is going to go in. My advice would be partner with those that are doing it already globally. People are now prepared to bring in manufacturing into South Africa. You're going to see we already have 2 PV manufacturers. Okay? But what is the KZN guys? Are they assemblers or manufacturers? They're all assemblers. Okay. So we're forcing them to say, come and manufacture in South Africa. I think you saw the minister signing what people thought was the Chinese, Chinese funds as Chinese money. That was not the money. We're actually signing with Chinese manufacturers to say, come and manufacture in South Africa, and 8 of them are preparing for that. So there's a huge opportunity there. And start by assembling, nothing wrong with that. But your price has to be competitive. Because remember, it's a regulated industry. At the end of the day, at my house, I pay 1 rand 20 cents per kilowatt hour. I'm not going to pay 3 rand because when you are expensive. So those that are cheaper than you will get the game, as Thabo says. It's solar, it's not written South African. We don't have anything in South Africa. So I think I've answered everything, sis. Okay, on the EPC, surely there could be space for new players for the construction of transmission lines. I mean, it's all civil. It's a 3-meter deep foundation, concrete, steel work. A lot of these towers, no machine can build them. You build them by hand. Again, dust, chased by bees, snakes. Because where we're going to build these things, we're going to destroy some forests, which environmentalists are not talking about. We chase away wild animals. So there's a lot of work there that needs to be done. Acquiring the servitudes, 14,000 kilometers of servitudes. So I think, yeah, transmission, come to think of it, is bringing a huge opportunity, Maurice. Huge. It's one of those where we can say, besides importing of equipment, on the labor side, on the EPC side, local people should actually be given the opportunity. We will be watching the procurement side of things, and you know how difficult it is in terms of procurement. You know? But the minister keeps saying our biggest worry is the COVID story. Things are more expensive. We don't want that in energy. So hence we're going around to check who can procure for us. Maybe the DBSA, maybe the IDC, Yeah, one head there said no DBSA, another one there said no IDC. So I also don't know, but I think time will tell. Thank you, Program
Thank you.
Director.
Thanks, Silas. I'm just wrapping up the panel then, just before we go into lunch, which will be 15 minutes. It's going to be short. We need to make sure that we finish on time. Just a key few insights that are coming out of this panel. I think the first one is that, as Rebecca was saying, industries must be thinking about new business models as well as secondary markets. So there's a lot more that wasn't said in the presentations, but I think that are a food for thought for some of the entrepreneurs in this room. I think everybody spelled out the value chains. Everybody spelled out where the business opportunities are. So those are clear. One of the interesting things that was also raised was by Thabo and in the Siemens Energy presentation is that while everybody's looking at the new energies, new technologies, the future, right now there's opportunities in efficiency, in getting better efficiencies out of the fleet that we have right now. Also in building local maintenance capability, because as you build that up front, then you develop that engineering capability that then you can leapfrog into manufacturing. So there's a point about what we can do now rather than look just at the future outlook. This issue about distribution and transmission network is very important. I think that at some point we're going to have to distribution, transmission, but also I think almost like the financing element. We're going to have to see if we can deep dive into one of our think tanks around this, because what's clear is that there's, as you were saying, distribution, as Silas said the same thing, that's the next big headache. Transmission is, we know it's a headache, but it seems like there's a solution space being developed for that. So as you fix the generation side, then you get into the issues around distribution and transmission that need to be fixed. Probably the last point to be made here, Dumisani raised it, is that the EU is creating these trade rules from their own perspective and for their own needs. So as South Africa, we need to design our own trade competitiveness from our own perspective and from our own endowment so that we don't miss the boat. CBAM doesn't need to happen to us. The Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, we don't have to see the train smash coming. We've got capabilities in country. We've got Sasol. We've seen the plans. We've got Severe. We have a sense of how much of scale of wind, of solar is coming out, plus wind as well. We've got the infrastructure. We've got the people. We've got the skills. We've got the capabilities. We've got the OEMs in country. Now, how do we organize that all in all those efforts and all those capabilities in a way that as a country we can drive our own competitiveness, but also do so in a way that women can be integrated into those activities. So I will leave that there, really. I think this was a hard-hitting panel. I want to thank the panelists for the deep dive for all of us. All the presentations, all the videos are a resource to anybody who would like access to them. And then we're going to break for lunch for 15 minutes and then come back. When we come back, because today, this panel, everyone raised something around digitization. We're having a digitization conversation. We're having an ESG conversation. Everybody's speaking about the ESG side. We're having a conversation around capability of skills. And then the last speaker, so please don't eat and bounce, ne? The last speakers, this is where the rubber hits the road. It's the people who are actually running businesses within the context of everything that we're talking about. So you can see how possible it is to actually, either as a social entrepreneur or as an entrepreneur, be part of this energy transition journey. Thank you.
Great. Awesome. So just some direction in terms of our lunch. Firstly, on the booklet, there's a QR code for you to do a survey and just give us feedback about the event. So if you open just the second page, there's a QR code, if you guys can just do that for us. And then in terms of lunch, we've got 3 serving areas. So if you get outside, all our VIPs or guest speakers and all that, just go to the house where we welcome you in the morning. That's where you'll be served. And for the rest of us, there's 3. One, you can go up the stairs by the tree. There's a serving point. Or you go inside there. There's a nice lounge there that is set up for you. And there's 2 serving points in that space. So the ushers are outside and they'll direct you accordingly. So as Ntato mentioned, let's make sure that we don't take more than 15 minutes and let's come back. Thanks. Okay.
Thank you. Where am I sitting?
I'm about to call you up, though.
Hello, hello, hello. 1, 2. Okay. Those who are sitting at the lounge, can you guys make your way back this side? Can we start? Can we settle down, everybody, and start? I think
7263372.
Prof like to say Asbambe's corner. The other ones that are still outside, they'll find us on the way. Great. So, yeah, no, we do have on the overflow. So those on the overflow, and can we settle down? Everybody that side, I can see you there, still going for the third. So it's okay. You'll still have some afterwards if there's still food. And so thank you very much. Can we start? Let me check. All sound, everything ready? Neil, we good? We good? Everybody mic'd and ready? Awesome. Great. Thank you, everyone. Let's put a round of applause again one more time for Ntato Minyuku.
I get to look like a superstar every time I come here, but I must say, my daughters make sure I feel like a superstar every single day. Okay, we're on to the third panel, and this is going to be where we deep dive into some of those complementary and secondary areas that the technical guys raised in their previous panel. Here we're going to be focusing on ESG, the environmental, social, governance space, as well as capability building, capability skills, as well as IT, digitization, digital space, etc. So I'm going to ask if we can have Tanya Sonapul, who's the ESG advisor for Old Mutual, to come up. Mpo Moekopela, who's the CEO of the Energy and Water CETA. And then Faith Byrne, who's the Chief Information Officer at Eskom. So really, we've already touched on so many of the high-level issues in all of your areas of specialization, ladies. I know some have prepared presentations, some have not, but now we actually get to deep dive into those enabler spaces that we generally don't talk about. And yesterday when I was briefing Mpo, she was like, are we still talking about, plugging people in? So she's like, I can't have a plug-in conversation. I also want to speak to the leaders in the room, because there's, even from the leadership perspective, for those of us who are leaders within the energy industry, there's serious challenges that we should also be confronting about the role that we're playing in shaping the ecosystem for women's integration and women's empowerment, but also being able to get to a point where we don't have full rooms like this of everybody who wants to play deeper, higher, but are actually at the table. I was sitting over lunch with Thabo, and Thabo said to me, at these sort of things, we should be announcing deals. Like, when are we going to announce deals? Like, when are we going to announce a REAP where we can act, or an IPP procurement process where we say, and 50% of these EPCs and IPPs are women? Like, when are we going to get there? Why is it still that, we're still having enabling conversations here and we're not being deliberate? Because Rebecca showed how easy it is to be deliberate. You just sign and say, from now, henceforth, going forward, amen. Right, so we'll start with Tanya. Tanya, do you have a presentation? We'll start with Tanya, who's going to bring in the ESG elements, and she's coming from the finance space, but the ESG element as it relates to the energy transition, but also the opportunities for women. Tanya, over to you.
Thanks. Do you have the presentation?
They should.
Oh, okay. So don't have that many slides, and I won't take up too much time. It's just to give an introduction to my space. Oh, here. Cool. Sorry. So I'm head of ESG for Old Mutual Alternative Investments, and we're a fairly small team of ESG advisors that work across the business. So, you know, I work across the Old Mutual Alternatives business, but then have team members who concentrate in the AIM business, which is the AIM stands for African Infrastructure Investment Managers. And they focus purely on South African infrastructure and Pan-African infrastructure. And then a colleague, Ilzo, who works in the Old Mutual impact space. And Brendan, who works across the debt businesses. So there are 3 debt businesses: infrastructure debt, hybrid equity, and diversified credit. So those are the, that's the space I'm working in. I'm just...
Is the presentation going to come up? Just a yes or no, so we know how to proceed. Nope. Okay,
No,
Tanya?
it's not. Okay.
We're agile. We're agile.
Okay, what a pivot. No, okay, could we? I do have it on my laptop. So if we go, if we change it up a bit, and I send it, then and we just go in a different order.
So I think what we
work?
can do from an order perspective is then we can move over to Mpo, and then start with your input while Tanya just makes sure that they load her presentation. We're agile, we're ladies. This is how we roll.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. I was hoping to tap on some of her ESG conversation. So now I'm going to have to think about my ESG perspective. Okay, lovely to be in the room again. Yesterday, as she mentioned, I don't know how many sessions I've been in August, just talking women. And then there's nothing wrong with that. And also sessions I've been, even overseas, in a women's conversation. It was amazing how I was in Russia, and we had a month ago, we had a conversation with women in the energy sector. And most of the people who were at the table was the spouse of, the spouse of the females that are around the table. And I realized that we have actually moved in South Africa. And I'm going to start, I'm not saying that there's a lot of negatives, but I'm going to start on some of the positives. We have moved as South Africa when it comes to women representation, and not only women representation, women inclusion, where you're not just coming because we're going overseas and we need to have women around with us, but a woman who's going to sit. I was in a panel with higher education ministers, and I was the only female, and I'm not a minister. And being able to sit at the table, I could only say thanks to South Africa. And I mentioned there that we're not brought, I don't think I'm included in the boardroom, and I've taken that I'm not included in the boardroom to be a number, but I'm included in the boardroom because I can. And I think the same thing goes to the energy sector. I don't think the conversation is about plugging in and be included where there are opportunities for you, but you're included because you can bring something to the table. And that talks to the capabilities. And we're talking about a woman who is capable to bring meaningful contribution, not only to herself and to her business, but to the country. And this is where really I want the conversation. I've been driving the conversation. It's my sermon that I'm going to preach. If you've listened to it 2 weeks ago, I'm going to preach it again until it lands. Where women are going to say, we are part of South Africa, and we can see the current energy status in South Africa. And I look around the room, group executive, you are executive, right, madam? At Eskom. At Eskom, I've got Siemens in here. We've got McKinsey. We've got Subvia CEO in the room. We've got Sasol leadership in the room. We've got leaders, black leaders in a country that is struggling. And we are busy. And my question is that, and yes, we are collaborating. What are we working towards? At the end of the next 10 years, what is it that we're going to look back and say we've done as leaders? We are often, I think DSI mentioned that we've worked with them, Sapvia, I'm currently working with ESCOM, I'm working with SASOL on a project. I'm just mentioning the ones in the room. If I don't mention, I'm working with SAF, so that if I don't mention you, we are working with you. But we had to, we had to look and say we often doing this at very transactional level. And we are happy to transact, to do 15 learners there, 300 learners there, publicize it, 30 learners there. After 10 years, what is it that we're going to achieve? And I think for me, that's the conversation when it comes to women. I always go tap back into 1965. There's a comment that was made there to say, so that I quote you properly, there's a lady who said, why must we lean in for the good of the country, but at our cost? And the reality, guys, it's going to be expensive to lead a country. It's going to be expensive for us. It's going to cost us something if we are going to make a difference. If we don't want to make a difference, let's sit back and let others lead. Leadership is hard. I don't even want to get into my pain of leadership in this space. As young, I used to be young. As young and a young lady who's a CA getting into the space of skills development and wanting to shift things, and you hit nothing but walls. But it becomes your commitment and your desire for change that keeps you moving. And sometimes it takes time. Someone was talking to the fact that in the energy space, people want opportunities now to make money now. That's not going to happen. And if that's what women are going to be chasing in the next 5 years, we're going to end nowhere. Because Sapvia is going to tell you there's an opportunity, there's a bid, you apply for the bid, another person's going to tell you there's another bid that's coming out, you apply for that bid, but really we're going to be building nothing. So I think there's a bigger role, and it does link to our capabilities as women. I'm going to just, my conversation was starting on ESG because I was going to follow from ESG. And I'm going to talk to the role that I think is, and it's an opportunity for us to change. There's a lot of people who've talked to opportunities for individuals, and I think we've talked about battery storage, about manufacturing in the green hydrogen value chain. But there's an opportunity that is there for us as women to actually shift the social landscape of South Africa and Africa at large, especially the energy sector. And I look at ESG. There's PwC did a little survey, a survey, and that report, just I'm going to pull something out of it, indicated that 73% of South African leaders are concerned about the social risk when it comes to the ESG. Environmental, not very concerned. From a social perspective, 73%. And 13% of global leaders are concerned about social risk. Most of them are concerned about the E. And then, so which means 87% of the global leaders are not concerned about social risk. But guess where the ESG targets and KPIs are coming from? People who are not concerned about social. Most of the KPIs that we need to meet and most of those targets are coming from outside, global. They are determined from there. And the question becomes, what is the African perspective of ESG? Or do we just take and replicate and create great reports where the CEOs who have put those things together are not concerned about social? And the reality is that we're going to end up in a space where we're not seeing improvement in the S. This is at very high level. This is also informing some of the policies that we are seeing in our country, because the policies are going to be very much driven to the E and to the G and very limited to the S. And this is, there's a couple of words that are always here. There is, I wrote them down because English is not my mother country. These are the words that are becoming part of everyone's vocabulary. Even when you go to the rural areas, you hear climate change. Everyone is talking climate change. What is climate change? And then just energy transition, decarbonization. But yes, we've got the biggest issue in South Africa, which is our economy. And no one is talking the economy. And the question is that who is driving even the narrative and the discussions within our communities? Who's informing what we talk about? Because what we talk about is where we find young people being interested in and wanting to plug themselves in. And if we're going to talk decarbonization every day, we are going to lead towards decarbonization. If we're not going to talk about the social equity, if we're not going to talk about economic inclusive economic participation, we're not going to make that an agenda. But we are going to, most of you in your companies, decarbonization is a topic. Most of you in your companies, climate change is a topic. It's even in your strategic drivers. When we do King strategy, they do the SWOT analysis and the PESTEL. What we see there is decarbonization or climate change. But often we don't talk to that economic inclusion as part of, or social risk or social equity as something that we need to consider. And if it's not there, we fail already. Because our ESG strategies are going to be very much formed around what we put and what we talk about. And I'm not, that's why I wanted to listen to you, ma'am, first. And so I think there's an opportunity for women right now who are leaders and men in the room, who are leaders in the big corporates, to say, from a social perspective, what is it that we are going to do in our individual companies that we are going to see an impact in 10 years' time? So that we don't have you painting schools, this one buying sanitary pads, this one doing that, and then we call it social inclusion. So if we come, I think the first thing really what we can do is that we can see there is no employment in our country. Our economy is on its knees. How do we drive the S by creating some economic activity? And individually as companies, a little bit of a factory there, a little bit of a manufacturing there, very tiny, will become a flood of economic activity in our country. And I think that's one key area where women can, an opportunity. It might not be for you. Within there's business opportunities, but there is also an opportunity for the country to really move forward. So ESG, from an ESG perspective, that's what I wanted to touch on. And I think also women can also play that role on redefining what ESG looks like in South Africa and in Africa and in other developing countries. In a developing country that is trying to industrialize, there's certain things that we can't accept, but as South Africa we have accepted. And yet we are qualified. We're a qualified nation. We are educated. We even in our corners talk about the challenges, but we don't see them being spoken at the right levels. I know the energy community. We complain. We know what's happening. We talk about this shouldn't happen, from this was 2, the targets are 2. We shouldn't have even set the targets for 20 whatever. We shouldn't have had NDCs that are stating such and such, but we are in leadership roles. And we're having those conversations among ourselves. So I think there's a great opportunity for us there to really make an impact not only on individuals, but also and for ourselves only as women, but also impact for generations to come. I'm going to repeat the fact that it's going to be painful. I always go back to the 1965. The women in 1965 were not comfortably marching. They did not say that it's nice to march. It was at a cost. And we must, unfortunately, we are going to have to bear the cost, unless if we don't want to leave a legacy. So from EWCTA perspective, one of the things that we've seen is that from a policy perspective, from regulation perspective, and from certain decisions, strategic decisions that are made in the energy and the water sector, we're not seeing a lot of women. So in the last 3 years, we've been very focused on so our mandate is to ensure that girls, young people, and those who are unemployed have access to opportunities in the energy sector and the water sector. So we do that from an access perspective. The work we did with Rebecca and DSI was to ensure that there's an inclusion of South Africans in the hydrogen economy. Even the development of a qualification was to ensure that we don't only have, and I'm going to call it, it's not color, it's white. We don't only have white people tapping into qualifications that are available in Singapore and coming to work in South Africa. Our young black people don't have opportunity to go do a course in Singapore. So we took that course and we localized it. The wind sector, we saw troubles in the wind sector. Our young people were trained to oil wind turbines, guys, to oil them. For a long time, we had a qualification. It says it's a wind turbine technician. You are taught on heights. You are taught on how to go and oil it, how to disconnect it and bring it down. We can't define a young black person to that. And therefore, we focus a lot on qualifications. How do we get our qualifications to the right level and to the right standards? And then and that's to drive access into the different industries. The second one is we receive information from most of you every year, and it reflects the salaries of the women. Sad picture. The number of women that are in the organization, and the number of women who are in management position and women who are in the executive role. And we realized that there was a big gap within the management to executive. So decision makers, very limited women who are included. And that's why we're running courses with Wits Business School and other entities on executive development for women, so that women who are engineers can also get into the boardroom and have a discussion on governance and understand the geopolitical space, and not only come in and want to talk, what do they talk about, the engineers? Wires. Okay, they say bolts and screws. Because this is sometimes what happens is that because you want to bring a woman in, you bring a poor engineer who's very good at her work as a specialist, but they get into the boardroom and they fail because they haven't understood how to become a generalist. We are very specialist and we are technical people, and we don't have that. I can't talk ESG. When you ask, I was listening. No, I'm a debit and credit. Where you find that you bring that person in, they can't talk ESG, they can't talk economic inclusion, because all they focus on, and that's why we don't see them influencing policies. How do you influence a policy if you don't understand the geopolitical impact of what's happening in your country? So I spent a week last week with students, BRICS Summer School, and it's young students from different universities in Russia, India, in the BRICS, not the 6. And they were talking about multilateralism. And I was so excited listening to these young graduates talking about multilateralism, and then they're talking about a bipolar approach to this, and I'm thinking, this is the future. And this is the future because they are aware of where they operate. And this goes down also to women-led businesses. You will not see opportunities if you're not aware of what's happening around and what affects you. Your market is not only South Africa, your market is beyond South Africa. They're talking about the green hydrogen, export of green hydrogen. We probably don't even know that we need electrolyzers. We're not even asking ourselves, with so much green hydrogen that's going to be exported, and I don't want to use the word plug in. Where do I, not plug in, what's the other word? Where do I economically include myself? And not only for myself, so that for the country, we are also producing something to feed into this. Or else it's going to become the renewable energy space, where we are just sitting as host. South Africa is becoming a host country, where a decision is made, things are imported in, skills are imported in, and money is exported out. And that same thing can happen in the hydrogen economy, where desalination, I was asking a question about desalination for the hydrogen economy. It's another opportunity. And probably because we haven't really looked at the entire hydrogen value chain, we don't know the role that desalination is going to play. Desalination is a fragment of the cost, but in South Africa, we struggled with desalination. What does this mean for us as a country? That's me. I don't know whether I've preached. I haven't even looked at my notes. Maybe I should. But just to conclude, so that I serve EWC to purpose, there's a study that was done by Wits Real on the skills roadmap. And some of the critical things that came out when it comes to the skills that are required to drive a successful energy sector, it's critical thinking. It's not technical skills. It's local thinking. It came tops. To say we have a gap where our people cannot think locally. And what this has resulted in is cut and paste. A German model, we cut and we paste in South Africa. From a developed country into a less industrialized. And what do we end up with? We did it in the education space. We multiplied artisans, but we don't have an industry. So they cannot get employed. So those are some of the things that we really need to be looking at. Local thinking is important for us at this point, because you guys we are well studied. Most of you drag, what do they go? They said in a trailer, someone said, they was introducing people and said, Dr. such and such, Dr. such, and said, Mempo. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a doctor, but we have a very well-educated country, and we've got well-capable women. And ladies, let's come together, ne? I'm asking now. I'm not talking, hey, what opportunity, and I'm not a funder. But let's come together and let's build something that we'll be proud of for the country. Let's shift it. We can't be talking the social landscape and the energy poverty in the next 5 years or 10 years, guys. While we are under our watch, it'll be a sin. Thank you, ma'am.
Tanya, I think your presentation is up, so that we can go to it. And now we have to do the sinful thing and ask for you ladies to 10-minute it, believe it or not, yeah.
So, sorry? Be quick. I'll be very quick. And you can, I can go on to the next slide. The reason why I wanted the slides, oh no, it's not working. Yeah, you can go, this is the team I was speaking about. Yeah, no, you can just to the next. So just, an intro into ESG, and I just kind of resonated with this description. Often we use ESG and sustainability kind of interchangeably, but in our practice, we look at ESG as the risk side of things, and positive impact as the positive outcomes side of things. So with those two aspects, you get sustainable development. And the next couple of slides, it's just I'm not going to go through all of these topics, but it speaks to the breadth of what ESG is. So these are some of the things that we look at, depending on where we are, depending on what the project is, and what's material to that particular project. And you can go to the next slide. And here I just wanted to share some of the, we had a presentation from Sustainalytics around what are the mega trends and what does it mean for, the different parts of ESG, what does it mean for our business. And this is climate change, obviously, you can tell by the heading. And what are the implications for ESG? And I think the first bullet point speaks to what you were saying around the social. It's, the E we know, the G is the basis in terms of making sure that our institutions work well, our governance structures work well. The S, I think, is something that we could use improvement on, let's put it that way. You could go to the next slide. And then, talking to the S and talking to some of the opportunities, within our space, we've heard quite a bit about the big gap, about the challenges, we face. But there are also amazing stories of people who have developed their careers, have found fulfillment in. So when I say people, I mean women. Have found fulfillment in this industry, and I'll just point out. These are all people, all women in my universe. Nomfundo, you mentioned Cookhouse. And building Cookhouse, Nomfundo is the facilities manager at Cookhouse at the, Community Trust Chairperson, Fez, has done a wonderful job again in the Cookhouse area in establishing a well-functioning, integrated and independently functioning trust, which we've seen very few examples of successes in that space. And the number one reason for the success of that trust is the dynamics of Fez and her personality, her ability to bring people together, and to also just be hardline in terms of what she wants to achieve and what she thinks is best for the trust, regardless of what Old Mutual might think, is important as a major shareholder, for instance. So it takes a bit of guts and determination, but there are amazing success stories in this industry. Just wanted to end there.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Tanya. Okay, Faith, I think we move on to your presentation, which is going to be quite exciting because this whole issue of digitization came up earlier. Can the team please put on Faith's presentation? I am going to ask you to just focus on the digitization proposition in ecosystem space. It's come out quite a bit, but yeah, within 10 minutes.
I was saying I feel like I'm being set up here. You used the word exciting. So I'm not sure how exciting it's going to be, but let's go for it, right? So can I introduce myself quick? Faith Byrne. I work for Eskom. I'm the CIO at Eskom. I went to Eskom not for my health, not for my wealth, not for my emotional well-being. But I actually joined in level 5 load shedding, you see? Sorry, level 5, COVID felt like load shedding, right? I joined level 5 COVID. Sorry. I joined level 5. I'm going to be quick, I promise. I joined level 5 COVID, but I did join because I felt like I needed to make a change. I felt like I cannot be the person who's on the other side complaining, and not making a change. And Paul was talking about the fact that we must get away from the transactional and also look for the opportunities. I also do think, though, that we use that strategic objective and strategic direction as an excuse for not doing the transactional. So what I've been doing at Eskom is really trying to uplift women as I rise. Now I'm going to quickly, exciting and quick is what I need to be, so let me just be exciting and quick. I don't know where this thing is pointing, where's just point, and there we go. So this first slide dealt with the industry context. I'm not going to talk about it. What I just want to point out is that the energy crisis is a global crisis. We spoke about that. Next slide. There we go. This slide is an Eskom slide. So, first disclaimer, I'm not an Eskom spokesperson, please. So I'm not here to speak on behalf of Eskom. But I am bringing some of the content, and I can tell you that this is public content, and my boss, the acting group chief executive, doesn't know I'm doing this. So this is just really we've spoken about this at length this morning, to say that the energy world is changing. It's going from centralized to decentralized. It's going from a passive customer to an engaging customer, right? What that does mean, though, and why I wanted this slide in, is to say that our current infrastructure is built for centralized and not for where we're going. So this is why this is so important. The next slide, I don't know if I'm going to get into trouble with some people here, Mr. Silas. But these are the Eskom objectives. So on the left-hand side is our turnaround objectives, and on the right-hand side is the just energy transition objectives. Why I want to point this out to you is I do want to draw a link to you to the digitalization and to ICT. So, for example, on the turnaround objectives, you'll see that we've got operational recovery, we've got balance sheet strengthening, income state improvement, etc. I'm working on, in the ICT world right now, I'm working on initiatives that are meant to improve that. I'm working on, Mr. Silas, you mentioned the ghost vending. So I'm working on replacing an online vending system so that we can hopefully minimize ghost vending. I'm working on inventory to clean up on the balance sheet and to strengthen that balance sheet, etc. So there's a lot of boring ICT stuff that's happening to support the turnaround objectives. And unfortunately, the boring stuff still needs to get done, right? And then there's just energy, and that's when exciting things happen. So from an Eskom perspective, this is also a slide that we would have shown in various sectors. You'll see that to assist with the IPP introduction, we want to lease 31,000 hectares. I'm understanding that we've leased about 7,000, which could equate to about 2 gigawatts if those IPPs go online. Then earlier we were speaking about the fact that we need to build 14,000 kilometers for the transmission lines by 2035. At this point in time, we're only doing 300 kilometers per annum. So again, funding, etc., is important. I don't even know if I must mention Kamati right now, but but I'll slight mention. So also the repurposing that and doing some training, etc. And I'll stay out of any other conversations. So with regard to the energy industry, there's the 4 disruptors, and we've all seen this. But for me, why I'm showing you this picture is, for me, and the picture that I'm painting it within Eskom is that digitalization's at the core. You cannot democratize, you can't decarbonize, you cannot decentralize without digitalization. It's at the core. And you can't forget about it. And unfortunately, sometimes we do forget about that little part that's digitalization. So I'm going to skip over this because this was just to say that when I did this, I did do my homework and I looked at other organizations. I didn't just thumbsuck it. This is and happy to share this offline. This is a roadmap and an approach that I developed even before I joined Eskom around digitalization and how to do digitalization, because it's quite nice and interesting to play with tools. We love to play with the drones. We all have a drone at home that we're playing around with. But then when it comes to how do I actually commercialize it within my organization, it becomes a much trickier conversation to have. So this is why a structured approach is important. I think you wanted me to get here. No, she didn't want me to get here. She's like, you got 3 minutes left. Taking digitalization, you got to start with the business outcomes. So what outcomes are you solving for? So what we did is looked at the value chain. We generate, transmit, and distribute electricity. So looking at the value chain then and looking at, this comes from last year's corporate plan, you will see the strategic objectives of each division on top there. And then each division has challenges. And each division has opportunities. So you've got to start with what the business wants, what the business intends to do, right? And then at the bottom of that, you then plug into what are the digital propositions for those? Smart grid, smart meters. We really are trying, Mr. Silas. We're trying to roll out smart meters. We do want to do that. It's about 6 million that need to be rolled out, and we started that process. So when we replace with smart meters. But smart meters alone is not going to help you with demand-side management. You need a meter data management system. You need connectivity to that smart meter that is stable, so that you can get a communication from it, so that at some point, hopefully in the future, you could have a way of managing the demand that's mutual and that's not just from the one side. Then drones, somebody mentioned drones. Yes, we are piloting drones. We're piloting drones in terms of line inspections, so distribution's got one that they're doing for areas that's not accessible. And then what I did bring along was a picture, and I'll go back again, but this is Kasile 1. This is Kasile 1. When the issue happened, we needed to understand what the problem was, and the generation team sent in a drone, and it took exact measurements. These are pictures from that drone, so that they could actually understand the problem and know how to fix it, so that we can have that interim solution, which hopefully goes live in November this year, and then next year the permanent solution. But if I go back to this slide, why digitalization is so important is it's great to use a drone, and it's great to use a drone for understanding your business problem, but is that where you're going to leave the drone? What are you doing with the information? So we're doing line inspections. What are we doing with the line inspections? How are we feeding that data back in? And the issue is, and this is why I've got the mandate to do the digital business transitioning, because the issue is when you're sitting in your line divisions and you're doing something on a drone or IoT or any of those aspects, most of the time, you're not really thinking about, so how am I going to come to your point about sustainable? So how am I going to get to sustainability? How am I going to get to predictive? How am I going to get to input that is going to help me with decision making once I see the trends and so on? Or I'm just going to use a drone and not even use the data from the drone. So my intention is, even though our business is going ahead and doing some points, proof of concepts around it, my intention is to commercialize it, to get it into a database, a data warehouse, a data lake, whatever you want to call it, and to put data analytics on top of that, and hopefully that then feeds into proper prediction, etc. That's just one of the aspects. So there's a lot. There's smart grids, there's smart asset management, there's IoT, cloud is at the base of it. So as much as these are the funky stuff, I'm also back home doing the not so funky stuff, so I've got to move us to cloud, and that was a process, and still in the process, but made sure that I got all the right decisions, and I will end right there. I hope that was exciting.
We don't have, because we are going to finish on time, we're not going to have Q&A for this section. We cannot. Our next speakers are actually ready to leave. So unfortunately, just not be disciplined with time earlier, just put on to the last round of speakers. So I want to thank the ladies for coming through. Big issues here really are that from an ESG perspective, because it seems like we haven't put the loop together, 75% of engineering projects fail due to non-technical risks. These big mega infrastructure, mega projects we want to do, if we don't get the ESG side right, they're never going to come to fruition. So there's a feedback loop between the social element as well as the ability to implement on our big CapEx plans. Big points from Faith. Sustainability, digitization is about sustainability. It's about predictability. And again, you will never get to that full implementation of the roadmaps unless you get the digitization journey right. And then, of course, from Mpo, I think the big points coming out from you is really, one, we need to get this process engineering right. So there's much bigger ecosystem issues where we need to apply our minds, the management of change, but also understanding that it's tough in these spaces as women, and we need to be willing to absorb. Leaning in is painful. It's not going to be soft, it's going to be hard, and we need to create safe spaces for us to lean in within the context of those difficulties. Thank you, ladies. I'm going to ask the last two speakers to come forward. So our last two speakers are tied for time, but this is where I think this is also, we just wanted to finish on a high note, to tie it all together. Miles, I don't know if Miles is in the room. Great, Miles, as well as Thandi. We actually wanted to bring it to bear on, okay, how does this look if you apply a lot of this thinking around energy transition into the actual project side? Miles, I wanted to start with you, because you're the one who's tied for time.
Yep. Audio, please.
I'm talking to Miles Quebec. Miles Quebec. We decided to turn the Woodall's brand into his own version. What's turn the fiction into the reality. Global success of an imaginary do-it-for vendor called Julia.
Good afternoon, everybody. How are you guys doing? How many of you remember the advert? And how many of you thought Vuyo actually existed? So I'm a systems engineer by training. I worked for Microsoft for about a decade, traveled the world, had an amazing career, got paid really, really well. And one day I saw this advert about Uvuyo, the big, big dream. I was in Soweto in Diepkloof extension. My mom calls it Diepkloof expensive. And, but I would always hear the kids going, oh, Vuyo, such a big, big dream. I was like, who's this Vuyo guy, right? And I Googled only to discover there was no Vuyo, totally fictitious character dreamt up by an advertising agency. So I promptly trademarked it and I became Uvuyo from that day on. Long story long, I essentially appropriated a brand from SAB without compensation that spent 60 million rands on the advert. By the time I had finished doing all the free PR and stuff, I'd increased it to 100 million rand and I hadn't spent a single cent on advertising. And we grew it. We grew businesses. We opened restaurants. We empowered other young youths in training them and putting them in front of retail stores, selling boerewors rolls. It was an amazing, amazing journey. And in 2019, in fact, this is such a long story. I'm going to, because I'm here to talk about energy, so I'm just giving you context because it does matter. So in 2019, I sold the business. I sold Vuyos. I semi-exited, fully exited, and I semi-retired. And I was like, what do I do now? I'm still kind of young, and, and I learned a lot of things. It's like it would be a waste if all these insights go away, right, if I don't use them. And then during that period, I saw this movie called Black Panther, yeah. And they had a city called Wakanda. It was such an amazing city, innovative, the Avengers were coming to Africa to get energy, actually, funny enough. And I thought, this is such a cool story. And up till then, Africa was always portrayed in a negative light. This was the first global motion picture that portrayed Africa in a positive light and at scale. And so, when I left the movie, I promptly trademarked the word Wakanda. I mean, it worked out well with Vuyo, so why not at Wakanda? So I own the word Wakanda. Then last year I get a call from Disney, who owns Marvel Studios, and they discovered that I now own the word Wakanda, and they were in post-production of the sequel of Black Panther, which was going to be called Wakanda Forever. And long story long, my lawyers, their lawyers, backwards and forth, we settled on $3.5 million that they paid me to use the word Wakanda. I'm kidding. Or am I? Anyway, so I set up Wakanda, and the whole purpose of Wakanda was to figure out, take the lessons I'd learned in starting my business and empowering other people to dodge the same bullets I did. So the whole idea was to bulletproof startups in food and beverage. And it turns out, when I started, I thought our focal area was just going to be food and beverage. But it turns out energy, food, water, energy, are at a nexus. You can't do one without the other thing. I hadn't known that by that time, and I'll tell you how I discovered that. So we started Wakanda. We found these amazing young food creatives, and we bulletproofed them. We've got guys in agro-processing. Like one of our alumni entrepreneurs is Dr. Tracy. She's a medical doctor by training. She's one of South Africa's youngest doctors. She graduated in medicine at 21 years old. She makes the most amazing plant-based products from Limpopo, where she crushes baobab and amarula powder and makes this plant-based dessert. Turns out a lot of black people are lactose intolerant, and it displays in weight issues, but we don't know this. So she's now mixing a Western medical training and indigenous knowledge and makes these amazing products. And that's exactly what we do at Wakanda and help those businesses scale. But then there was a small thing called COVID that happened just when we launched in 2020. I thought semi-retirement was meant to be fun. Meanwhile, here we are. We've got these beautiful facilities, but we get told by the president to stay at home. But as an entrepreneur, I've never been one to ask for permission. I believe asking for forgiveness is a way better way of doing things. So I made up the certificate, the essential services certificate, and I went to the communities we come from, and I realized people were starving in Diepsloot, Alex, all these places I come from. I was like, no, this does not make sense. And the thing that I realized when you arrive in those situations is that people are so appreciative to see you when you first arrive. The smiles, I mean, it's such an amazing natural high for you. But then before you leave, you see there's anticipation. Hey, bro, you're going to come tomorrow kind of thing. And then before you know it, if you come tomorrow, there's an expectation that you're going to come on Thursday. If you don't come on Thursday and you come on Friday, there's a huge level of entitlement. Dude, why didn't you come on Thursday? Right? And the truth about this is that we create dependency even when we have the best intentions. And the country finds ourselves in that situation now. Everybody has got an expectation to get a job. Because we keep telling people, go to varsity, you'll get a job. But maybe we should change that expectation to say, you know what, I've started a business based on an advert. We're the only business in the world that started on an advert. The opportunities, especially in this country, are a dime a dozen. You know, because for every challenge, there's an equal opposite opportunity. So maybe we should start inculcating that, look, dude, you're on your own. You got to do it yourself kind of thing. But it's easy to say it, but it's also equally important to show and particularly help people to do that. And I'm going to show you some quick example. So when I started helping out in the communities, like I can't tell you how much of a bubble I was in prior to that. Like you, I lived through a screen. When there's an issue, I'll tweet. But you can't tweet yourself out of big problems, you know? It's called activism because you literally have to be active. Right? Most of us would think, you think by complaining on WhatsApp, you are militant. No, you've done nothing, right? And I'm not pointing fingers, I'm pointing them at me. That's how I discovered the problem statement. So we went to the local townships, we discovered like there was no food, so some of our entrepreneurs, we rolled up our sleeves, we started going to and feeding people. And before you know it, we started at 350 people in the first day, it was 400 the next day. As of 4 months ago, with SA Harvest, we've done over 38 million meals in 3 years. That's because 19 million people in South Africa, thank you, 19 million people in South Africa go to bed hungry every night, right? And we've got the food. It's the most perverse problem statement you have, right? It's like, actually kind of ironically like our energy problem, right? So, but knowing the problem and fixing it, like, how do you do that? As a systems engineer, you know, we get trained very early on. It's called first principles. You remove the noise and you go, what is the problem? Because often the problem is not the problem. It's the problem around the problem that turns out to be the actual problem. Makes sense, right? Right. So what was the problem? We discovered that food, a lot of people in townships are not poor. They're just poorly paid. So it's a cash flow situation. But the food system and many other systems, energy included, makes it such that you have to pay in fixed portions. So if I cut grass or I'm a cobbler and I make enough money, say I made $20 that day, but Impupu is 35 rands, the system renders me poor even though I have money. But more importantly, food is exponentially cheaper by bulk, but because you and I have pantries, we don't think about it. The reverse of that, it means food is twice as expensive if you buy in small sizes. But that means if I was a cobbler and I've just made enough money, food for me, the poorly paid you are, food is twice as expensive. So it's like, okay, now the problem is kind of getting clear. How do we fix it? And this is what we come up with.
Dwalisa, new filler, are branded refill dispensers that allow customers to buy the amount of everyday products they can afford with the money they have available when they need it at the right price.
This is a good idea because, like us, sometimes you can't afford the peg, so the Dwalisa one can just come with the subsidy and everything is set for one day.
So I'm busy driving around in Alexandra, in Johannesburg, and I find this really, really cool shop on the side of the road. Alex, if you check how they operate, I think this is pretty cool. Bring your own scafino, buy a reusable glass jar from us. They refill your container with your selected products, and then you pay on your weight. So for people that can't afford to buy certain grocery products from the get, and they have all these really dope products that we use on a daily basis to eat. If you look up there, there's other products as well. And then here is most of the grain products, sugar products that we eat every day. It's pretty dope. Come here with your container, they give you a container. You weigh what you're going to need, what you're going to chow, and then you pay just for that.
So in the interest of time, I think you get the picture. So we sell everything per how much money you have in your pocket, right? So it's not pack size driven, but we'll sell you even loose items. We'll sell you a tea bag for 50 cents, an egg for 2 rand. Everything that we can sell you in a unit item or based on amount of money. If you want flour for 134 cents, we'll give you flour for 134 cents. And we turn out to be one of the cheapest in terms of basket size compared to all the big retailers in the country. Thank you. So This is Alex at night during load shedding. And this is Twalisa. We are lit. But you learn very quickly that you can't be in a township or in a community and you're the only one eating a juicy burger and everybody's lips are dry, right? And the reason for one of the things we get asked a lot, like Twalisa is wide open from one end to the end, but in spaza shops we buy through a hole. Why can we achieve this? It's because we're part of the community. It's owned. We call it charity. The community members own this. The mama who runs Twalisa has been serving that community food for the last 30 years with no benefit from anybody, right? But now, with having her own Twalisa, she's creating incremental income. So now she can finance and fund herself instead of just being focused on charity. But turns out, light is not just about seeing. Light is about security. It was pointless for us to be the only ones lit, but the community is walking in fear, especially the mamas coming from work every night. So we put up this massive street light that runs on solar. Now the community feels safe and it's beneficial for everybody in the street. As I wrap up, turns out light is also nutrition. I would have never known this, again, because I lived in my own perfectly cool bubble. Turns out energy is not just what you think it is. It's so much more. Like we were noticing that Abo Mama were taking too much time to buy things. We don't sell that many things that you should be like scratching your head as to. But so I asked, because I'm there, I'm like, Ma, I'm thinking she doesn't have enough money. I'm Twalisela, not Twalisela. She says, no, I'm done. I've got enough money. So you thinking, no, load shedding is happening in 45 minutes. This whole week we've been eating eggs and a mealie meal. And the problem with that is that, we want to have sugar beans, but they take too long to cook. It was the first time I realized their nutritional intake is based on energy. And what we don't see, I can assure you this, because we work with some really super smart people, this is going to be a bigger problem from a healthcare perspective in the next. All this stuff that it's inconvenient, it's going to be, then add the water factor into it, it's going to be so exponential. I'm not being an alarmist, I'm just saying I'm seeing it in real time playing out. I'm not talking about in theory. They'll tell you. Oh, sorry. And then, last 2 slides, I promise. Turns out light is also an important part of a community. It builds community. So we've got, obviously we're running on solar. Then we thought to ourselves, everybody around here is already, let's just say, what's the right word? They have power, right? Yeah. So introducing Twalisa 3.0, you can lower the volume, please. We increased our panels, and now we reticulate electricity to the 14 homes around the Twalisa. So everybody in the house has got light. We find young community members, we train them how to install, but most importantly, people don't realize cleaning solar panels is a big business in its own right, because they don't radiate as much electricity if they're dirty. So we sell electricity by load shedding hour, term we came up with. So it's 5 rand per load shedding hour for lights, and 10 rands load shedding hour for if you want plugs. The first time we installed it, because we've got our own batteries and everything, and it's the same earth, so it's the same community. Initially, it kept on tripping. For 3 days, it tripped because people were putting in toasters and all sorts of things. After day 4, guess what happened? It stopped tripping. Everybody automatically aggregated themselves. Everybody self-policed. It's the most amazing. Till today, we've never had another power trip. So with that, I'd like to say thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, wow. Awesome. Thank you.
So Miles, one of the reasons I wanted us to hear Miles and I were working on it when I was at ESCOM. We were trying to scale this up with microgrids because we were saying these microgrids are empty. Why can't we set them and then roll them out and actually set up generation points in townships? Unfortunately, I left before we could finish the project. But the point is, sometimes we need to think out of the box about these problems because we don't. As much as we are looking for utility scale generation, I think Dumisani spoke about 50,000 megawatts. Look what can be produced solving a problem which is integrated with water and food and social service. I wanted Miles to come here because we tend to be energy people and we don't understand that actually if we take just a view from other sectors and how they look at problems, we can potentially solve problems different. I know, Miles, you need to leave. So I just wanted to give the highlights from what Miles has said, and then we'll move on to our last speaker. But the key thing, what we've seen is what disruption looks like. And guess what? Disruption can happen in a township. We don't have to leave our people out of disruption. It can happen in a township. The second thing is, this trademark story that he tells us is like, when we look for opportunities, guys, it's not always just about the deal or getting plugged in. He's like, okay, I'm going to trademark and make money because I'm a first mover. So it's about understanding that value lies at multiple places, and it doesn't necessarily lie in the traditional value chains. And then, of course, he said, ask for forgiveness. Ask for forgiveness. Just do what you need to do. Because we raised this in the beginning. Women were like, tentative, and then Brasales came and just took the mic, and he's been taking the mic all day. But Miles shows you what happens when you ask for forgiveness. When you ask for forgiveness later, what you can generate and create. So the point of bringing Miles was to say, actually, maybe we should be thinking about how we solve these problems across sectors, across disciplines, so that we can be disruptive and we don't have to look at it traditionally from an engineering or energy perspective. There are multiple ways we can solve these problems and integrate our people. That mama who was giving voluntary sales is now an entrepreneur. She's making real money. She's servicing. So traditionally, those businesses that I saw, I think like Iwisa, they would be scared to come into the township. It's been done in a way, it de-risks from a non-technical risk perspective, it meets needs, someone's making money, and you actually provide energy access in the community. He even spoke about an electricity distribution model here, retail model, that's new, that's innovative. So I know he's got to run, but I wanted to just frame Miles and why Miles was here. I don't know if you have any last words before you run?
Wow.
Yeah.
I think if I were to add one thing, it would be women are holding up townships. And it's not even rocket science. So if you just watch a taxi drive by and watch how many women are in the taxi. And we see it, like Mama Pule, who runs that thing, she's been holding up that community with zero fanfare. And she didn't need much. In fact, you should see now around the Gwalisa, instead of taking an increase, she's using that money. Now it's paved out. Now we've got Wi-Fi in there. And so it's like you empower her, you genuinely empower a community. Pun intended on empower.
Yes.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Okay, we move to our last speaker. We had just an extra jolt of energy there. I think that was a good way to just energize us, excuse the pun. Our last speaker is Thandi. Thandi is a BPSA retailer. Again, the retail sector. So there's now interlinkages between energy transition and these traditional sectors such as liquid fuels and petroleum. Thandi is going to give us a sense of her journey and how, as a retailer, we're starting to see the energy transition play out within her space. Real-time entrepreneur in retail. So again, it's not far out there. It's actually happening right here in traditional models that you see. We all go fill our cars at petrol stations. Here's Thandi talking about how it comes to play in her day-to-day reality.
Thank you, sis. Thank you. Sanbonan.
Yeah, Bogotani ngivela KZN, so that's why I'm saying Sanbonani, KwaZulu Natal. How's our concentration span? In a scale of 1 to 5, 1 being the lowest, where are we? 6. Okay, all right. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for being here. And just to share, maybe before I go on into my journey, I am here because there was a woman who mentioned my name in a room, in some boardroom. Important for all of us. Let's mention each other's names in the boardroom where it matters. Okay, born in the farm in Moriva, a small farm in KZN, without access to information, all I knew is that I wanted to be a chemical engineer. I wanted to be an engineer. I did not even know what a typical engineer's day looked like. But I wanted to be an engineer because it was said to be paying fair check. I was like, oh, Tandy, you're going to be rich, girl. And it was said to be needing clever people. And I was like, okay, I love the challenge, so I'm there. Fast forward to after university, I landed a job in a petroleum, one of the petroleum companies in South Africa. I am a practicing engineer. My one day has arrived. You know, this is what I wanted to do. This is what I identified myself as. Now I'm a practicing engineer. Fast forward to a few years, I'm practicing as a senior engineer. I now need to identify myself. Do I want to continue in the technical ladder or do I want to join the management? I identify myself in the management route. I joined the management route and I become a leader, you know, senior leader, executive leader in an international petrochemical company. Exciting, you've arrived in your day one. Then I need to continue to identify because we evolve as people, right? We don't stay the same. I need to identify myself further. Okay, Tandy, you're now here, you are a leader, and I work in a company where I can exercise my leadership skills the way I know how, there's no micromanagement. So exciting. Okay, I need to further identify myself. What is it, Tandy, that you want to do? Okay, I now want to be an employer. You know, I've been employed throughout my life. I now want to be an employer. Okay, what does that look like for you? Okay, I'm in the petroleum company. I'm smelling petrol, so I'm familiar with how diesel and petrol works. So I want to play in that space. Okay, which space do you want to play in? Because there's lots of businesses within the petroleum companies, just like how there's lots of opportunities in the energy sector. Okay, do I want to go to chemicals? Do I want to go to lubes? Do I want to go to petroleum retailing? Okay, I want to go to petroleum retailing. What you normally say, garages. Okay, Tandy, you want to own a garage? Okay. You're going to need to capacitate yourself, girl, because you don't just go out there. Have you ever seen a sign that says garage on sale? You know, you're not going to go out there and buy a garage as if you're buying a bread. Okay, as in blood. Put a 5-year plan together. How are you going to arrive in that day one of being a garage owner? Okay, there were 2 biggest levers in my 5-year plan. Tabo, I needed to capacitate myself. I went back to school, and the inspiration for me to register MBA was the fact that I want to play a part in the petroleum retailing. My study was focused on transformation, a case of women ownership of retail petrol service station in KZN. And guess what? Only 4% of women owned garages in KZN. 4%. Okay, so I continued with my study, and really the reason why I chose that was because I wanted to speak with all these women that own garages and find out how did they do it. And coupled to that, I said there were 2 biggest levers for me to achieve this one day. The second lever was money. It has been said over and over again by our speakers that if we want to play a role in key economic businesses in the energy sector, we need to be financially strong. We need to have a financial muscle. Okay, Tandy, how are you going to do this? Right. Now, if you were buying 2 LV bags in a year, you're not going to buy LV bags in the next 5 years. if you were budgeting 200,000 for an international holiday once a year, you're not going to go to an international holiday for the next 5 years. You see, those are the things that we can do at a micro level, at an individual level, before we even partner up. At an individual level, what is it that I can do to make sure that I at least do something so that I can tap into the key economic businesses? And that's how I made sure that I am financially fit to buy a retail service station. Okay, fast forward then, I lent a BP Mo Road service station, which is one of the flagship BP service station in KZN. Wow, Tandy, you've arrived in your day one. Exciting again. Okay, so you get here. In the first 3 months, I was sharing with you during lunch. In the first 3 months, the key, you know, almost the garage is a volumes business. You know, you need to pump volumes to make money, and as much as it can stand on individual people that comes and fill up, but it also stands heavily on accounts. You know, when people come and open accounts and then that whole fleet, then you know that in 1 month I have Silas with a fleet of 50 cars that's giving me so much volumes. The 3 biggest accounts that are non-black, they send you an email and say, can we close our account? We are closing our account. You go back and say, you know, MBA, stakeholder engagement, and they say, we don't owe you an explanation. We don't owe you an explanation. We're closing our account. Okay, while you're taking that, 4 months down the line, the country shuts down. This was not in your business plan, pastel, whatever you call it, it was not there. Few months down the line, the business gets looted. Few months down the line, there's floods. I'm sharing this because it's important that we understand that as much as we penetrate through, we will always be faced with challenges, and challenges that sometimes we haven't envisioned, but it's something that are there. And are we going to go back now? Are we going to, fail and go down on our knees? No, we're not going to do that. We're going to swim our way through to make sure that we succeed, especially as women. I always preach this, that as women, once we get an opportunity, we must excel. We must excel. Kunzima kunjalo, excel. Because if I fail, there are a whole lot of women that are looking up to me that are going to lose hope just because I failed. And there's going to be less trust on giving women opportunities now because we give these women opportunities and they fail. They fail. The stats. In 2018, we gave 10 women businesses and all of them failed. And they're not going to say because there was COVID, because there was, no, all of them failed. See. Okay, I'm not there though. So some of the opportunities that I see in the energy space as I'm running a retail service station, now there's load shedding, right? And we rely heavily on diesel to run generators, right? And it's a cry that we all have as retailers throughout South Africa. The expense of diesel for our generator was not accounted for in the RES model. I don't know if you know. The liter, if the liter is 22 rand, each and every rand, is allocated. So there's a RES model, and the diesel cost was not factored in the RES model. So there's an opportunity there for a solution that can help all the retailers to make sure that we don't lose so much money. And in that running of a diesel, of a generator using the diesel, there's that downtime in terms of production from the shift of, when there's load shedding, there's a shift from the grid to the generator. And because of UPS efficiencies, there is a downtime. And again, that needs a solution of how we can prevent those 5 minutes, 10 minutes downtime when there's a shift from the diesel to, from the grid to the diesel generator. Also, there's a huge drive now in terms of putting the solar panels on top of our forecourts, right? Throughout South Africa, there's a huge opportunity there for us, for some of us sitting in the room, to make sure that we organize ourselves and we come forward to say these are the solutions that we can partner with the industry to make sure that we benefit as women in the space. And then also, one of the things that was puzzling me when I took over Moore Road, I take over, there's a staff of 60 men only. Men only. And I asked the guy that I bought the garage from, why is it that you don't have women in this garage? Oh, Tandy, the headache that comes with women. You know, they go on maternity leave, they're going to... He's telling me. So those are the little things that we can do. Currently now I'm sitting at 60% management in my garage, right? 60% women leadership in my garage currently. And I would be 100% by now, but the thing is that my transformation agenda is not driven at the expense of a man, you know. So I allow the natural attrition to happen, then I replace with women. So that's the little thing that I can do to make sure that we don't leave women behind when we do these things. And most of the women that are working in the service station are graduates, because my service station is surrounded by universities, UKZN, DUT, all the universities in KZN. So they are graduates. And I tell them, guys, you're not going to work for me for the next 5 years. That's not going to happen. So I've started a little mentorship program. I've roped in other women that own garages in KZN to start a little mentorship program for all the women that work for us, to make sure that we create other garage owners here. You know, we don't want them to continue to work for us until they die. That's not going to happen. Okay, having joined VOPEC recently under the leadership of Oliver, yeah, I know, again, Oliver is so, intentional when it comes to transformation. We're sitting at 50%, VOPEC South Africa, we're sitting at 50% women leadership in the executive, because he is intentional. So for all the leaders in the room, let's be intentional about bringing women in the executive level. I know that there are many opportunities that are coming in that space as well. One of it in Lesedi, I don't know, some of you may know Lesedi here in Gauteng. VOPEC is going to build a huge solar park there, because the vision is that we get off the grid and we also even supply other stakeholders with the additional capacity. A huge solar park that we're going to build there. Again, an opportunity for us. Second biggest project that I know that's coming up now in the next few months is the LNG in Richards Bay. You know, we've expressed our interest to be a player there, and to build that terminal is going to need lots of stakeholders. And those are the opportunities that we need to tap into. Okay? And as I close, one of the things that I would like to share with you, ladies, is that there's a saying that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. The only way we're going to be able to penetrate through these industries is when we come together, Mpo. Is if we come together and play as a team. Because alone I can only do so much, but as a team, we can do even bigger things. And the last thing that I want to share with you, ladies, is that we must lift as we rise. I've been hearing here saying that the ladies who are CEOs must do. No. We lift as we rise. I take one step forward, you look back, you take one or two women with you. You don't want to be at the top before you look back. One step forward, look back, take other women with you. Thank you.
So, because I'm a woman, I said we were going to finish on time. And it's actually about 2.5 minutes, 2 hours. Well, there's something wrong with that watch. Thank you. 6 minutes before we finish on time. I might have rushed some of the speakers, please take the opportunity, if you want to interface with them and they're still here after this session, to have a conversation, especially the panel that was about capabilities, ESG, and digitization. Miles is gone, but we have his contact details here at ULP. We can share. I want to thank Sis Thandi because, again, we wanted to come down to the reality of things. Beyond, we started high level, we moved down to the reality of things so we could get granular and we could understand. So I'm wrapping up now, and then I'm going to hand over to Ntate Khadebe, who is really the champion behind this platform and who's made sure and kept us on course to make sure that we do this every single year. I'm going to leave with a couple of thoughts, just the nuggets from today. The first is be disruptive. The second is play as a team. Third, be intentional about women's leadership and commercial inclusion. Grow skills and networks through voluntary networks and advisory forums. Think and act out of the box. Opportunities are here and now, not just in the future, but in creating efficiencies, in maintaining what's already here, and in addressing and in secondary markets. Look at, again, secondary markets and not just primary markets. Develop innovative business models. Find the sweet spots at the nexus of different sectors, different disciplines, and the nexus between opportunity and challenge. Speak women's names. This one was an important one. Speak women's names in boardrooms. Please, guys and ladies, when you're in the boardroom, speak other women's names. Commercially, for promotions, speak other women's names. Develop solutions and solve real problems. An important one that came out today. Safeguard your energy. Safeguard your energy. If we're supposed to multiply GDP globally by, what was it, 7%, we are the batteries that they're expecting to draw off as women. And as was said earlier, no one's doing us a favor. We're doing the world a favor to be tapped into in order to get the rest of the world in South Africa there. Make transformational change in your scope of control and influence. One of my favorites. Act now, seek forgiveness later. And for those who missed it, Brussels has been doing it all day. If you want to know what it looks like, you just take the space. The last two is leave no one behind. And of course, lift as you rise. Thank you very much for joining us today. I'm going to hand over.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's give her a round of applause. She's done a wonderful job. She finished on time. I'm just going to say a few thank yous, and then Tsepo will just give the announcement. Please stay close, Tep, so that we can finish on time. We only have 2 minutes. We must not break this. First, let me just say thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Brussels. To have a government in our midst for a whole day, it's really something. Let me also acknowledge people who have partnered with us for a long time, and there is a legendary leader, Usisu Salugazi, Nyamase Salugazi, Nozala Trust. Let's give her a round of applause. She's been with us for the last 7 years. Also, Mbonusimpiwe, EmpowaWorks, Ausuguma Babakbone, man. Laba buyasebenza la. We were first program director of ULP for many, many years. And so thank you very much for working with EmpowaWorks. It's great. Also like to acknowledge the Old Mutual team that is here, so that you know them. Can you all stand, the Old Mutual team that is here? There you are, there you are. Sorry, Tanya, you were rushed, and we'll make up for it. We normally have think tanks at ELP. I want that think tank on ESG so that we really do a lot more, delve a little bit on your presentation, especially this last section. Thank you very much for the support that we have. Why don't we give a round of applause for the panelists? I mean, that's just... Woo! Let's give them yeah. All of them, man, they were great. Yes, they were so bright. Jeez, you know, I sat there, I said, no, even the World Economic Forum, I knew it could be. This is a panelist that sits on the World Economic Forum, man. Do you agree with that? Yeah, man, the wisdom and the expertise, and it was just unbelievable. Right, and then I think you must clap hands for yourself. These delegates, you're sitting for the whole day. Even those that are in the overflow everywhere, we thank you for being here. It's very, very important. And I'd like to thank the team that was behind it, under Ntopo, that was working so hard. Where's Ntopo, yeah? Hey, Ntopo, let's give a round of applause. The whole team, I mean, we met every week, and we're all aligned, and it was like, Mtato pulling together the 8 memoir and the speakers, everyone. Just a few things that I just want to say. Mtato's done a great job in summarizing all the speakers. I just want to speak. I spoke last time like, as an elder. Listen, I've been around for a long time. And I'm also a history student. I know that 200 years ago, or 300 years ago, there was a gold rush in Africa. And there was because of natural resource. There was also because of our diamonds, which is a natural resource. Now I'm speaking quite firmly for you as leaders. Because you're going to save us from this another rush that is happening, the energy rush. Because we've got, again, natural resource. We've got the best sun. We've got the best wind. We've got the best hydrogen capability. We've got hydrogen there. We've got the... Talk about anything. And we've got natural resources. We've got gas. There's a gas man here. We've got oil. We've got everyone. It's not a mistake. Have you checked that every month there's a head of state from Europe that is coming here? What do you think they're looking for? If you're not careful, if you're not assuming the responsibility of driving this energy, we're going to be recolonized again. I'm coming from an extractive industry. Extractive industry basically says very simple. The whole economy is based on from pit to pot. You dig a hole, you take the gold, you build an infrastructure that goes straight to the port, whether it's airport or it's the seaport, and it leaves the country. Now, this whole energy rush, if you're not taking responsibility, it will be as extractive as the gold that is, and every resource that we have. How do you extractive it? Do this extraction is exactly what some people say here. Carbon border tax. If I had to put it bluntly, that's what to call climate sanctions. Yeah, Bangladesh. But very, very soon, we will have to extract everything that we have and send it to Europe again, including our coal. So it's you. It's a historical moment to have a meeting like this. I have a sense of history every time I'm doing things. I just have a sense of history, and I think you need to be counted in the history books of the energy history of this nation. That you stood up as women like Abo Lillian Ngoyi. Watu wathinta abafazi. Uzonjenze? Uzawufa. Okay, so let me just do one thing. Look at somebody next to you. Have you got an opportunity that you've identified? Mbuzi, man. Ask it. All right, that's it. Listen, when we leave here, have that conversation about, and then form networks, form relationships, hold each other accountable for what you've learned here, and then hold each other and then do exactly what Sister Ann did. Look at the kulum, mention somebody's name in the boardroom. For your benefit, Sisi. Here's one of my children. I think Unomvul. Oh, Unomvul. There you are. You mentioned her. Is that right? Yeah. So, thank you very much. Stay safe, stay healthy. God bless you.